character, known as the Baskerville family's Hound, Vikir van Baskerville, who was wrongly framed by his family and father even though he was loyal to them, was sentenced to death by guillotine. Vikir, at the moment of his death, thought to himself that if he were to ever live again, he would hunt down his prey no longer as a hound again. An unsettling scene is introduced to Vikir as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. Feeling that his body was heavy and in an unknown setting to him, he thought that he was in hell. In the grand estate of the Baskerville family, babies are seen in their cribs, crying and making noises. A man is introduced as the patriarch of the Baskerville family. He comments that the babies were insignificant. He walks through the room, commenting that the babies gathered this time were trash. As he walks he notices Vikir being silent as compared to the other babies. He orders the servants to bring the babies to the Cradle of Swords. The servants obey. Vikir recognizes the man as the main culprit behind his death in his previous life. Hugo le Baskerville. Seeing Hugo's younger appearance, the MC concludes that he had regressed to back when he was a baby. Recalling his past life, he was a hound, born from an illegitimate family, while receiving training in a poor environment. Hounds must be devoted to missions that include assassination, intelligence, ambush, and others. A hound simply takes care of dirty work. This was so that the Baskerville could remain the best amongst the 7 families. The MC remained loyal because he wanted to be acknowledged by the family and Hugo. However, 10 years after the gate to the demonic gate was opened, even with the victory of the humans against the demons, the reward our MC was given was being put down like a simple dog. The main reason behind his execution was that he knew too much. MC clenches his fist, swearing to never live that life again. MC wanted to take revenge immediately but was unable due to his baby's body. He rolls around angrily. He realizes that he needs to become stronger and that the Cradle of Swords was the perfect opportunity. The Cradle of Swords was a trial that every child in the Baskerville family must go through. Children are thrown into a maze of swords, where they need to reach the Styx River to be assessed for their talent. The Styx River was a legendary river that turns children's bodies into iron but is limited to the number of children it can affect. The MC recalls that the fastest route to the river was a straight path out of the helix-shaped wall of blades. The MC crawls past the swords, remembering that in his past life, he could not receive the effect of the river, making sure that this time was different. For men are watching, as the MC dunks himself into the river, wanting to keep it all to himself as long as possible. The MC begins to sink into the river. The water seeps into his wounds, being first had its advantages. The MC covers his mouth to endure as long as he can regardless of the pain. 2 servants are shouting to the MC to come up of the water else he dies. Hugo simply laughs. He asks Barrymore, the head butler, how much time has passed. Barrymore replied that around 7 minutes have passed. Hugo is amused at the fact, stating that the MC might die since 7 minutes have passed. Hugo calls out to the MC, asking him to come out. The MC ignores his calls and continues to absorb the power of the river with all his might. He loses control, and with his eyes gone white, he continues to endure the pain before blacking out. Hugo holds the MC by the foot, stating that staying in the river was enough for the baby and that he even drank its water. Hugo notices that the MC had already grown his teeth. Hugo asks Barrymore what the child's name was. Vikir van Baskerville. Barrymore replied. Hugo with a smile on his face speaks the MC's name Vikir, stating a very greedy son had been born. While being upside down, the MC continues to plot his revenge against Hugo, waiting to sharpen his canines for the time when he can rip his head off, making the Baskerville family disappear into history. Vikir van Baskerville was known to be a genius at the age of 8 but was considered normal in his family. At 20 years old, he took on the assassination, espionage, and conquest-type missions. At 29 years old, he felt the limits of his swordsmanship compared to the others in the direct lineage of the family. At 30 years old, the demonic realm gate was opened, marking the beginning of the Demon's Clan invasion. At 35 years old, he endured the era of destruction, slaughtering monsters left and right. At 39 years old, the war came to an end with human victory. At 40 years old, Vikir was finally rewarded for his loyalty. The reward is defamation, false accusation, and the guillotine's blade. Vikir opens his eyes, looking at the ceiling, realizing it was a nursery. He flips over in excitement as this meant that he had successfully absorbed the power of the Styx River. A servant approaches and places a box in the crib of Vikir, saying why the madam would give such a thing. Vikir notices and wonders why anyone would give him a gift. The box opens slowly. Vikir is taken back, as a long dark figure slithers out of the box. The Vikir recognizes it as vipers called bloody mambas, thinking that the madam sent those here to kill him. Knowing who madam was, as few were called that in the family. The vipers hissed at the Vikir. Vikir quickly grabs both vipers by the throat while smiling widely like a blood-driven hound, as he expected such treatment from the Baskervilles. He strangles the vipers with force, thinking to bring down the family with his own 2 hands. Blood stains are seen on the bedsheet of the crib. The next day, the servants are shocked, seeing the Vikir sleeping soundly whilst surrounded by the dead bodies of the vipers. Orders were given to execute the nannies after being tortured, who was on shift the night the vipers came, but the reason for their appearance remained unknown. Only Vikir knew the truth. 8 years later, Vikir is sitting in class, listening to a lecture. The teacher talks about the different levels of swordsmanship. Sword beginners are those unable to use mana. Sword experts were those who could use even a little bit of mana. Sword graduators were those that could emit mana in a liquid-like aura form. The final level, where aura is solid and its form freely changeable, is called the Sword Master. He noted that the strongest member of the Baskervilles, Sir Hugo, was at the Sword Master level. The children are in awe of this fact. Vikir thought to himself that he needed to regain his strength just like in his previous life before his coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher notices Vikir being lost in thoughts and highlights his achievements. Having a strong body due to diving in the Styx River for 7 minutes. And that teaching him one thing would lead him to understand 100 things, being more talented than the others, knowing the patriarch would be happy with this. While Vikir thought of how long it would take to kill Hugo at the age of 8, a set of triplets grins widely as they stare at him. A hand shoves Vikir as he is called garbage van. It was the triplets. Having heard the weird rumors about Vikir being in the river for 7 minutes and strangling 2 vipers when he was a baby, they approached him. Vikir remains silent as he recalls his memories of these 3. Knowing that they were the ones to stab him when he was running away due to the defamation in his previous life. They were called the Hugo Le Baskerville Trident. We'll simply call them high, middle, and low. They shouted at Vikir to stop lying, stating that they didn't like him. Knowing they'll be troublesome in the future, Vikir decides to put them in their place now. High points a knife at Vikir, stating that his body was like steel since he was in the river for so long, making him immune to injuries from blades. High asked if he could test it. High calls Low. Low covers Vikir's mouth to stop him from breathing, stating he would eat his hand if Vikir endures for 3 minutes. Vikir decides to play along with their scheme. 1 minute passes, as High and Middle believe that the rumor was fake. 3 minutes pass, and they realize Vikir was good. 10 minutes passes, and they were too stunned to speak. They decide to let Vikir go. A crunching sound is heard as Low looks at his hand, and blood appears. Vikir spits as Lo screams in pain. High and middle shout at Vikir asking what he was doing. Vikir, with bright red eyes, as he wiped the blood off his smile repeated that they said they would eat their hand. High and middle refute back by saying they weren't scared of Vikir but Lo was afraid as he held his bleeding hand. High and middle stare at Lo in disbelief. They attempt to leave to find a priest to fix Lo's hand but the Vikir stops them. In anger, High stabs Vikir in the stomach, stating they were older than him. To his surprise, the knife didn't cut him. Vikir reminds them that being in Baskerville meant that power and talent are greater than age. High screams in pain, as Vikir twists his hand. Vikir, in Hound mode, grins widely and tells them to play till the end with him. High, in pain, shouts that the rumors were true as Vikir lets go of his hand, giving him a punch straight to the face. Middle and Lo are shocked as High falls to the ground with his teeth broken and nose bleeding. Middle attempts to fight but Vikir simply kicks him to the side with no effort. Get wrecked, son. Lo stumbles onto the ground, shocked at what had happened. Vikir tells him to not be afraid as he'll get better in no time once treated. But warns him as he picks the knife off the floor, that he won't be leaving the room. And that they had to live with the discomfort of their own bodies at this rate. Vikir offers one of them a chance to leave the room, as he stares at the knife in his hand. Lo asks which of them could leave, as the other two brothers hold their wounds. The knife is tossed to them as Vikir tells them to decide amongst themselves. Vikir slowly exits the room and mentions he can't wait too long and that it should be decided quickly. With blood-red eyes and a grin on his face, Vikir turns to them as the door closes saying at least one of them should live. As the door closes, the triplets are left in shocked, but soon stared at one another. Sounds of fighting and yelling could be heard behind the doors as Vikir stands to listen while smiling. The Triton of Baskerville have began to split. Barrymore reports to Hugo that another bloody situation have occurred with the Morg Clan in regards to the ruby mines, with the Morg Clan stating that it was theirs. Hugo says an opportunity in the future will allow them to discuss it properly and wonders what else was there to report. Barrymore reports that Vikir had scored the highest in the Titan exam. Hugo smiles happily at that fact and wonders when the practical exam will happen. In 5 days, Guardian Knights have left to prepare. Barrymore replies, making the fortress vacant now. Barrymore further reports about the fight between the young masters, stating that there were no deaths but that High's teeth were completely damaged, Middle's jaw was smashed in and Lo's left index finger was amputated. They had recovered from their physical injuries but their mental state was damaged. Hugo is surprised to hear that the triplets were fighting amongst themselves as they were close with one another. Barrymore states that Vikir was involved, causing Hugo to be alarmed. Vikir is seen standing before Hugo and Barrymore. He greets Hugo as the patriarch. Hugo tells Vikir about how he disabled the triplets. Vikir replies that they had received the proper medical treatment since then. Hugo states that their hearts were disabled. The triplets were no longer eating or talking together anymore, making their combination technique completely torn apart. Vikir smiles in silence. Hugo asks if it was wrong that Vikir turned his brothers into a total mess. Vikir replies he was simply stronger and wonders if the stronger person is ever wrong. Hugo shares that his brothers had came before and forgiven him. Vikir recalls a past memory, where the youngest daughter of the family that Baskerville ruined paid Hugo a visit. She had become a nun and told Hugo she forgave him and offered him a mass. Hugo's response was as Vikir speaks it out loud that forgiveness is just an excuse made by the weak who cannot seek revenge due to their lack of strength. Vikir's eyes glow red as he spoke those words. Hugo is elated at what was said as he smiles widely. Hugo recites the family motto, only the strong will reign supreme, weakness is a sin. Hugo rewards Vikir by allowing him to take any snack from the food storage. Just enough for him to carry. Vikir is happy and asks for chocolate as he thanks the patriarch for the reward. As he turns to leave, Hugo calls him his son and to do well on the interim evaluation, not to lose to direct descendants. Vikir is disgusted at what he hears but replies yes my lord anyways. Barrymore introduces the infamous chocolate enjoyed by the gourmands of the Morg clan, saying it's the highest quality which was hard to get. Vikir declines it, saying he needs cacao beans that have a rich aroma. Barrymore and the chefs were confused at the request. Cacao beans colored purple called bloody beans were given to Vikir, each bean being able to produce 100 liters of chocolate. Vikir tastes them and is appalled by their taste. Barrymore wonders to himself, that Vikir must really like chocolate to eat such bitter beans on their own and that he was brilliant for finding a way to get chocolate even with the restrictions placed by the patriarch. The chef asks if he wants to process the beans, Vikir declines and takes them as is. Barrymore wonders if Vikir had such peculiar taste. However, Vikir did not get the chocolate to eat but to use them in the practical exam 5 days later. Up in the mountains, Vikir stands, grinning widely knowing that a huge catastrophe would occur that has never happened in the clan before. Children of the Baskerville family are put through strenuous events and early education from a young age. Being able to take their first steps meant they had to run up a steep mountain. Never allowed to lie down or be on their stomachs. Time to sleep is only ever with a monster corpse to adjust to tough environments. When completed, they turn 8 years old, starting their deadly evaluation. Bringing us to the practical evaluation, which is a survival exam. The young masters are gathered in a territory far end of the Le Rouge-et-Noir mountain. Pavlov, the instructor of the exam, instructs the masters on what needs to be done. Survive for 1 month while hunting large and strong monsters. 10 points were given for surviving. 30 if they survive without being disabled. Failing others and surviving 50 points. Surviving after beating a monster, 70 points. If all conditions mentioned were done, 90 points. Stealing badges from others make their points yours. Dying results in 0 points. 100 points do not exist. Pavlov reminds them of Hugo's lesson that a swordsman dies when they become arrogant. He advises them not to leave the designated area as the mountain contains many undiscovered things. During the exam, shadow dogs will hide and grade them. Gossip spreads amongst the candidates as they talk of the rumors about Vikir. Wondering if he was going to be good at the practical as well. Vikir smiles as he remembers the mountain. The triplets avoid looking at him. Pavlov rings the bell, marking the start of the exam, and praying for their fortune. The young masters instantly vanished, each with a plan of their own. The triplets argue with one another. The killing was not prohibited as it resulted in deducting points. Pavlov smokes a cigarette knowing that the shadow dogs will keep casualties to a minimum. A shadow dog is seen following Vikir. Wondering where he was going, looking forward to Vikir's skills due to his previous achievements since young. Vikir arrives at a huge tree, noting that the soft ground is best. He decides to live and take a break here as the shadow dog watches him. Shadow dog is shocked at him taking a break. Vikir gathers wood and is building things like in Minecraft as the others fight amongst themselves. The shadow dog is in disbelief as Vikir simply was gathering resources and wonders if he plans to just hide here. He decides to leave. Vikir takes note that he had left while reminiscing about the past. Before, a subordinate had told Vikir that cacao beans make fish less smelly and that bloody beans were the best. Vikir stares into flames and smoke knowing he had finished preparing. Deciding to start hunting as pits of spears are seen surrounding him. A few days have gone by as Vikir walks into the restricted area. Back when he was a scout, he could walk around here causally. He notes a burning smell and finds burning poop. Yes, poop is on fire in this world. Meaning only one monster has that kind of poop in this area. Vikir is happy to find what he was looking for. A beast with flames in its mouth stands above Vikir. It was a hellhound. The hellhound was a beast that swallowed the hellfires of the oil world, causing its body to become one with flames. Vikir was barely able to defeat one at the age of 18 in his past life. Being 8 years old now, it was impossible for him to defeat it now. However, Vikir, thanks to his past life, he knew a way to beat it. He dashes towards the hellhound. Knowing that one of its weaknesses was moving in straight lines only, making it hard to change directions but easy to dodge. The hellhound is stunned that Vikir dodged. Vikir opens a bottle with water, spraying it across the ground as it was another weakness for hellhounds. They could not step across any volume of volume. This causes the hellhound to avoid the water on the ground as it runs towards Vikir. Thanks to the water, it exposes another weakness that all canines have, opening its mouth while running. Vikir takes a step back as the hellhound lunges at him with its mouth open, the exact moment Vikir waited for. Vikir flicks something into its mouth, and causally dodges the hellhound as it tries to circle back to Vikir. However, the hellhound feels something was wrong and stumbles to the ground whimpering. Vikir reveals that chocolate was poison to canines, and since one bloody bean could make 100 liters of chocolate, it was the ultimate poison for it. The hellhound lays on the ground whimpering, unable to move. Vikir walks towards it drawing his sword, looking for where the ribs aren't present to target its kidney. The hellhound whimpers in pain as the sword pierces its body. Vikir does the final blow and a blue essence forms from the body. It was called XP or Karma, created when you catch monsters after energy accumulates in their body making them stronger. Vikir absorbs it, making the short sword he wields lighter. Vikir is happy as he'll be able to catch up to his regression state before he is of age. He wonders what Hugo's face would make when finding out that an 8-year-old brought back a monster whose rate is B+. With this monster, Vikir secures first place in the practical test and has decided on what reward to get. The reward is a book that only he knew its true worth. Vikir proceeds to decapitate the head of the hellhound but senses a presence behind him. He turns to see 4 more hellhounds. He wonders if they came because of its cries and that they wanted to avenge it. Vikir chops off the head of the dead hellhound, excited at the thought of fighting more of the hellhounds as he had more beans left. However, a bigger presence is felt by the hellhounds, and Vikir notices. Believing the hellhounds to be afraid of his bloodthirst, the hellhounds bow their heads in fear. But hellhounds never submit even if they were to die. Vikir realizes something and turns around to see a 3-headed figure. A Cerberus? Vikir is alarmed as it has a rating of A+, but it was supposed to be at the 7th ridge. Why was it here, Vikir thought. Vikir notices wounds and blood dripping from its body. Multiple arrows with other injuries were inflicted upon the beast upon closer inspection. Vikir concluded that it was because of the barbarian tribes across the mountain as it was their territory and that it came all this way because of being chased by them. Vikir saw the chance of a lifetime. To hunt an injured A+ beast. He must kill it no matter what. Vikir had been hiding his power, having mastered the 3rd Baskerville technique and being at a high level as a sword expert. But he had already reached a level that no other hounds have reached when they had become adults. Vikir covers his blade in aura and dashes to the injured Cerberus. He attempts to slice one of its heads but was interfered with by its other head. He slices it in reaction. Upon slicing it, he realizes that killing it was possible. Due to the war with demons, Vikir was able to polish his swordsmanship and there was no sign of unnecessary movements to his techniques. Add on his strengthened body from the river Styx. All weapons Vikir worked against the Cerberus. But that was what he thought. Reality hits him hard, as the Cerberus lands a deadly blow on Vikir, smashing his sword to bits. Vikir lets his guard down for a moment, resulting in a deadly blow from its claws. Vikir is flung straight into a tree. He coughs blood as his eyes turn white from the impact. He suddenly awakens, thinking if he had lost consciousness after the direct hit that was dealt to him by the Cerberus as it walks towards him. He feels the pain in his left arm, making him think that his arm had been ripped out. He checks to see and is surprised to see his arm still intact. He thanks the river Styx effect for keeping his arm. The Cerberus readies for another attack. It dashes toward him, smashing the tree that was behind into bits. Vikir leaps out of the way before it could harm him. He thought to himself, even though his arm was still there, the damage still remained and that wouldn't be able to take a second hit. The Cerberus turns around. With the odds against him, he thought of the situation as a journey that every experienced hunter must find a way out of. He thinks of the best possible action to take and decides to simply just run away as fast as possible. The Cerberus was alarmed seeing him running away. It chases after him. Vikir thinks that he was lucky that the Cerberus was injured, else he would have been torn apart by now as he continues to run away from it. He just has to make it past the iron fence, making him exit the restricted area. Vikir leaps over the iron face and readies himself to reach the place he had prepared beforehand as the Cerberus reaches the iron fence as well. If he was caught before reaching that place, it would be the end for him. The Cerberus rips apart the iron fence with its face, roaring loudly as it continues its chase. Dashing through the trees, he looks around to spot the area. He notices a pile of wood in front of the tree, making it the area where he was supposed to be. He runs with all his might, just a little bit further, he thought to himself. A bit more. He screams as the Cerberus chases right behind him. Realizing it was the perfect moment, he leaps into the air just as the Cerberus opens its mouth to attack. A single step forward onto a marking causes it to sink into the ground. Vikir lands on his back, safe from its attack, breathing heavily. While the Cerberus was met with many spears hidden in the ground below. He welcomes it to the cradle of swords. Wiping the sweat off his face, he was happy that the traps he made for hellhounds were useful against the Cerberus. Bloody beans were spread onto the spears that were in the ground. Being the same species as the hellhounds, the Cerberus was poisoned easily as its two heads cough vomit and are in pain. Its middle head notices Vikir, growling at him. As he holds a spear aimed at it and throws it with all his might. The spear bounces off its body as it growls loudly toward Vikir. Vikir starts to count down from 7. With each step the Cerberus took, a second passed. It slowly reaches Vikir, as the countdown approaches 0. Once it reached 0, it simply fell to the ground. Vikir lets out a sigh of relief as the Cerberus falls to the ground just before him. Happy to know that the rumors were true about the 7 steps. He explains that the spear he threw was different. That it was laced with the poison of the bloody mamba's venomous fang from when he was a baby. He goes on to absorb the mana from the Cerberus, meaning that it was fully dead this time. He stares at its corpse, thinking about how he should bring it back. But before that, he had something else to do. He knew that the presence of a Cerberus meant one thing: dungeon. Since its gatekeeper was dead, the dungeon was free to be explored. Vikir proceeds to cover himself in dried soil, rotten leaves, and moist roots. Looking at its footprints and drools, he backtracks it. He walks to an opening, saying he found it. He enters the cave, recalling that the cave was meant to be discovered in a few years' time. He stares deep into the cave, feeling its mana underneath the rotten surface, knowing that it has not been discovered yet. No light was given out, making the cave seem deeper than he thought. He smiles happily, excited at what treasures are laid within the dungeon as he slowly enters. As he walks further deep into the dungeon, Vikir notices red veins of ruby minerals throughout the area. Feeling that they were connected to the Red All Mountain. He notices light appearing before him, indicating that it was the entrance to the dungeon. The light shines brightly at him, making him cover his face with his hand. He enters a large room, and at the center of it was a floating red stone. Realizing that the dungeon's interior was bright due to the mana imbued into the ruby as he approaches the floating ruby. He notices something behind it, a skeleton with a note. Showing that someone had been here before him. He inspects the skeleton, seeing its injuries caused by stabbings and that there were dried brown bloodstains as he picks up the note on the ground. A long time has passed for the skeleton. Vikir reads the note and recognizes it as a Baskerville member's writing. The note reads that the writer did not want to reveal his name, and asks to be called Cain. The reason behind the note was to prevent other generations from doing what he did. Further explaining that the stone chamber was talked about in the family as a legend. His brother, Abel, and he had coincidentally came across this place, raiding the dungeon and its countless trials. They had killed many monsters before arriving at the chamber, to find the final assignment to the place. The final assignment tied their feet here for a very long time. 3 years to be exact. Vikir can't believe that they stayed for 3 years, hinting that the brothers really wanted the treasure and that the final assignment was somewhere in the chamber. He looks at the stand of the floating ruby and sees some writing. When entering it's 1, but once inside it's 2, when leaving it's 1 was the riddle written on the stand. The note continues, with the brothers contemplating the ominous text forever until they came to a conclusion. The fact that they were twins meant that they were once one in their mother's womb, but when given birth they became 2. Meaning to get the treasure they had to become one again, and only one of them could leave with the treasure. After a fierce battle, Cain killed his brother and there was only one left in the stone chamber. But there was no change at all. Cain wonders why the treasure did not appear even after killing his own brother. He wonders why screaming. He decides to leave, wanting to tell others that found this place to leave immediately and that there was nothing to obtain in this devil's den that only serves to taunt humans. Vikir concludes that the brothers had done all sorts of things, only to leave empty-handed. Knowing that he had no twin, Vikir believes that the brothers had misinterpreted the text as he looks at the ruby. Thinking of the riddle once again. He thinks hard, knowing that no dungeon cannot be beaten. Upon looking at the skeleton again, an idea comes to mind. Vikir figured it out. Stating that the brothers were unlucky due to being twins, and that idea had they fixed to it. He mentions that the answer lies in the dungeon as he reaches for the ruby. Saying that when he entered the dungeon, he was 1. But as soon as the ruby light was cast upon him, he was 2 due to his shadow. He smashes the ruby into pieces, knowing that without its light, darkness re-enters, making the stone chamber open its final stage. The riddle answer was shadow. Pieces of the ruby that fell to the ground started to rise up, and energy from the rubies opens the passageway in front of Vikir. Vikir smiles happily as the final stage opens. Revealing a sword, the relic of this devil's den, the cause of the brothers' death. The sword glows red with an evil aura. The text below it states that only those with Baskerville's blood can wield Beelzebub. He was shocked to find that the sword was Beelzebub as he stands in front of it. He recalls reading a picture book during his childhood about the gluttonous fly, Beelzebub, who was an unprecedented great monster that invaded the lands in the old legends as part of the devil's holy constellation called the 7 Calamities. To stand up against the 7 calamities, the heads of each of the 7 families took one each. The first patriarch of the Baskerville fought against Beelzebub. Remnants of Beelzebub were stored in the lands of the Baskerville. Its demonic energy was said to lure monsters, an old legend that no one believes now. But the legend was true, as the sword was taken by the demon clans, resulting in countless deaths among the humans on the battlefield. Vikir grabs the sword in excitement, saying that it won't happen again, as the sword was now his. As he holds on to the sword, it lets out a ferocious energy as if it was howling. He grunts loudly as the sword seems to be absorbed by his hand. The sword places itself into Vikir's hand before appearing as a blade from his arm. He mentions that he was lucky to have a blade made from a devil's holy constellation, as the blade exudes a murderous aura. His red eyes glow similar to the blade as he raises it to his face, wondering how much stronger he'll be in this life. Looking around, he realizes that there was nothing else for him to take and prepares to leave. But he feels something was wrong with his body. He stumbles onto the ground, wondering what was wrong. Was he dizzy? No, he was hungry. The blade makes noise and Vikir wonders if it wants to eat something. He leaves the dungeon, holding his stomach in hunger. Hunger was ringing inside his stomach. Noting that his sense of smell had improved as he smelled something delicious. The sword pulls him along, much to his surprise, wondering if there was something to eat in the direction it was pulling him to. He reaches the corpse of the hellhound he had killed before. The blade shoots out a tube into the corpse. As it absorbs the blood, Vikir feels his inside were getting back to normal, guessing he was starving for a long time. He hoped that the mountain's dried condition was not due to the sword's hunger and wondered how long it takes to feed it. Beelzebub makes a happy sound as it had eaten well and has absorbed the hellhound's ability, hemorrhage. Vikir wonders if this was Beelzebub's inherent ability. Beelzebub was the glutton of files and was said to possess the power to absorb its enemies' skills as its own. Since its absorption amount was close to infinite, many people lost their abilities and became obsolete. But due to its hazard, Vikir could absorb 3 skills only for now. He describes the hellhound's ability as a skill that constantly pumps out the blood of its opponent even through its smallest wounds. Realizing he could steal abilities, he looks at the Cerberus corpse. Beelzebub grows excited at the thought of feeding on it. Vikir is alarmed and asks it to wait. He explains to it that it can't eat all of it as if it was too damaged. He couldn't explain it during the autopsy. He thinks silently as Beelzebub makes constant noises as it consumes the corpse. He slaps Beelzebub, saying he had enough. Beelzebub was upset but had gotten 2 new skills. He had even absorbed the power of the sewer rat underneath the Cerberus. Vikir picks up the rat, happy that he had absorbed many powerful skills this time. He decides to wait at the practical exam site as he was done preparing the monster. The young hounds had gathered back together, each covered in various injuries. They would receive a shield, sword or necklace as their reward based on the parts produced from the monsters they hunted during the practical exam, as monster parts are laid on the table. The senior members are astonished at what Vikir had hunted. Hugo is alarmed to hear the news. Barrymore reports that Vikir during the practical exam had accidentally crossed over to the restricted area, allowing him to hunt an A+ Cerberus. He further reports that it was wounded by the Barbarian clan and that Vikir had applied poison to his wooden spear, as Hugo mentions that a Cerberus was something that even the family's guardians would avoid. Hugo further asks what kind of poison could kill a Cerberus and where Vikir had gotten it. Barrymore mentions that the report did not include such details and wanted to ask Vikir, but Vikir had returned to the dorm as he was too tired. Hugo compliments Vikir, saying he was so sly already and that information was power, and that power is your worth. Barrymore was shocked that a master named Van and not Lo or La was this talented. Hugo replies that he was unlike the previous leaders. He didn't discriminate against a hound based on its bloodline when raising them as long as it had enough talent and spite. Adding on that there were mutts that came from the royal bloodlines, asking if Barrymore understood him. Barrymore is concerned as he ponders whether Hugo was thinking about his second son who was preparing for isolation training as he apologizes to Hugo. Hugo says it's alright and asks for Vikir to be summoned. Vikir stands in front of them with a smile on his face. Hugo asks how he caught the Cerberus during the exam. Vikir says that he placed the chocolate on his wooden spear, saying that it was lethal to canine monsters. Hugo asks if that was the reason why he asked for chocolate before, and Vikir says yes. Barrymore thought to himself if this is how fathers and sons usually talk to one another as they didn't greet each other. Hugo further questions Vikir on why he did not respond, and the butler asked him about the hunt. "He wasn't my master," Vikir replied. "Who is your master?" Hugo asks. "The master of the clan, since he belonged to the clan," Vikir responds. Hugo is happy with the reply. He rewards Vikir with the corpse of the monster and grants him a wish. Vikir wishes to be granted access to the 10,000 Epistle Library. The 10,000 Epistle Library was one of the largest libraries in the Empire and resided deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo ponders, asking if he knew that only the patriarch and second in command along with their direct descendants were allowed to enter. Vikir says that if it was not permitted, he would give up on it, thinking that he needs to sneak in instead. Hugo grants him access, much to Vikir's surprise. He asks him to read the 6th technique of the family located within the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. Vikir is stunned as he was just given permission to learn a technique that an illegitimate child was not allowed to. Recalling that Hugo's current level was the 7th technique and that in his past life, Hugo had reached the 9th. Remembering the discrimination he faced in his past life, Vikir promises that in this life, he will surpass Hugo. As he will obtain the greatest essence of Baskerville, a textbook containing the teachings of the first patriarch who subjugated the 7 great disasters. Hugo stares at Vikir, looking forwards to his progress, and wishes him luck. He bows his head thanking Hugo and saying he'll surpass his expectations. 2 guards stand in front of a large door. Vikir enters the room, leading to the library. He stands there saying it was the first time he came in person. He searches through the books, seeing the names of the books that he had wanted to learn in his past life. Knowing that any illegitimate child could not learn any of the advanced techniques to ensure that they do not bare their teeth towards their master, this was a defense mechanism the Baskerville family had created. A book is locked with a chain and he wonders if this was the book. Vikir takes out a key, not believing that Hugo would offer him the book on the 6th technique, an opportunity that was never given in his previous life. As he turns the key in the lock, he wonders if Hugo thought that he couldn't memorize the technique in a day. As he reads the book, Vikir recalls that due to his past life, he had memorized the theory behind the 1st to 4th techniques till he was sick of it. He did it so that he could deduce and speculate the theory behind the 5th technique. Believing that he needed to stop the flow of mana after drawing the 4th tooth, he wonders if that was the reason he could not make the 5th tooth. According to the Baskerville swordsmanship, one tooth represents the 1st technique and the 2nd tooth represents the 2nd technique, and so on. When drawing a tooth, a red sword energy appears. Vikir flips through the book, stating he didn't care about the 6th technique and that the real reason he came here was different. He returns to the guards, who were surprised to see him come out of the library already. They asked him if he had left something outside and that they were getting it for him, as well as that there were more books about swordsmanship deep within the library. He tells them that he had finished what he came here for. The guard asks if he wants to stay longer, but he declines and wants to read other books and that they should do what they need to do in the meantime. As Vikir walks to the spiral staircase, the guards whisper to each other saying that the place he was going to only had miscellaneous books and that if they were Vikir they would be busy reading the books deep within the library. They wonder if Vikir didn't know the worth of the books, but Vikir chooses to leave them to their thoughts. Knowing that they did not realize the true value of the books in the miscellaneous section. He reaches the next floor and looks around the books, noticing one that stood out. He found it, the book called A Lurking Ambush. Vikir is happy to find it. He opens it to see a ripped page and that due to it, it became a useless miscellaneous book. He grins widely as he was the only one that knew its true worth. Recalling a memory from before his regression, Vikir belonged to a squad that had found a strange relic in the dungeon that was on the border of the Le Rouge-et-le-Noir mountain. It contained a page from a swordsmanship book. A single ripped page. Written with Baskerville handwriting, only Hugo found this remarkable, ordering everyone to search through the whole library to find the book that matched the page. The book was A Lurking Ambush. The same one that Vikir was holding. The book contained the 10th technique that the ancestors had written. Further recalling that Hugo had gone crazy for the 10th technique and released the hounds to find the remaining 6 pages that contained the technique. Hugo realized that the pages were hidden in the 7 great families, declaring war on them and sending hounds to those that refused. After sacrificing many hounds, all pages were given to Hugo. The reward for doing so was Vikir's death. Vikir grew angry as he recalled those unpleasant memories as he holds the book, knowing that once Hugo achieved the 9th technique it resulted in piles of hound corpses and blood. He makes sure that it won't happen in this life. The pages that Hugo got were all given by Vikir, allowing him to remember the content that was written on each page and that the reason he could not go past the 4th technique was the lack of access to the original book. Vikir reads the book, realizing that without the other pages, the book made no sense, but the moment you had all the pages, the book would turn into a masterpiece. He reminds himself of his past strengths as he reads the book, knowing that before he turned 15 he had to reclaim the power he had before his regression. Night turns to day as Vikir immerses himself in reading the book. He closes the book, having read enough. Wondering if he had read the whole day, but thanks to that he was able to memorize the book's contents from start to finish. He looks around and does not feel the presence of the guardian knights. He closes his eyes and imagines a figure standing before him. His arm glows with a red aura. He opens his eyes and strikes the figure before him using the 1st technique. Continuing the strikes and moving on from the 1st to the 2nd technique and more. He grits his teeth as he thinks of his past self as pathetic. He worked hard to reach the highest level of graduator aura but was unsuitable to learn a proper sword technique, making the direct bloodline hostile to him. The main reason was that he was an illegitimate child. He dashes to the side of the figure once again, asking if they thought he would live the same way again. As he approaches the figure, it transforms into the older version of Hugo. Vikir slices Hugo relentlessly and exits the imaginary space. Breathing hard, he looks at his hand, thinking he was still weak and if he actually drew out the 5th tooth. He clenches both his fists in victory at the feat he had just done and felt happy to the point that he almost cried. He continues to look around, wondering if a sword was nearby to test the 5th technique again. Breaking records in Baskerville history, a young hound's canine teeth bared towards his master were growing. Finally succeeding in drawing the 5th tooth, Vikir believes that he could reach the level he was at as long as his mana could support it. Smiling happily, he notes that his mana capacity had increased and reached another level. A red liquid aura covers his hand, showing signs of a graduator. Vikir had gone from a high-class sword expert to a low-class graduator. A point that had taken him 30 years to reach, but he reached it at 8 years old now. Graduators are on a whole different level compared to sword experts as their aura turns from solid to liquid, density increases, and allows for it to be used more freely. Knowing his swordsmanship was better now and that he could reach the 10th technique, meant endless possibilities. Piercing Fong was what he learned before, which was able to make him stronger in a short period of time but had limitations. However, the lurking ambush was the perfect sword technique that could transition between offense and defense with no growth limitations. Vikir places the book near the window, thinking that he could challenge a mid-class graduator and has a 100% chance of assassination and about 50% if they faced head-on. The only problem he had now was how much to show Hugo. He couldn't show too much or too little of his strength as he takes out an object from his pocket. He places it in front of the book, using the sunlight to make a small fire on the book itself. Vikir grins to himself at what he just did. The book is set aflame as he makes it impossible for other to reach the 10th technique and that he was the only one that knew how this time. The guardian knights appear behind him, asking what the smell was. They question Vikir, and he replied that he accidentally left the magnifying glass around and burnt the book. The guards are relieved to hear that only a useless book was damaged. Vikir asks the guards if they should bother with such a small thing since there were bigger problems to handle. The guards agree to keep it a secret if Vikir agrees. Vikir agrees and proceeds to leave. The guards are happy and think of him as a nice person deserving their respect as he walks away with a smile. Vikir appears before Hugo and Barrymore once again. Hugo asks if he had reached enlightenment. He replies sort of. Hugo asks what he had learned, and Vikir mentions that he felt something warm and sharp yet soft and viscous. Both Barrymore and Hugo are alarmed at hearing this. Barrymore wonders if it was an aura. Aura was something that only 15-year-olds could obtain after years of training. Hugo thinks to himself about why he was getting excited for over an 8-year-old and asks Vikir to show him. He accepts happily. An arena is showcased. Many young masters are confused as Vikir is seen standing with a sword. Barrymore asks Hugo how he intends to test his skills. Hugo replies that a monster will be released. The gate opens and a huge orc exits with chains all over its body. It growls loudly with menacing red eyes. Other young masters in the stand are shocked to see it as they wonder if an 8-year-old could take on an orc by himself. Vikir and the orc are standing face to face. Hugo waves his hand, signaling to the knight to remove the orc's chains. It screams out powerfully and rushes towards Vikir. Vikir takes a prepared stance as it comes towards him. With a calm expression, he slices the orc's arm off with a single swing. Everyone was shocked at what happened. The orc is stunned at its wound. Vikir wastes no time and dashes low to swing at its leg. He slices it off in one strike again, causing the orc to fall to the ground. The orc remains confused at what happened to it. Vikir looks back, thinking that the orc was confused about why it was bleeding for the first time and that its regenerative skill won't activate. It was due to the skill of the bloodhound. It overpowered the orc's ability. People in the stands are wondering how he was that strong. Hugo stares, thinking deeply. Vikir looks at him, knowing he was trying to determine what he learned in the library, and proceeds to show him what he wants. Hugo and Barrymore looked alarmed. Vikir had revealed Aura Blade as his sword is covered in a strong red aura. The orc tries to get up, but senses a red presence approaching it. Its head was smashed to bits as Vikir slashes through it like butter with a quick dash and his sword was covered in the aura. Hugo is shocked from his seat from seeing that red aura from Vikir. Barrymore congratulates Hugo on witnessing the birth of a genius, making Hugo wonder if that was it. Barrymore further states he had not seen this kind of talent from the other families. Hugo stops him noting that something was wrong with the orc. Seeing its blood not stopping even though orcs were famous for its regeneration. He pushes Vikir's victory as a result of the orc being weakened while Barrymore wonders why he can't express his happiness. Vikir calls out to his father and asks if there was anything stronger with a smile on his face. Surprising Hugo.
He tells his father to wait, asking with a smile if there was anything stronger than an orc. This shocks the crowd. He thinks that it would be better to show off his power to a certain degree, hoping that his progress will allow him to be separated from Hugo. Hugo agrees with Vikir and asks for a creature that they captured from the Barbarian raid to be released. The beast was starving since then. The crowd is shocked once again. But Vikir looks happy. A troll was his new opponent. It growls at him. Vikir asks Hugo if he could start right away. Hugo says he may. He rushes to the troll. The troll attacks Vikir with a mighty punch. He dodges and is annoyed, and decides to back away from the troll. The crowd is confused by his actions as it was the perfect moment to attack. Hugo agrees with his actions and that it was the right move due to the troll's Regan powers. Vikir continues to dodge its attacks. The troll begins to breath heavy. The crowd calls Vikir a genius at 8 years old and that his plan was to tire the troll out first. Vikir thinks that it's too slow and that he needed to act but is unable to unleash his full power as it would make it troublesome for him. Instead, he decides to use the troll's power against itself as he slices its arm. The troll falls to the ground, holding its bleeding shoulder. The crowd praises Vikir for what he has done. Vikir thinks that the first technique was not enough to slice the troll's thick skin. Hugo asks him to stop as it could become dangerous, but Vikir tells him he was almost done. He realized that he was getting an epiphany and that he'll give up if he can't kill it in the next attack. The troll growls in anger. He releases his red aura, preparing for an attack. The troll yells at him as he stood still. But it realizes something from him. A deadly aura and image was seen as from Vikir. In the next moment, the troll was sliced in half by Vikir as he unleashed the Hound's aura. Everyone is stunned at what happened. Even Vikir was shocked at what he just did. He laughs saying he did it. Hugo and everyone in the arena could not believe what they just saw. A week later in the dining room, Vikir is upset over the food. He turns to look around, realizing that everyone has been avoiding him since the day of the arena battle. But he was happy to see Hugo's stunned face. And that he had only shown a small part of his power to them but was actually more powerful. He had also gained the super speed regeneration skill from the troll. He thinks about the fact that he has been eating more with Beelzebub as the triplets appeared behind him. He readies himself. Vikir asks the triplets if last time was not enough, but them claim it was not what he was thinking. They wanted to tell him he was cool when he defeated the monsters, causing Vikir to spit out his food. The triplets ask if he was okay as Vikir thinks it was some sort of scheme. Just as he was feeling goosebumps at what they said, Butler Barrymore appears, telling him he needs to go to the Patriarch room. Back at the mansion of the Baskerville family, Hugo is seen chatting with the Morg Clan Patriarch, Adolf Morg. They talk about the annual training event between the families, hoping no accidents would happen. Hugo tells Adolf that it was just a scratch and that the Morg's children were dramatic. Adolf said it was because they were noble and dignified. The Rion Mage clan, the Morgs, and the Iron-Blooded Sword clan, the Baskervilles. They were not always on bad terms. The Emperor said that magic and swords were a pair. Because of those words, the two families would have annual joint trainings as a sign of good faith between them. However, a ruby mine between the two families' land was discovered, causing a problem of who owns it. Adolf asks if there was a supernova in the Baskerville family that was born with great blessings and skill, and Hugo brushes it off saying it's not a big deal. Adolf is surprised to see Hugo reacting to a compilment of a child. He then tells him that the Morg family also had a genius. He calls for Camus to come in. The doors open and a little girl walks in. Hugo looks at her. Adolf introduces her as his sister's Respinese daughter, Camus. He tells her to greet Hugo, but she remains silent. Instead of greeting, she calls him a thief that stole the ruby mine and that he should give it back. Hugo was angry to hear the word thief. Adolf is surprised at her words, and she told him that it was what he said in the carriage and that the annoying Chin Beard stole the ruby mine. The words annoying Chin Beard further annoys Hugo. Adolf says it was a misunderstanding and Hugo agrees saying she was just a child. But Camus shouts at Hugo to give back the rubies as she doesn't have enough to do research. Enough! Hugo says as he holds back his anger. Adolf holds Camus tightly, asking what Hugo plans to do to the child, as Hugo states that the Morgs didn't teach manners at all. Adolf asks if he was threatening an 8-year-old girl. "I guess the Morgs didn't teach their children to not envy what is others," said by Vikir as he enters the room. Adolf wonders if Vikir was the supernova and realizes that Camus was missing. Camus appears in front of Vikir asking what he just said. Vikir hears her name and recalls her as the Morg's clan iron-blooded empress, Camus Morg. She was known as the genius among the genius even in the Morg clan that raised countless mages. At her peak she killed all monsters and barbarians in the Lenoir mountain by herself, burning them to death on spears, creating her legend. Vikir also remembered that her beauty was captivating. Camus yells at him, saying that the ruby mines were hers and not his. "You sure came a long way just to throw a tantrum," Vikir replies. The leaders notice something. Flames erupt from Camus due to the word tantrum. She tells him that he'll explain why the ruby mines belong to her so that a stupid dog could understand. Vikir simply smiles, saying that would be fun. A replica of ice is made. Everyone in the room was surprised by this. Camus says she'll explain it. Vikir was upset as he expected them to fight. She explains that the ruby mine was located in the area between the Morg and Baskerville called Joint Security Area, and that the problem was that the entrance was located in the Morg area but the mine runs underneath the Baskerville area. Adolf was happy while Hugo became upset due to the explanation. Vikir adds on saying that the Baskerville doesn't need to mine the rubies as they were meant for magic ingredients. But he calls her an idiot as no one would allow someone to enter their lands based on a few pennies. Hearing this made Camus angry. She points to the sculpture, pointing to which side belongs to each family. She moves her arm across both areas, asking whose arm is this then? Vikir repeats her question back to her and grabs her arm. "Mine, of course," Vikir says, making Camus blush. She stutters, wondering why she was his. Vikir tells her who said you're mine, much to her surprise. He grabs the knife, shocking Adolf and Barrymore. He smiles while showing the knife, saying that only her arm belongs to him. Both Hugo and Camus are shocked at what he said. Vikir holds her arm high, ready to cut it with the knife. Camus tears up and screams for her uncle to help. Adolf appears behind Vikir in an angry state, telling him to get away from his niece now. He lets go of her arm, allowing her to run to her uncle and hug him. Adolf yells at Hugo, saying what the hell is this matter? Hugo remains silent and turns to Vikir. He tells him that he has gone too far with his joke. Vikir apologizes, saying it was a common joke in the family and that the knife was fake. Adolf was shocked to see that toy knives were given to children as Vikir bows down to him, saying he was sorry. Hugo tells Adolf that he was getting too involved in the children's play and that he had some ideas regarding to the ruby mines that he should hear. He tells them that they should compete in friendly duels first, as Camus tells Vikir that he better watch out and she won't forget this. Vikir simply smiles and nods. The friendly duels between the Baskervilles and Morgs had begun. It was an occasion where children ages 8 to 15 gather and battle it out. However, everyone's attention was headed somewhere else this year. It was the Morg's clan Camus Morg against the Baskerville clan Vikir van Baskerville. Using practical training rules was to showcase the duel between the two geniuses of the clans. The bells rings announcing the start of the duel. Camus tells him she won't hold back and begins to cast a spell. Everyone was stunned at this. She was doing quadra casting. Adolf smiles at Hugo as the crowd were amazed that Camus was doing something that was difficult for a 15-year-old. Camus unleashes her attacks, but Vikir dodges them with ease. He tells her she should focus on one spell, but she calls him an idiot who doesn't understand magic. She summons a stone wall just as Vikir reaches her. He simply smashes through the wall. Camus was shocked to see this, wondering if this was the power of the Baskerville basked in the river Styx. She closes her eyes and opens them again, and sees Vikir with his hand out. He flicks her straight in the head, sending her flying. Adolf was surprised to see a flick while Hugo chuckles. Camus asks him why he flicked her and wonders if he was going easy on her. He points to his forehead, saying hers might hurt. and that they should end things before it gets out of hand, but she ignores him and summons 2 stone walls. She laughs at him behind the 2 walls as Vikir wonders if he should just go around it. He decides to play along and smashes through the wall with just his bare hands. Camus is startled to see his hand come from the wall. Vikir now asks her whose arm it was that crossed the wall, and tells her as he flicks her forehead, the stronger individual. He smiles as Camus falls down again from the flick. With a huge red bump on her forehead, Camus holds it and growls at him. She yells at him saying she'll kill him as Vikir dodges the fire spell and wonders that dealing with children is much harder. He continues to dodge her attacks, wondering what he should do to calm her down. Vikir looks behind, wondering if he should let others handle the problem. Another duel was happening right behind them. It was a pair of idiots that keeps casting fire magic and a swordsman that slices magic. He believes that they might be useful as Camus shouts out why he wasn't getting hit. She walks to him asking him not to turn away and to face her. The idiot mage behind begins chanting a magic spell, giving Vikir the perfect moment. He calls out to Camus, telling her that she better have a defensive spell ready as a huge fireball appears behind him. Camus couldn't believe what was in front of her. Adolf shouts no, as a huge explosion is seen. Everyone gathers around the scene of the explosion. They all call out to Camus, shouting her name. Camus hears her uncle's voice in the dust and smoke. She thinks about what to do as she managed to defend against the attack, but something else had happened. The flame spell had burned all her clothes. She knows that everyone can't see her because of the smoke, but once it clears up, she'll be the laughing stock of everyone. She calls out in her mind for someone to help her, and soon a jacket lands on top of her head. Camus was surprised to see Vikir as he tells her to put on his jacket. Covering herself with the jacket, she asks him why he wants to help her. Vikir says he just wants to. She thinks to herself why this idiot would help but notices something. Vikir had been cut by the idiot swordsman attack which still have some more on it. The people enter the smoke and notices something. Vikir and Camus were together. Adolf was relieved that Camus was fine while Hugo remains silent. The crowd realizes that Camus was on the floor, while Vikir was bleeding, and that he was extremely fit based on the muscles on his body, which shows the amount of training he had done. Adolf hugs Camus as she remains silent as she stares at him. Back at the mansion, Hugo asks Vikir how the battle was against the lady of the Morg Clan. He tells him that he had understood the reason behind the event once again, while Hugo tells him that a battle between a mage and swordsman are different. He further asks why he didn't go for a clear blow, but Vikir tells him that he had no idea on how to deal with a lady. Hugo tells him that he had let his guard down and that the wound on his arm was a lesson. Vikir was shocked to hear that Hugo was worried about him. He remembered from his past that Hugo was so cold, so strict, and so brutal because he had lost his first wife and eldest daughter. But he thinks it's not his problem as Hugo asks him what they should do with the ruby mines. He tells him that they should give it away. Hugo asks why. Vikir explains that the main purpose of the Baskerville clan was to grow its territories and that the monsters and barbarians near the ruby mines are a problem, and that they should utilize the Morg Clan well to deal with those problems, which helps to minimize their losses with the expansion into that region. Hugo tells him that he was right. Vikir further explains that once the Morg Clan claims the ruby mines, all they need was to push the monsters and barbarians into that region, allowing for them to take care of all the problems at once. Hugo likes the idea that the rubies will be bathed in the blood of their enemies and that the Morg Clan will think twice before entering their area. He rubs Vikir's head, telling him that his idea was 90% aligned with his, as Vikir thought to himself that the idea was originally Hugo's idea from the past. Vikir tells him that they needed to keep an eye on the Morg's movement. Hugo tells him he had increased the number of hounds scouting the area. As they walk further, they encounter Adolf and Camus waiting for them. Adolf asks if they could talk once again before they return, as Camus blushes while hiding behind Adolf. Back at the room, Hugo asks what they wanted to talk about. Adolf tells him he needs to mention one thing. He wanted to discuss other ways to resolve the issues of the ruby mines other than paying for it. Adolf suggests an engagement. An engagement between the Morg and Baskerville clan. Hugo asks which child did he have in mind. Adolf proposes the eldest son of the Baskerville and the eldest daughter of the Morg Clan, Camus. He praises her saying she was the best. Hugo tells him that the eldest son was 25 and about the age gap. Adolf tells him the 17-year gap is not too big of an issue, but Camus speaks out saying she will not marry anyone weaker than her mother. Adolf tells her that she might remain single all her life due to her condition, but she remains absolute about it. Hugo tells her that this wasn't a buffet of her choosing. She tells him firmly that she has no intention of playing around either and looks in a certain direction. Both Hugo and Adolf look in the same direction. It was Vikir. Adolf couldn't believe what he was seeing. He whispers to Camus, telling her not to think about Vikir as he was just a small fish in a big pond and only had the Van surname. Hugo hears it and is slightly pissed off. He speaks out saying that an engagement should involve the people's thinking, asking Vikir what he thought. Vikir and Camus simply stared at each other in silence. He opens his mouth slowly and tells them that he accepts. Adolf is confused and angry at the bastard, Vikir. Camus is happy to hear that the engagement was not rejected. Hugo tells Adolf that just because Vikir did not have the name Lou, he assures him that he was a talented child. Adolf stands in front of Vikir, judging him. Vikir recounts his memories of Adolf Morg. He was a six-circle master and one of the strongest in the Morg clan and a great supporter of his niece. Adolf tells Vikir that not just anyone can be the husband of Camus. He grabs Vikir's shoulder wondering why he wasn't responding and why his body was so sturdy. Vikir tells him that he wasn't listening to what Adolf had said. This surprises Camus and made Hugo chuckle lightly. Adolf laughs and asks Hugo if he could have a deeper conversation with Vikir. Hugo wonders if the mage of the Empire was gonna scold an 8-year-old child. Adolf replies that this was a request as an uncle while Camus tells him he doesn't have to do this. He gave a bombastic side-eye to Camus, telling her she better stay still and that this was bound to happen to someone else eventually. He then asks Hugo for the chance and Hugo agrees. Back at the training arena, Hugo and Camus are standing at the side while Adolf and Vikir are in the arena. Adolf tells him that they will be testing Vikir and wants to see everything he is capable of. Vikir agrees while thinking if he did show everything, Adolf might faint. Adolf casts a spell telling Vikir he will give him a handicap. A pot was being created from a combination of spells. This amazes Camus as Adolf was casting fire, earth and water magic perfectly. He tells Vikir that they would duel with a pot of water on his head, and that if a single drop falls, it would be his victory. Vikir remains silent thinking that this chance was a great way to experience the power of Adolf and what he's capable of. He looks at Hugo, knowing what he thought was the same reason why Hugo accepted this. Adolf calls out to Vikir to start the duel, making Vikir rush out. He closes into Adolf, ready to strike with his sword. Camus is surprised at his action and yells out that he can't run straight towards his uncle as a bright light appears on his face. A shield was casted to block the swing of his sword. Adolf calls out to his niece asking why she told him that and that shield magic was best used against swordsmen. Vikir steps back annoyed. Fireballs are created in the air behind Adolf as he prepares to go on the offense. He sends out the flame magic towards Vikir, making him leap back. Camus tells him that it was unfair he didn't use that magic against her in their duels, while Adolf wonders which side she was on. Hugo thinks of the attack as not something impossible to dodge and decides not to stop them. Vikir thinks that by using his past knowledge and skills, he may cause Adolf to let his guard down, and that he might even be able to kill him. He strikes hard once again against the shield magic, and continuous hits it again and again. Adolf tells him that it'll be the same no matter how many times he hits it as his sword will never pierce through his shield. But Vikir ignores his words, striking the same place over and over again. Cracks begins to form, making Adolf realize that Vikir's swordsmanship and machine-like movement was impressive. But his sword was chipping away as well. A final swing causes the sword to shatter into pieces. Adolf reminds him that he should have considered the durability of his sword and his shield, and that it's good to focus on a single goal, but that depends on the opponent. While those words were said, Hugo and Camus were shocked by something. Adolphe continues to say that Vikir was too weak, but before he could finish the sentence, he notices something as well. A piece of the sword has pierced the pot on his head, causing water to flow down everywhere. Adolphe was stunned to see a piece of the sword. Vikir flexes on the old man in his fashion. Camus falls for Vikir even harder. She wonders if the victory against his uncle meant their marriage. Hugo was happy to see that Vikir had won. He looks at Vikir van Baskerville, wondering if he had raised a stronger hound than he thought. 7 years later at the Baskerville training grounds. A huge furry beast with horns is growling loudly. It roars out loud, shaking the air around it. But the hounds stood still, unafraid of it. It rushes towards them, making the hounds leap in the air, striking the monster. The hounds surround the beast, as the beast strikes all of them. Staffordshire Baskerville was the shadow hound looking upon them. He shouts out commands and tips on how to kill the beast. When all of a sudden, 3 hounds dash forward past everyone. It was the triplets. They strike the beast easily. They smile happily at what they did. The intruder was amazed at their skills and dark crimson aura which was suited to the Baskerville family as the monster stood in a daze from their attacks. The hounds see the chance and prepare to kill it. Blood is splattered all over the ground. The instructor praises them, telling them that they had become low-rank sword experts and that this marks the end of their 7-year training. He warns that while this monster was caged, even he cannot handle the older ones that were more tenacious, and that the monster they face today will be incomparable to the ones they will face in real life, and that death occurs much more easily than they think. He gives them one final advice: either use your bloodline to overcome it or build experience to survive. He salutes them, congratulating them on their graduation and wishes them good luck in the future. The graduates discuss amongst themselves on which order of the Baskerville they wanted to join, as the family had 7. Each of the order represented a different job, from watching, searching, guarding, assassinating, suppressing, all-out warfare and others. But they soon wonder about a certain someone and what he would join. It was Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir notices that others were looking at him, hearing the rumors that he had killed a larger ox bear than the one they faced and that he was already a high-rank sword expert. He ignores the gossip and thinks that it took longer than he thought. HI's current level was at intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique, but only considering swordsmanship, he had surpassed his past self. But he still thinks his progress was too slow, as Barrymore appears telling him that the Patriarch was looking for him. Barrymore tells him that his assignment had been decided. Back at Hugo's room, Vikir greets him. He asks how he had been. Vikir notices a scar on his nose and asks what had happened. Hugo tells him he got it from subjugating the barbarians on the mountains and that one of the archers got the better of him. Vikir asks if he had captured them, but Hugo tells him no, instead he gave a similar scar her face. Hugo congratulates Vikir as he wonders if he was going to talk about the assignment. He recalls his past life, that there was part of the Pitbull Order and was sent away for 21 months on the Lenoir Mountain, constantly in battle. And that children in the family were split apart, expendable ones were sent to die in battle, while the important one were taught about politics and administration. That was why the 5th technique exists. It allows for the elite members to catch up to the expendable ones in terms of swordsmanship. Hugo calls out to Vikir, telling him to try the lower house of Parliament, which surprises him. Hugo explains that the lower house was to teach him about the politics and business of the Baskerville family. Vikir couldn't believe that Hugo wanted him to take the elite course. He praises Vikir for his achievements and that he was a genius, and that his position will be the deputy consul of the Underdog City, as both consul and deputy consul positions were vacant. He asks if Vikir will accept. He accepts, but says he has to mention one thing. Vikir talks about the incident with the Morg Clan over the ruby mines. And so he requests to borrow something as part of his reward. This shocks Barrymore. He tells Hugo if that his request was too much, he could deny it. But Hugo allows his, with saying he trusts him and that he would not do anything foolish. Vikir tells him he won't do anything to worry him, still not comfortable with him calling Vikir a son. As Barrymore and Vikir leave the room, Barrymore tells something to Vikir. That Hugo treasures him deeply and that was why he did not dispatch him into battle immediately and that this was a form of kinship between them. But Vikir tells him that only happens if he does a good job. He recalls his past memories, where he was betrayed and killed by Hugo, feeling the sensation of when his head had rolled off the guillotine. With deep hatred in his eyes, Vikir promises that Hugo will experience the same sensation in this life. At the Baskerville territory called Underdog, we arrive at a beautiful mansion. A bald man is telling a pair of servants that the mansion and area has to be squeaky clean by tomorrow as the new deputy consult from the Baskerville family will be coming. A servant wonders what kind of person the new deputy would be and hopes that the person would be experienced in business. The servants continue to talk as Vikir walks by, catching their attention. The servant grabs Vikir's shoulder wondering whose kid this belongs to while telling Vikir this was a place you can't just enter. Vikir looks at him and tells him to remove his hand in an instant. He reveals a piece of paper to the servants. Making them realize that he was the new deputy, Vikir tells them to prepare women and drinks to have a party right now as he enters the building. The servants looked at him confused about the party. Drinks and food are seen along with various people drinking and laughing. A man is staring at this scene in disbelief. His name is Chihuahua Baskerville. He was the general secretary of the city of the Underdog and was very upset right now. He stares out the window wondering how ridiculous Vikir was to drink and party on the first day of his assigned job. This was because of the previous deputy who caused him to have a hard time due to the bribes, and now he's holding a party at the workplace. He finally shouts out that Vikir was a troublemaker and that only once the city was in ruins he will get it together. But Vikir appears behind him, asking if he was the general secretary. Chihuahua wonders when Vikir entered the room as they both introduced themselves to one another. Vikir notices something about Chihuahua's name, that he had no middle name. Chihuahua was stunned as he knows that a lack of middle name signifies that he was outside from the family and he was discriminated against because of this. But Vikir tells him that it was nice. This confuses him. Vikir tells him that he had researched him beforehand and knew that he came from Underdog, making he know all the ins and outs of the city. He tells Chihuahua that he knows how hard people like him had worked and that he wouldn't interfere in his work and trust him to do a good job. Chihuahua wonders if this was a new form of harassment, and why Vikir was here when he had asked for a party. Vikir closes the book, stating that the personal laws had no issue but the judicial system had a lot of flaws. This shocked Chihuahua as Vikir read the book extremely fast. He speaks out about the problem was that Underdog had many illegal business owners who were successful, making the underground hold power above the law. But stopping the illegal businesses itself won't solve the problem. Heads of the underground businesses needs to be removed. Hearing this, Chihuahua just remains silent. Vikir continues on as he stares out the window, saying that the job of the deputy consul is to make laws and execute them, and that he respects the laws already in place but wanted to add a new law. Chihuahua asks him why he needed a new law and Vikir replies that he will destroy the underground economy in a week and needed a cause to make and execute this law. Since he was still young and a newly appointed deputy consul, he needs a certain type of performance to make it more convincing. To put it differently, I will lay out the poop for the flies. Chihuahua stares at him wondering what he plans to do in the city. The next day at the Underdog's downtown Dortsmile Street, a crowd was gathered. As Vikir stands in front of them dressed well, the servants and Chihuahua stand behind him, wondering what Vikir was planning to do as he had been standing there since the crack of dawn. Vikir announces himself to the crowd as the newly appointed deputy consul as the crowd wonders what a cute young kid can do. He tells them about the notice behind him and that the laws have been in place for a while, and that even if the deputy changes, the laws will continue to be upheld. The crowd doesn't believe him, thinking that the higher-ups won't do anything and that he was gonna be lobbied pretty soon. Chihuahua yells out at them to mind their manners as Vikir was from the main Baskerville family. Vikir remains silent as the crowd continues to mock him. He grips the stick hard in his hand and raises it up high, grabbing the attention of the crowd. He slams the stick straight into the ground with tremendous power. Everyone around couldn't believe what they saw. He lets go of the stick and announces a special with the authority of the deputy consul. Vikir Special Law Section 1 Clause 1, he will reward 100 million hold to whoever removes the stick. Everyone around was still too stunned to speak. They all shout what? Into the air. As the stick remains in the ground. The new law that Vikir had created. Chihuahua and the servants remained silent, where else the crowd was talking about the reward. Vikir calls out to them asking if there was no one that wants to get the money. But still no one came out. So he increased the money amount. He tells them of the increased amount of reward, but someone laughs as he speaks. A man from the crowd calls it ridiculous and that Vikir wanted to make fun of them. The crowd agrees with the man and tells Vikir to stop messing around and go to sleep. Chihuahua wonder why they were the ones embarrassed instead as Vikir remains silent at their remarks. He asks them if there was still no one. And then decides to increase the amount of reward once again. Telling them that whoever pulls out the stick, they will get the new reward. He looks at them wondering if there is still no one. The crowd wonders what the hell was going on and if this was a joke. They talk amongst themselves wondering if they should do it. But they see a sword on Vikir's waist and wondered if they would get executed if he thinks they were being too greedy. They continue to wonder about the stick, if it was too heavy or if there was trick. Vikir is disappointed that there was still no one while Chihuahua whispers to him that the city didn't have that amount of money. A hand was raised in the crowd. A little girl with snot on her nose carrying a basket of flowers asks if she could try. A man tells her not to do it as she could be killed, but she tells him that her mother was sick and that she had to try something. She laughs and smiles, telling the crowd that if something happens to her, they should take good care of her mother. The old man had no words to say. She stands in front of Vikir and the stick. She thinks that Vikir might not kill her and that they would reward her with a few coins as she was volunteering to make herself a fool. Vikir tells her to pull it out as she hopes to be paid for a basket full of flowers. She bends down and holds the stick tightly, pulling with all her might. A surprised look came to her face as the stick came out. The crowd was surprised to see that it was done. The little girl holds the stick and looks up wondering why she pulled it out easily. As Vikir releases a red aura, and appears to be reaching for his sword. She tears up and closes her eyes, thinking that she would be executed, wondering what the reason was for her execution and who was gonna look after her mother. But a bag appears in front of her. Vikir kneels in front of her and tells her to take the bag of reward money. She holds the bag of money confused and so was the crowd. He looks back at Chihuahua while asking her where her home was and that the rest of the money will be sent along with a guard to protect it. He rubs her head while saying that the law must always be obeyed. Everyone was once again shocked to see this. As the bag reveals a bunch of gold coins. Knowing that the laws will be upheld with the new deputy, the citizens were happy. Even crime rates were halved. Vikir praises the handwriting of Chihuahua's as he wrote the Eastern language. Chihuahua tells him that he has never been touched since the past 20 years that he had worked here, as Vikir tells him that the stick was the idea to grab the attention of the citizens and to leave a lasting impression. Chihuahua vows to follow Vikir for the rest of his days as Vikir tells him to calm down. But the truth was, Camus was supposed to do this act in the future, but because of fear the citizens never liked her. He rolls out a map saying that the problems are only just the beginning and since they used up their money for the reward, they needed a way to get it back. He marks out spots that held illegal groups and where they might hide in the future so as to confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua looks at the map wondering how he knew where the criminal businesses was. Vikir tells him that he could smell it but it was acutely because of his regression. Chihuahua thinks of him as a flawless man for investigating this much already as a man opens the door. The man informs them that the Young Autonomy Association has requested a meeting, which was what Vikir had expected. Chihuahua explained to Vikir that the group was made up of several clans but was just a social club, that the young masters were above the law and had something to say about the Vikir special law. Vikir tells them that the dung flies have started to smell the shit. He shows a grin and tells them if they should start to annihilate the pests that are eating away at the city. a club that was located within the high-end hotel in the Underdog City called Burning Suspension, there was a party. The people in the club were the 7 crucial members of the Youth Autonomy Association. They were the second and third generation of the 7 families located within the Baskerville territory. The blonde guy tells the servant to like the drinks spilled on the table, and they thank him for being able to enjoy this precious drink. He tells the others that no matter how much they spent, the money will keep replenishing thanks to the Baskervilles. A man raises a glass, saying it was easy to kidnap barbarians to sell as the demand for slaves continues to grow as the Baskerville only cared about territorial expansion. They talk about how this club was better than the ones in the capital and that even the Baskervilles were protecting them as their personal hunting dogs. The blonde man calls the Baskervilles as idiots with swords as they had caused them to take the blame as they destroyed a loyal clan called the Messamadunaro clan. And thanks to that incident, there were only 7 clans now. They continue to talk about the new deputy. The blonde man asks if they had heard of his name before and that he had caused a scene when he first arrived at the age of 15. He thinks they should have some fun and teach Vikir a lesson. They think about bringing Vikir here and making a huge and expensive party, and once it's over, make him pay for everything. But say it was a joke so he won't bother them ever again. A servant appears in the room bringing out the female escorts. But one of them notices Vikir and wonders if someone had ordered a male escort. The servant grabs his hair asking him what he thinks he was doing here, as Vikir looks at him with murder in his eyes. A loud snapping sound was heard in the room. The servant was confused as his arm was in a weird shape. He screams in pain as the members wonder what happened. Vikir introduces himself to them, and they realize who he was. They asked what the deputy was doing here, and Vikir tells them they called him here. They greeted him in a nervous manner, as they whisper to each other, wondering if they should do the plan now. Vikir places his hand on the table, telling them to stop the pointless chatter. He releases a red aura, grabbing the attention of the members. Glasses shake all around. The tower of drinks vibrate, and finally exploded. They realize that he used mana manipulation to force the champagne tower to explode by touching the table, making him a graduator class. They continue to whisper among themselves, shocked to find out that he was graduator class at 15 years old. Vikir calls out to one of them and grabs his shoulder as he tells Vikir that they were gonna pay for the drinks. But Vikir leans into him telling him that they should pay for their drinks and wondered if they were planning to force him to pay for it. The rest of them tries to calm Vikir down, saying they wouldn't make him do such a thing, and that they were just testing him as the city was a corrupt place. But Vikir strikes them in the stomach. With his fingers deep inside the body as it bleeds, he tells them that a dog should never trust their owner no matter the situation, and that they act this way because they have never seen something truly frightening before. As he throws the guy onto the floor, he steps on his face, asking the others if they knew why he did this to him. And they tell him that they knew why he did this. But Vikir continues to step on his head, and tells him that they would understand what he wants to do next as he smashes the guy's head to pieces. They all stand up asking Vikir if he thinks that he will get away from this while calling him a bastard. Vikir leans face to face to another guy as he knew they wouldn't understand. He lists out their crimes: abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, insulting Baskerville, and a bunch of other crimes. He smacks the guy in the face, saying that animals don't learn until you teach them. He looks at them with a sadistic smile as his eyes glow, telling them that they were gonna see what he can do to teach a disobedient creature a lesson. Deep in the underground dungeon, Vikir and Chihuahua are looking at something in disgust. A hand is seen on the bars, telling Vikir if he thinks he would survive after pulling such a stunt, and that he would tell his father everything. It was the blonde man. He tells Vikir that he will get out of here and kill him. Chihuahua asks Vikir why he had them beaten so much. Vikir asks him if he thinks this was too much. Chihuahua said that he can't turn people into a meat bag, but Vikir tells him that he hasn't even started yet. He walks towards explaining that the village hall was to manage wicked people, but they had turned it into a hideous organization, and based on their arrogant expressions, they still lack proper education. Vikir tells them that once the sun set, he will execute all of them, shocking the blonde man. Chihuahua asks Vikir if he was serious, and Vikir said he will bury those that associate with them. Hearing this, Chihuahua advises him not to do it as their family will fight back. But Vikir tells him not to worry as their crimes are tied to the criminals of Underdog City and that he had his ways. This confuses Chihuahua. Vikir looks at them and informs them of their charges: human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault and murder. The blonde man tells him that they didn't do those crimes, so Vikir asks if they would accept punishment if there was evidence. Looking at them hard, he tells them they look like they did the crime but have no proof. This causes the man to stutter. Vikir thinks deeply what to do, as a man enters carrying a bag. The bag was covered in blood and had a knife sticking out. The man tells Vikir that his custom order was ready. Vikir tells him great timing and good job. The bag revealed a bunch of tools covered in blood. The man asks Vikir where he got the ideas for the tools because for the past 30 years, he had never seen such scary tool. Vikir tells him they were common tools from where he came from. The man asks if Vikir came from hell, but Vikir asks if he wanted to learn, but the man declines, saying he would vomit when he sees the work with those tools. Vikir looks at the tools, remembering that he learnt these tools from torturing demons during the era of destruction. He removes his jacket, frightening the blowed man. He asks them as they stare at him, "Where's that expression of yours that said you won't admit to anything no matter what?" Vikir rolls up his sleeves telling them not to say anything, so he could relieve his cherished memories of his past for once. Rumors spread throughout the town of the 7 members' arrest. The people discuss about the arrest, thinking that the deputy would let them go. Some think that he was going to execute them, but others believe that he would not as it would cause trouble. They believe that the situation was just a political play between the new and native politicians. As the citizens predicted, the 7 families sent an apology to the new deputy consul. The local powerhouses had bent their will, making it possible for the prisoners to be released and the new deputy to be punished by the patriarch. But something else happened. The 7 heads were hung in the middle of the center square. The heads were preserved with salt, displaying expressions of agony as if they experienced excruciating pain until their last breaths. A notice was hung behind the heads, explaining the crimes of the heads and their execution details. The citizens were speechless upon seeing the heads. Vikir tells Chihuahua that this was expected because of the laws, and now new change will come to the city. Seeing this will soon cause a bloodbath in the Underdog City, Vikir tells Chihuahua to brace himself. Chihuahua was confused on how he would play a part, as he was now wearing a mask. He turns around, whispering if this was the right strategy. A figure asks if he didn't trust him, but he still wondered if this was the right plan, as the deputy consul was trapped in the cage, with people in masks all around the place and people in chains, and that he was going to be sold as a slave for the strategy. They were somewhere on the outskirts of the Underdog City. The slave auction was being conducted, which was an unlawful event that had not been reported. A man welcomes everyone to the circus. He was surprised to see people from the Morg Clan. Reading the note, he sees that they were sellers and Chihuahua assures him that they were selling. He questions Chihuahua if he was not happy with the slaves from before, as the Morg Clan always bought large amounts of slaves. But seeing Vikir's red eyes and black hair, he assures Chihuahua that he will take responsibility and sell him at a good price. He hopes that Chihuahua has a good time at the circus. The auction begins in the main tent as night falls. The people discuss about the slaves that were popular and what they wanted to buy, as the clown man tells them that an item was secretly embezzled by the Baskerville family's knights. It was an A-rank monster that is said to have 19 hearts, the Merciel. From its leather meat, bones and intestines nothing goes to waste. The price starts at 100 million gold. The price increases till the prize was sold for 250 million gold. The auction continues as the people bid and buy things. A man approaches Clown Mask, as he was surprised they were gonna sell something this time. He announces to everyone that something special has arrived and was found deep within the jungle. It was the Barbarian of Balak from the warrior tribe in the Lorange mountain jungles. He tells them they would get a different feeling when they tame a wild slave and it would be the perfect chance to test their slave training techniques, but he wonders why they had decided to sell this thing. He calls out for a bid but no one responds. He then decides to lower the bid from 5 to 1 million. But still the people were not interested. He tells the huge man to get rid of it as no one wanted it. But the warrior struggles to free itself. So the huge man punches her hard, making her unconscious. He apologizes for the disturbance as they bring her to the back. As an apology he decides to bring out the best product they had today. Vikir walks in, catching the attention of everyone. He was wearing long hair as a disguise. The clown mask introduces him as a rare item with black hair and red eyes and looks for a high price. The people bid heavily amongst themselves, starting from 600 million gold, which surpassed what the clown mask was looking for. They argue among themselves as the bid kept on increasing to 900 million. But a single number raised the bid to 6 billion. This amount stuns everyone in the room. They see the man as Baron Gambino from the granary, and that he had taken over the underground, allowing for him to gain immense wealth and power. The lady asks him if he was spending too much, but he tells her he can sell him at a higher price in the capital, but she tells him that 6 billion was too much, and he tells her to be quiet. He scolds her for talking back and to try arrogantly bite the hand that feeds her, so she remains silent. The masked clown asked if there was anyone else that wanted, but no one replied, hence Vikir went to Gambino. Gambino looks at Vikir thinking that he looked better up close. He tells him not to be nervous as he wasn't a bad man. As he pants heavily, telling him that he has thought of many ways to play with Vikir. Vikir raised his arms and pulls the chain hard, breaking the chains in a swift manner, shocking the lady and Gambino. He lifts his foot up and smashes the ground to the point Gambino flew up like a little bitch. He lands hard onto the ground. Vikir grabs his back asking if he wanted to play shield and spear. Squeezing hard till he bleeds, Vikir tells him that he should be the shield to see if he can endure. Gambino screams in pain, telling Cindy to get the security. But more blood gushed out, stunning her. Vikir made him faint. As he removes his fake wig, Cindy realizes who he was. He was Vikir van Baskerville. Seeing him shocked everyone in the crowd. Vikir tells him that the name circus fits this place, and tells everyone that they won't return in one piece. Vikir reveals himself to everyone attending the circus. Clown Mask couldn't believe that he was here. He tells the guards to kill him as he had no weapon with him. But Vikir had Beelzebub's skill. He cuts down the guards easily. Clown Mask notices the red and horrific aura as the huge man swings a weapon as Vikir rushes towards him. The weapon comes close to Vikir's face, but he simply smiles at it. The guard is surprised at this as blood is seen. Vikir cuts through the weapon and the huge man, as he was a graduator. The huge man wonders how someone at that age was a graduator level. The Clown Mask knew that the graduators were the ultimate weapons and that they had no chance. Chihuahua was also surprised at Vikir's strength, but he notices something. Clown Mask shouts at Vikir to look over here. He tells Vikir to drop his weapon and to surrender so that Chihuahua does not lose his life. But Vikir remains silent, so Clown Mask asks him if he could not understand what he was saying. Chihuahua struggles but yells out to Vikir that he was alright and to look after himself. Clown Mask tells him to stop struggling, but Chihuahua continues to speak out, telling Vikir that things like injustice and compromise does not exist for him, and that he would rather die than be a burden to his superior. Vikir laughs at this, saying his loyalty was great. He tells him not to worry because he had received a trump card from the Patriarch, showing them a whistle. Vikir takes a deep breath in and blows hard into the whistle. The sound of the whistle stuns everyone in the room due to the sharp and loud noise. Vikir stops blowing and stares at them. Clown Mask soon chuckles nervously as nothing had happened. He tells him that even a graduator can't do anything here, but something enters his throat as he looks down. A figure appears behind him. As he falls, Chihuahua screams as the man sheathes his blade. A man asks who the figure was as he tries to attack him. But the figure slices the man in three like pie. Blood flies everywhere as the crowd screams, but Vikir simply smiles. Soon a bunch of men enters the room. Wearing hoods and swords, their very presence silenced the room. They stare with an intense look. The guards and Cindy see them, and slowly began to realize who they were. The Empire's most brutal night order known as the Annihilation Experts, who were all graduators. Cindy knew them as the Baskerville clan's Pitbull Night Order, just as one of them came from behind her. She turns and sees him, thinking that she can't die in a place like this. But Vikir appears, telling the man to leave her alone. He obeys and leaps back to kneel, as Vikir tells them to rip the rest to shreds and kill the ones not lying down obediently. The men obeys Vikir's command and disappears. Vikir recalls that Hugo was sensitive about military power and was relieved he could use the pitbulls without trouble. The pitbulls continue to slaughter the people as one of them thinks to get on the floor and run away once it quietens down, but a pitbull sees him. He tells the pitbull he would wear the handcuffs, but the pitbull tells him that they don't carry handcuffs. Instead, they sliced off the legs of those they capture. A cigar is lit as the man says that those who are to be executed won't need their legs. As a man wearing sunglasses appears beside Vikir, he asks Vikir how it felt to command the Pitbull Knights. The man was the commander of the Pitbull Knights, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville. He looks at Vikir and sees why his brother Hugo was so interested in him, as Vikir was already fierce and cruel at the age of 15, so he rubs his head, telling him to come to the Pitbull Knights so he can raise him properly. Vikir tells him he would think about it. Vikir shrugs him off, telling him he had something urgent to attend. This makes Boston want Vikir even more, and Vikir thinks of him as burdensome. Vikir enters a room filled with various cages, thinking that what he wanted was around here. He looks at a safe knowing that it contained the money that the nobles were paid with, which will be given to the city hall to be taxed, and soon notices a certain cage. He pulls out the cover and sees something. A voice for moaning in pain. It was the female barbarian that was being auctioned. She moans in pain as tears fall from her face. Vikir took a closer look at the barbarian girl. Seeing that she was tormented before being dragged here, making him angry. He tells her she was lucky as he reveals a red and blue potion on his waist, and that he was giving it to her out of kindness. She drinks the potion and its effects are seen on her body. All of a sudden, she awakens. And dashed to the back of the cage, as Vikir asked her why she was so surprised. She looks at him in wonder as all her wounds have healed. Vikir tells her to go in her language. She slowly comes out the cage, as Vikir points to the exit, while still telling her to run away in her language, as he knew the basics of her language from fighting the barbarians countless times in the past. But she yells out a bunch of words that Vikir couldn't understand as he was not that fluent. But before she left the place, she turns to Vikir and spoke something in her language. Vikir believes that she was thanking her, and began to look for what he came here for and found it. It was the Merciel's corpse that was being auctioned before. Beelzebub suddenly became active. It screams out loudly, as it has been a while that it had feasted on an A-rank monster, so Vikir tells it to quickly consume the corpse before the Pitbull order arrives. Beelzebub was happy. Soon, rumors of what happened at the circus spreads in the town, and that nobles and participants were taken to the Underdog City prison with their limbs torn off. And that day, the building burned. And the entire club of Burning Suspension burnt down and disappeared. With the heads of the club's VIPs were put on display, which created more awareness towards criminal acts. The 7 families who lost their children sent letters of protests to the administrative office. But the reply they received was firm, that the death penalty was given to the criminals involved with the Imperial's family most forbidden act, illegal slave trading. And that the bank drafts, ledger books and other evidence were found by the Baskerville family and will be reported to the Imperial family. Soon, the patriarchs of each of the 7 families came. They kneeled down and apologized, which was unprecedented, as they were begging their enemy who killed their sons. However, Vikir's reply was simply that due to the investigation, the 7 families' assets will be confiscated. And on the charge of treason, 3 generations will be destroyed. Soon, the floor of the execution ground were filled with the dirty blood of the city's corrupt vermin. This resulted in love from the citizens as crime and employment rates were lowered, making the welfare of Underdog City restored. The next day, Chihuahua tells Vikir he had brought him coffee with a smile on his face. Vikir tells him to do his job and not bring coffee, but Chihuahua tells him that it was a sign of thanks for saving him from Clown Mask. Vikir tells him he was being stingy by bringing him just coffee, but Chihuahua assures him he also placed 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and a little bit of water. He then asks Vikir how his transcribing training was going, so Vikir asks him to check his progress. Chihuahua was impressed with Vikir's writing as he was very good, but Vikir tells him that he still has a long way to catch up. Thinking deeply, Chihuahua was amazed by Vikir's acts of being able to create new laws from the words he learned, and was able to comprehend knowledge of law easily. He thinks that if Vikir stayed here, Underdog City will develop even more. Night arrives, as the moonlight reaches between the bars. A person is handcuffed. Vikir tells Cindy that he was sorry for not visiting her sooner as he was busy with things lately. He asks her if her real name was Cindy Wendyson Rose, but she asks him why he let her live. He removes the blindfold, telling her that he wants to ask her a few questions. She stares at him asking if questions were why he let her live. Vikir turns away, asking her if she was the reason why Baron Gambino was able to grow his power so quickly, but she remains silent. He pulls out a chair, telling her that her ability to earn money was impressive, and had she grown her talent in other places, she would have become a great merchant or banker. Then he promises her that once she answers his questions, he will let her go. But if she doesn't, she will regret her actions today. She agrees to answer his answer, so Vikir asks her if she thinks he has been enforcing the law well. He tells her to answer seriously or he won't keep his promise. This makes her upset. She tells him that he was doing well. The reply makes Vikir grin widely. He walks over to her slowly, grabbing her attention. As he slowly raises his hand towards her, lifting her face close to his as he looks her straight in the eyes, and asked her what the reason was. Vikir was staring intensely. She trembled with fear as sweat drips down her face as he slowly lets go of her face. He walks back to the chair, wanting to hear from her what he was doing wrongly. She grits her teeth, hesitating to answer. But she explains anyways, that a consul's important factor was virtue, and that even though his laws had reduced crime, many citizens will soon die and suffer from those laws. In the long term, it will cause hatred and rage from the people. Furthermore, the Baskerville family will also not welcome him, as he is gaining too much power than the clan leader in Underdog City. Vikir adds on, saying that eventually he will be hated by the people, and even become a threat targeted by the Baskervilles. So he looks at her and asks her what he should do. She tells him to return all the power and achievements to the clan leader, and that he needed to stop getting attention by going to the Lenoir Mountain or the Academy in the Empire, to hide his powers and wash his identity. And when the time comes, the Baskerville clan leader will be the one to suffer in his stead. Vikir hears this and remains silent. But soon she felt an immense pressure as Vikir asks her that what she said means that she wants the hunting dog to bite off his own owner's neck as Hound Shadows emerges. He stares at her with immense power. But she does not relent easily. She furthers tell him that as a hunting dog, this was the only way for him to avoid hatred, bringing a smile to Vikir's smile. He tells her that she would keep that in mind, surprising her. Vikir takes out a key, telling her it was good advice and was almost identical to his own idea. He removed the handcuff, telling her she was free, but she was hesitant, but Vikir assures her he always keeps promises. She turns to leave, telling him she hopes that the day he regrets what happened today never comes, but before she leaves, Vikir asks her if she knew the clan Mesamadunaro, which stops her in her tracks. He goes on to tell her that the clan were merchants who were rich and were once the 8th clan. But an unfortunate event caused the clan to end. Hearing this made her grip her fist tight. Vikir recalls the history that the young master of the Mesamadunaro clan wanted to show off his sword skills in his birthday celebration. The demo started and the people couldn't believe what they were seeing. The young boy was showing off the secret Baskerville sword techniques that only members knew. This later reached the ears of the leader of the Baskerville family, confirming that top-secret information had been leaked, releasing the hunting dogs of the family, causing the Mesamedunaro clan to go extinct. But the truth was, it was the young demons of the Seven family that made the young master learn the stolen techniques. Cindy smiles awkwardly, asking Vikir what that story had to do with her. Vikir continues the story, saying that there was a survivor from the clan, that the seven idiots had sneaked out a 1-year-old girl from the devastation. All because the girl was beautiful. She went through cruel and unusual torture, acts so horrible that even Vikir couldn't talk about it. Hearing this made Cindy grit her teeth hard. She turns to leave, telling Vikir she doesn't want to hear anymore, but Vikir tells her there was more to the story. And time passed, and a new deputy came to the city, managing to drag out the old problems out of the city and punish them, as the trigger for everything was the seven idiots. And that the new deputy made sure that the seven idiots were tortured properly and they admitted their crimes as they met their end, making them say their last words. "I'm sorry for committing such a heinous crime," or so they say. Hearing this made Cindy tear up as she turns to look at Vikir. She yells at him, wondering who the hell they were saying sorry towards. And Vikir tells her that the sorry was meant for the young girl using the fake name Cindy Wendyson Rose, the sole survivor of the Mesamedunaro clan, but Cindy could not believe him, telling Vikir how she was supposed to believe him when he tortured them. Vikir grabs a torch, telling her that it would be easier for her to see with her own eyes. They reached a certain cell, where he told her to take a look. Tears fall from her eyes, as she was alarmed from what she saw. Bodies and walls were covered in blood everywhere in the cell she looked in. Words were written on the floor with blood, as the seven idiots confessed, saying they were sorry and begged for forgiveness. The scene before her made Cindy throw up. Vikir walks towards her, saying there was still one clan left to hate, and tells her to hate the Baskerville clan. She had more than enough rights to do so. She wipes her mouth, staring at him. She asks him why he was helping her even though he was part of the Baskerville clan, but Vikir tells her she was asking the wrong question. She pauses for a moment, then tells him she understands what he was trying to say. She stands up, telling him that she will repay this debt. As she makes her exit, she tells him that whatever he does for the rest of his life, he will never worry about money ever again. This brings a smile to Vikir's face, as he tells her that he will remind her of this promise in the future. The next day, back at the mansion, Chihuahua greets Vikir good morning, but was shocked to see blood and dead bodies in the room. Vikir wakes up, rubbing his eyes and saying good morning to Chihuahua. Chihuahua asks him what was with the bodies and blood. Vikir tells him that he killed them in his sleep. They continue the talk as Chihuahua asks Vikir what his childhood was like. But Vikir tells him that a lot of inconveniences were happening in his way lately. There were poison arrows, poison drinks, acid, snipers, arson, getting run over by a cart and many more. Vikir wonders if this meant he was getting more attention as Chihuahua calls him insane. But it was thanks to his 3 skills that he was able to survive all these attacks. And thanks to the river of sticks and tough life enhancing his body, graduator class assassin couldn't pierce his skin. Vikir thinks of all this as annoying and wants to look into it. Chihuahua tells him it was a wise decision. Soon a carriage carrying the Baskerville flag appeared in front of them. Vikir recognizes them were sent by the main family. The carriage door opens, and a pair of feet appears. Chihuahua is shocked to see who came out, as a white head appears. It was Barrymore the butler. He greets Vikir saying it has been a long time. Vikir tells Barrymore that he looks better now. They continue to talk as Chihuahua looks at Barrymore in disbelief. Barrymore was famous as being able to survive in the main family as a single mistake could cost him his life, and that he was the head butler for 4 generations. Chihuahua was happy to see the role model of servants in front of him. Vikir asks Barrymore if the reason he came was for that. Barrymore agrees, saying that Hugo was happy with his results and wants him back at the main residence. Vikir thinks of Hugo, not believing that his face meant being happy. Hugo is seen reading about Vikir in the paper, and that he had achieved first place as the most beloved figure of Underdog City. He reads a quote out loud to Vikir that states, the Baskervilles are only good at using weapons and not their brains, but with Vikir's achievements, they could get rid of that image. Hugo praises Vikir, but Vikir tells him he was doing what he was supposed to, still thinking if Hugo's face is his actually happy face. Hugo then tells him that one must reward and punish according to the situation. He informs Vikir that he was the one to go to the academy this year as Vikir expected. The best academy Colosio was where the Empire's elites gathered. It was the perfect opportunity for Vikir to grow stronger without Hugo's attention. Hugo asks Vikir if he wanted any other siblings to go to the attend with him. Vikir tells him that he was close to the triplets but was actually thinking of using them as sandbags. Hugo tells him he would send them with him and asks if he remembers the plan he thought of when he was 8 years old. Vikir remembers the plan regarding the ruby mines with the Morg Clan to use them to get rid of the Barbarians. Hugo smiles, telling him that the plan had worked. Vikir asks what he meant by that and Hugo explained, saying that the Morgs suggested a joint raid and were humble about it. And Vikir should inspect the territory before going GTO the academy, and if the laws he had altered were being upheld. Vikir bows down and tells Hugo he will follow his orders. Back at Underdog City, Chihuahua waves a cloth in the air, calling out to Vikir. He tells him to take care, and that he will do his best with all the work in the meantime. Vikir turns back in silence, thinking that he will soon part ways with Chihuahua. As he continues the march, Vikir speaks out loud, telling someone to show himself. A group of hooded figures appears suddenly behind Vikir's convoy. One appears beside him, as Vikir apologies to the hooded figure for making him wait. The man was Staffordshire Baskerville. He tells Vikir it was okay and that their job was to escort him safely. Vikir asks him if Uncle Boston Terrier was doing well, and Staffordshire tells him that he wanted Vikir to join the pit bulls after the slave auctions. Vikir thinks of his uncle as someone who makes him uncomfortable. They soon reach a mountain. Looking at the mountain, they wonder if this was the region they lent to the Morg Clan. Vikir looks around, noticing that nobody was breaking the laws. Staffordshire tells Vikir that a team was sent to inspect before, but Vikir knew that they were really meant to get rid of the Barbarians. He informs Vikir that the Morg Clan had formed a huge group showing that they were serious. On the other hand, the Baskervilles had only sent a small group with Vikir. But Vikir thinks it was a good idea by Hugo to see the Barbarians' lifestyle. A fortress is seen deep in the mountain. Skeletons were seen with spikes coming out of it. Vikir sees it as a mage's warning to the Barbarians, a very scary message. The act reminds Vikir of the little girl from the Morg's clan. 3 figures stand on top of the fortress. They shout who goes there, catching the attention of Vikir and Stafford. They were girl triplets, who tells them that no one can pass without their permission. Vikir knew who they were. They were the Morg Clan 3 flowers, the triplets, Hysis, Middlesis and Losis. The author is lazy in naming triplets. Each of them were insane. Combined together, their insanity could reach the heavens. Vikir tells them that they were the envoy team from Baskerville. He explains to them that they came to inspect the area and to open the gates, but they wave him off, saying they had to report to the person in charge, and that a reply will come tomorrow. Vikir asks them what rights they had to stop him from entering the land he owns, but the triplets look down on him, asking if he was looking down on them because they were paying rent. The triplets asks Vikir if he knew about the tenant's law, which was his family's law, causing Vikir to have a headache. Red aura glows from his hands as Stafford notices. Vikir tells them that he made changes to that law, so that he could chase tenants he didn't like. "I'll say it for the last time," Vikir said, as the triplets begin to look nervous. "Open the gates," Vikir said with intense pressure as he stares at them with murder in his eyes. The triplets all cower in fear from his words alone. One of them grits her teeth, casting a spell, saying they heard a psycho kid took charge of Underdog City, unleashing the spell towards Vikir, saying they had dealt with such kids before. The spell lands near Vikir, scaring his horse. The triplets yell at Vikir for being a stupid swordsman and that he can't enter the Morg's land without permission, pissing Vikir off even more. Stafford reaches for his sword, telling Vikir he thinks that this can't be resolved with words. Vikir agrees with him. but three hooded figures from the back shouted back, saying what absurdity coming from girl who don't even know their place. This alarmed Vikir. He turns around, recognizing a voice as sweat drips down his face. The girls shout at them, saying they were mere underlings and if they think their ranks were higher than theirs. The three hooded figures jump in front of Vikir, saying not us. They removed their hoods, revealing themselves as the triplets of the Baskerville family, with the same names as the girls, point to Vikir as the symbol of the Baskerville family. They look at Vikir, winking and showing thumbs up, telling him to leave the girls to them. Vikir gave them a certain look, like what the actual F is going on here. As his annoyance is raised to the power of 2, Vikir found himself puzzled, questioning the identity and intentions of the individuals standing before him. Their peculiar behavior left him bewildered and curious, seeking to understand the situation at hand. Hugo glanced back at Vikir, expressing his gratitude for recommending them to the academy. He signaled to Vikir that he should leave this situation in their capable hands, implying that they were capable of handling it themselves. As Vikir's thoughts raced, he started piecing together the puzzle before him. It became clear that the group's actions were driven by their affiliation with the academy. However, Vikir couldn't help but see them as mere sandbags, lacking independent judgment but able to effectively carry out orders. Aware of the triplets' future as skilled warriors, Vikir believed that with his training, they could become valuable assets. With a smile, he expressed his intention to trust the triplets, affectionately referring to them as his older brothers. Upon receiving Vikir's affirmation, the Baskerville triplets displayed signs of joy and satisfaction, pleased to have earned Vikir's trust. Morg's 3 flowers, who had observed this exchange, expressed disdain for the close bond among the Baskerville triplets, labeling them as ignorant fools who relied solely on each other. Unfazed by the taunts, the Baskerville triplets responded defiantly, raising their middle fingers in a cheeky manner, asserting that it was Morg's 3 flowers who were the true fools. The tension escalated as Morg's 3 flowers, fueled by anger, vowed to discipline the Baskerville triplets for their insolence. Vikir's thoughts shifted as he recalled his past knowledge. Before his regression, he had known the Morg triplets as powerful mages with water, earth, and nature attributes. Their combined magic abilities exponentially enhanced the effects of their spells, earning them the title of the Morg's 3 flowers. As the Morg's 3 flowers merged their magical abilities, a colossal vine made of soil and plants emerged, creating a formidable barrier. Hysis, positioned atop the wall, burst into laughter, mocking the Baskerville triplets with her taunts. Middleborough and Lowborough turned to their adversaries, questioning if they could overcome the obstacle. Undeterred, Highborough readied his sword, dismissing the plant barrier as insignificant. With precision and skill, Highborough executed the Baskerville first technique, effortlessly slicing through the massive vines. Staffordshire marveled at his flawless execution. However, before Highborough could fully recover, he sensed an incoming attack. He managed to block a whip-like strike from the vines with his sword, though the force pushed him backward. Middleborough and Lowborough called out in worry as they witnessed Highborough's predicament. Losis wore a smug expression, mocking the Baskerville triplets and asserting that their swords were incapable of reaching them. The Baskerville triplets responded with intense anger, their expressions resembling hounds ready to hunt their prey. Staffordshire turned to Vikir, asking if he found the situation enjoyable. Perplexed, Vikir questioned what Staffordshire was referring to. Staffordshire explained the ongoing clash between magic and swordsmanship, highlighting the long-standing debate about which was stronger. Magic used surrounding mana to amplify and reproduce elemental powers, while swordsmanship channeled the user's energy and mana for explosive and enduring strength. Staffordshire found pleasure in observing the potential and talents of the clans of mages and swordsmen who would shape the future. Vikir acknowledged his involvement, stating that if viewed from that perspective, he was indeed part of the ongoing conflict. Staffordshire commented that Vikir had already surpassed others his age in terms of skill. Vikir, uninterested in the ongoing fight, expressed his frustration and wished for all of them to perish. He considered it a waste of time, as he had important tasks to attend to, having recently found a supervisor burdened with a significant workload. Suddenly, a figure arrived at the scene, casting a fiery spell and angrily questioning what they were doing in front of their territory. Hugo took the opportunity to attack Hysis, believing he had the upper hand. However, the situation quickly changed as they noticed a massive fire approaching them. The unexpected turn of events left them taken aback and shocked. A tremendous explosion of fire engulfed the area, causing tension in Staffordshire but eliciting a smile from Vikir, who wondered if everyone had perished. To Vikir's annoyance, he realized that the Baskerville triplets had survived the attack. He looked at them with a displeased expression, making a disapproving sound. Hugo, in a state of shock, questioned the sudden appearance of fire magic. Middleborough shouted at the figures behind the smoke wall, expressing frustration at the near-death experience they had just encountered. Behind the dissipating smoke, the three flowers of the Morg clan were in tears. Middlesis, still shaken from the near-death experience, expressed her relief at having survived. Hysis chimed in, acknowledging that if she had dodged the attack even slightly later, she might not have been so fortunate. Losis, scared and seeking comfort, voiced her fears to her older sisters. The person responsible for the powerful fire spell questioned the situation and asked what was going on here. Vikir looked up at the figure who had unleashed the attack. It was Morg, standing atop the castle gate wall, flames still burning in her hands. Camus looked down and declared her inability to forgive anyone who caused trouble within her managed territory. As she landed in front of Morg's three flowers, Middlesis tried to explain that their intention was to stop the invader, while Losis added that the fight had been initiated by the other party. Camus cast a cold gaze upon them and questioned their informal way of addressing her as Camus, emphasizing her position as the vice head of the fortress. Middlesis couldn't help but shudder in fear, denying any disrespect and quickly correcting herself, addressing Camus with the appropriate honorific. Camus then pointed towards the treetops where dead skeletons hung, warning them to be cautious if they wished to avoid a similar fate. Middlesis let out a frightened cry and apologized for their actions. Camus noticed Vikir, and her eyes widened in shock. She approached him and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, recalling that it had been 7 years. Vikir smiled and acknowledged that it had indeed been a while, greeting her as Camus Morg. Vikir couldn't help but wonder if Camus' more mature appearance was the reason for her increased attractiveness. He mused about the beauty of Camus Morg, who had captivated the hearts of many men in high society. In his previous life, there had been scandals and rumors surrounding her, as she allured even married men. However, he found it strange that there were no such rumors in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he brushed off those thoughts. Vikir straightforwardly requested Camus to open the door, stating that words wouldn't work on the triplets. Camus was taken aback by his blunt words. She looked angry and questioned if that was all he had to say after such a long time. Vikir gazed at her with curiosity and inquired about what he should say instead. Camus' anger flared, and she exclaimed in frustration. Staffordshire observed Camus' escalating anger and wondered if the next fight would be between the superstars of the two clans. Camus pointed her finger at Vikir, her eyes filled with angry tears, and declared that he scored 0 points. She accused him of having a disrespectful attitude towards his future wife, giving him a score of 0 out of 100. The Morg's three flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikir, and Staffordshire all looked at Camus Morg with the bombastic side-eye look. Camus averted her gaze to the side, her face blushing, and muttered a huff. Everyone present was left with the same question in their minds: whose wife? Vikir and Camus rode their horses together, making their way toward the fortress. As they traveled, Camus commented on the Baskerville clan's lack of knowledge about the Barbarians. Vikir confidently responded, assuring her that they were well acquainted with the Barbarians and frequently fought against them. He claimed that their knowledge surpassed that of the Morgs. Curious, Camus questioned Vikir's decision to send the Baskerville triplets, referring to them as young and foolish hounds. Vikir explained that it had been agreed with the Morg clan to position the main force on the other side of the mountain range. He wondered why Camus was asking about something she already knew. Camus smiled mischievously and playfully suggested that Vikir might not be as well informed about the Barbarians as he thought. Vikir, determined to prove himself, retorted that as the person in charge of the delegation, he naturally possessed extensive knowledge. Camus then went to ask him which of the tribes were the most annoying, as Vikir thinks that she just keeps on asking questions. Vikir answered her, by stating it was the warrior tribe Balak and the sorcerer tribe Rococo, as the strength of Balak's bowmanship was on a completely different level to the Empire, and its principles isn't well known either. Camus, teasingly, acknowledged his confidence in his well-informed answer about the ecology of the barbaric tribes and awarded him 8 points out of 100 in her unique scoring system. Puzzled by the points, Vikir questioned their purpose. Camus simply replied that it was because he had answered well. Vikir looked at her with curiosity, intrigued by her unusual scoring system. Camus continued her evaluation of Vikir, expressing her dislike for overly intelligent men and stating her preference for a little foolishness. She playfully critiqued Vikir's choice of a large horse, considering it ill-suited for his shorter stature, and deducted 6 points. Moving on to fashion, she expressed disappointment with his lackluster clothing choices and assigned him a mere 4 points. When she noticed Vikir ignoring her, she playfully gave him just 1 point for his mannerisms. Camus then playfully smiled and awarded his face 99 points. However, due to his poor control over his facial expressions, she playfully deducted 1 point. Growing frustrated, Vikir urged Camus to stop the useless evaluation. Camus questioned why it was useless, asserting that she needed to be stern with her future husband. Perplexed, Vikir asked why he was considered her future husband. Camus reminded him of a test he had passed 7 years ago, when he dueled Camus' uncle to assess his suitability as a potential husband. Camus expressed her dissatisfaction with her uncle's decision and how it had hindered her path to marriage. Reluctantly acknowledging the promise that had been made, she decided to follow through with it, albeit resentfully. While Camus vented her frustrations, Vikir observed her and acknowledged her prowess as a great fire mage. Interrupting her, Vikir declared that he had forgotten about what happened that day and wished to make it as if it never occurred. Camus' face flushed red, and she threw a jacket at Vikir, exclaiming that he couldn't simply reverse something that had happened, and called him a dummy. She boasted about her genius intellect, claiming that once she witnessed something, she never forgot it. Vikir examined the jacket and jokingly wondered if she had returned it without washing it. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus informed Vikir that the barbarians had ambushed the ruby mine, plundering either the indigenous slaves or the crops. She explained that they took slaves to sell elsewhere. Pointing to a wall built by earth and iron mages over the course of a month, she proudly showcased the skill of the Morg mages. Impressed, Vikir acknowledged their talent, noting that it would have taken several hundred regular people around a year to achieve the same result. Camus affirmed his observation with pride. Vikir noticed some large holes in the wall and jokingly asked if they were caused by the arrows shot by the balaks. Camus confirmed that the arrows carried a strong aura and had caused numerous casualties during nighttime guard duty. She mentioned that the arrows were capable of breaking through walls 2 to 3 meters thick, emphasizing the exceptional archery skills of the balaks. She revealed that her uncle had suffered a severe chest injury from one of these arrows but had luckily survived, albeit with wounded pride. Recalling a similar experience from his own clan, Vikir mentioned that his patriarch had injured his nose bridge. Curious, Vikir inquired about the talented individuals among the barbarians, and Camus responded that she believed there was a skilled female among them. Due to their black-painted faces, it was challenging to discern their physical traits. As they turned around, a mage approached them, addressing Camus as the vice-head of the fortress. The mage reported that a recon member of the barbarians had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Curious and concerned, Camus and Vikir followed the mage to a tent where the captive barbarian was being held. Vikir observed the barbarian and identified him as a member of the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus inquired if any information had been extracted from him. The mage informed them that the barbarian remained uncooperative and resistant to psychic magic due to his strong sorcery, making it impossible to read his mind. Camus then questioned the barbarian about the recent ambush on the Morg Clan's fortress, specifically asking about her cousin, Rose, who had been kidnapped. The barbarian responded with a smile and spoke in his native barbarian language. Camus turned to the mage, requesting a translation to learn about the whereabouts of the barbarian who rebelled. The mage reported that when the barbarians attacked, everyone at the fortress had either died or been taken away. He informed her that, at that moment, there was no one available to translate the barbarian's words. Suddenly, Vikir spoke up, revealing that he knew a little of the Rococo language. Surprised, Camus questioned what Vikir didn't know how to do. Vikir clarified that he was not fluent and only had a basic understanding of the vocabulary. Camus requested Vikir to ask the barbarian about the whereabouts of her kidnapped sixth cousin, describing her as a 12-year-old girl with red eyes, red hair, and white skin. Vikir posed the question to the barbarian in the barbarian language, and the barbarian responded with an evil smile and gave him a short reply. Closing his eyes for a moment, Vikir relayed the grim news to Camus: her cousin was dead. Anger filled Camus' face upon hearing this devastating information. She declared that since the senator of the audience hall was currently being treated and the senator of the temple was away on an inspection, the decision would be made by her, Camus Morg, a member of the middle house and the vice head of the fortress. She announced the verdict: immediate execution. A spike pierced the barbarian's body, and soon he was consumed by fire. As the barbarian burned, he uttered something, but Camus dismissed his words, stating that after the war, the language he spoke would only be used in hell. The barbarian's companion watched in horror as he met his fiery demise. Filled with anger, Camus turned around and urged Vikir to follow her, leaving him silently observing her departing figure. Exiting the tent, he was greeted by the sight of Camus crying out loud. He walked towards her, recognizing that despite her tough exterior, she was still only 15 years old. Vikir asked her about her close relationship with her cousin, and Camus confirmed that they were indeed very close. She described her cousin as a pure child who didn't fit into the cold-hearted Morg clan. Vikir tried to console her, saying that he believed her cousin had left this world comfortably. However, Camus looked at him and expressed her doubts, stating that she was a genius and understood a little of what was said. She asked him to tell her honestly if what she heard was true. Vikir felt tense and wondered if she had understood the barbarian's words correctly. What the barbarian had said previously was, "We ate her." Tears once again flooded Camus' eyes, and she fell to her knees, apologizing for not being able to protect her younger cousin. Vikir witnessed her anguish and initially extended his hand to comfort her. However, he hesitated and retracted his hand back. Camus' cries filled the air, leaving Vikir standing there, pondering the situation. After a while, Camus managed to compose herself, wiping away the tears that stained her cheeks. She made it clear that she didn't want any half-hearted sympathy, stating that she would have killed anyone who offered it. Looking at Vikir, she declared that it wasn't the time to mourn and that she needed to regain her composure quickly to seek revenge. Vikir admired Camus' strength and determination, acknowledging that heroines were indeed different. He reached out his hand towards her, agreeing with her sentiments. However, just as Camus was about to take his hand, a loud sound echoed through the air, resembling the ringing of a bell. Curious about the source of the sound, Vikir questioned its origin. Camus stood up and explained that it was a signal, notifying them of a barbarian attack. Vikir commented that her time for revenge had come rather quickly. Outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat atop white wolves, armed with bows and arrows. Their leader, a skilled archer, notched an arrow and shot it towards the guards stationed on the fortress walls. Caught off guard, the guards had no time to react as the arrow exploded near them, causing devastation. The barbarian girl signaled her companions to begin the attack. With their wolves, they engaged in a fierce battle against the soldiers of the Morg clan. The wolves fought ferociously, while the barbarians slashed at their enemies. They skillfully used ropes to incapacitate the soldiers, tightening them around their necks. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Vikir arrived and witnessed the gruesome sight. He wondered if he had arrived too quickly, observing the intense battle between the Morg soldiers and the barbarians. Suddenly, a rope flew towards Vikir and wrapped tightly around his neck. Confused, he looked ahead and realized that two barbarian girls had skillfully used ropes to capture him. They spoke in their native language, mentioning something about catching a good catch and their successful hunt for husbands. Understanding their intentions, Vikir contemplated the barbarians' plan to capture people and make them suitors, aiming to create a superior tribe. He quickly seized hold of the rope and swung it, sending the girls flying through the air. With a grin, he informed them that he couldn't be their husband and jokingly added that he might already be engaged. As the two barbarian girls crashed onto the ground, the male barbarians watched in shock. Uncertain of Vikir's affiliation, they readied their arrows, preparing for an attack. One of them asked his companion if Vikir belonged to the enemy forces. Undeterred by the situation, Vikir didn't back down. He bravely moved forward, marching straight towards the incoming arrows. In his mind, he remembered Hugo's request to avoid initiating a battle until joining up with the main force. He pondered whether he should wait or take action. With unwavering determination, Vikir unsheathed his sword and deftly cut down the incoming arrows with precise strikes, showcasing his impressive skill and agility. The barbarians were astonished by Vikir's display of prowess and expressed their disbelief. However, their surprise was short-lived as a sudden burst of fire engulfed them, causing cries of pain. Camus, who had cast the fire spell, emerged from behind Vikir, expressing her anger towards the barbarians and declaring their imminent demise. Vikir stared at Camus in awe, realizing that she had turned the entire area into a blazing inferno. Camus questioned Vikir, asking if he had used liquid aura, indicating that she recognized his abilities as a graduator. She stated that she knew he was the only man she could acknowledge. Vikir confirmed that he had received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battles until regrouping with the main force. Unfazed by the situation, Camus began casting multiple spells and inquired if it was an order from Baskerville's Patriarch. She asserted that a Baskerville should refrain from intervening, as she intended to eliminate all the barbarians. Camus unleashed a series of powerful attacks, engulfing a vast area in front of them with scorching flames. Vikir watched in shock, recognizing the spell as burn. He also noticed that she employed a quadricasting technique for her burning spells, increasing their lethality. Driven by her desire to avenge her younger cousin, Camus continued to cast spells, resolute in her quest for revenge. Suddenly, a barbarian used a blow dart and shot a needle that landed on Camus' neck. Feeling the sting, she realized she had been poisoned. Camus noticed a barbarian riding on the back of a wolf, responsible for the attack. Unable to move due to the numbing poison, Camus fell to the ground. Vikir observed her condition and thought to himself that she was quite a handful. The barbarian then threw a rope towards Camus, but Vikir swiftly caught it before it could reach her. Camus acknowledged his catch and complimented him. Looking at her, Vikir suggested that it would be better for them to retreat. Camus questioned what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Vikir replied that it would be wiser to avoid engaging in battles until the main force from Baskerville arrived. Refusing to retreat, Camus was determined to avenge her cousin who had been taken by the barbarians. Vikir gazed at her and urged her to make a rational decision. However, in the next moment, Vikir sensed an arrow attack coming from behind his head. With quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the arrow just in time. Vikir observed the barbarian girl who had launched the arrow and wondered if this was the destructive power Camus had mentioned earlier. Lost in his thoughts, he was caught off guard as a barbarian approached from behind and swiftly took Camus away. Desperate, Camus called out Vikir's name, pleading for his help. Frustrated by the unfolding scene, Vikir contemplated the situation. He recalled a past incident when Camus Morg, still an adolescent, had been held captive but returned after annihilating the barbarians. Despite her reputation as the Queen of Le Rouge et Le Noir, Vikir realized that he needed to take action. Suddenly, the barbarian girl lunged at Vikir, launching an attack. With remarkable agility, he evaded her strike, his senses heightened. To his surprise, he noticed that she had used a bow to attack him. The barbarian girl then attempted to speak in his language. "You, me. We meet again," she said. Vikir looked at her and recognized her as the barbarian girl he had freed during the slave auctions. In his mind, he couldn't help but label her as a troublemaker. Vikir notices who the barbarian was. He recalls seeing her at the slave auction as the one that he had let go. Vikir asks her if she was repaying his kindness with revenge, but she tells him that she was a slave, and needed to take revenge for her capture, and that it has nothing to do with him, just the Morg family. She leaps onto her pet wolf. As she turns to leave with her group, she tells Vikir that she had repaid what she got, and that they had taken the next leader of the Morg family, Camus, and that if he wanted her back, he needed to follow them. Vikir thinks about revealing his power here, but Uncle Adolf had arrived. He was shouting after Camus while bringing the reinforcement. Vikir sees him and thinks that he had run all the way here after hearing about the ambush. Just as Adolf prepares a blue spell in his hand, he calls the barbarians bastards. He unleashes the spell into the group, sending shockwaves that appear to chase after the barbarians, as he shouts at them to return back Camus to him, but the barbarians were unaffected by the shockwaves from the ground. As they easily rode their wolves, dodging the attack and making a swift exit, they leaped through the rubble that the spell had caused that slowly disappeared from the base. Vikir and Adolf along with the reinforcements could only curse and stare at the barbarians as they easily left them behind. Vikir thinks about the balaks ambush. Seeing that they had finished the ambush just 3 minutes after the warning bell had been rung, things became worse because it overlapped with Camus' carelessness and lack of practical experience. Vikir notices that a subordinate was telling Adolf that they believed that the balaks had run off to the restricted area of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Adolf couldn't believe that the balaks had gone into the restricted area of the mountain with Camus. Adolf thinks about the restricted area, knowing that it was undiscovered and a dangerous place. Heading there at night was going to be too dangerous, he thinks about Camus and wondered if there was nothing he could do now, but Vikir joins into their talk, telling them that they could still pursue the balaks, catching Adolf's and his men attention. He tells them that he had been in the dense forest before in his childhood, but deep down in his thoughts, Vikir knew about the forest because of his past regression, and that he had recon and subjugation experience as he went through most of the dense forest. Adolf grabs Vikir's shoulder because of what he just said, asking Vikir if he was actually serious. The man behind Adolf informs him that going into the Le Rouge mountain itself was a suicide mission, but Adolf tells him that he will only bring those that want to go, and wouldn't make an issue out of it later. As Vikir nervously looks at Adolf's hand on his shoulder, Adolf thought to himself that he already knew that Vikir was extraordinary but had no other choice than to rely on him. The moonlight pierces the skies as Adolf tells Vikir that he will leave it to him to save his niece Camus. A metal fence is seen with a skull sign. It was the booty of the dense forest on the Le Rouge mountain residing on the Baskerville territory. Inside the dense forest, there were many creatures such as the bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders and other dangerous creatures. A normal human being would never last for more than an hour in there, which was why it was called the life-engulfing forest. Something bounces off a tree branch. Adolf and his men are seen following a red streak of light bouncing side to side. Adolf asks Staffordshire if all the kids from the Baskerville clan were like Vikir, but he tells him of course not as the triplets follow them from behind. Yellow hornets with red glowing eyes appears. Just like the ones in Pokemon, Vikir grabs onto his sword, preparing himself just as Staffordshire tells Adolf that Vikir was special. Vikir easily slices the yellow hornets into pieces. The triplets stare at him in amazement. All of them were thinking about how cool Vikir was. Vikir peeks out from his cover, sending a signal to everyone else, catching Adolf and Staffordshire's attention. A bright orange glow is seen in the distance as Vikir tells them that he doesn't think that the barbarians have gotten far. He tells them of a rumor he heard, that the balak hunter would scatter dry leaves to hear the sound of their chasers. He warns them that they needed to be more careful from here onwards. Adolf approaches Vikir and casts a spell called Silence. He explains to him that this magic would prevent him from making noise as he walks. Adolf tells Vikir to let him take over from here and that he won't forget this, calling him nephew-in-law. Vikir grows nervous at the thought of this nephew-in-law. A campfire is lit, showing that the barbarians were all gathered around the fire with their wolves on standby. Camus was tied to a string, shouting at them, calling them bitches, and that once she was free, she will burn them all to death. She continues to yell at them, telling them that she'll show them the horror of her special fireball and that they should prepare themselves, but they ignored her, Two females were talking about how they liked the guy they saw before and that they failed in husband hunting. Camus began to breath heavily from all the shouting as sweat drips down her face. She thinks about how they weren't even listening to her, and that they've been talking about husband and wife hunting since earlier. She wonders if that was why they kept ambushing them, but a foot appears near her. A male barbarian appears stroking his chin, saying that since they captured Camus, all the males within the tribe would want her. Camus yells at him, calling him a perverted bastard, asking what he was planning to do to her and that they should kill her instead. But the man cleaned his ears, saying he doesn't understand what she was saying. He grabs her face instead, knowing that she was talking back because of the look in her eyes. He licks an arrow as he stares at Camus' face, telling her that an arrogant slave should be disciplined, but Ayan interrupts them. She calls him a Hun and tells him to get away from her slave. A Hun talks back to Ayan, saying that he was the one who captured Camus. But Ayan tells him that it was bullshit and to keep his voice down. But a Hun continues to argue, saying he was the one that shot the paralyzing arrow and set up the trap. But Ayan tells him that she made it possible because she stopped Vikir, who was good with the sword, or else he would be dead. Camus stares at them arguing and wonders if an internal argument was breaking out. She looks at Ayan and assumes she was the commander. She thinks deeply about how Ayan had the skill to go against Vikir, who was a low-ranking graduator, and that if she wanted to escape, Camus needed to do something about Ayan first. A Hun continues to shout at Ayan, telling her that he won't let her stubbornness slide just because she was the commander. But Ayan's hand began to glow blue. She lets out an intense glare at a Hun, revealing a horrifying blue aura, as she tells him that if he was angry, he could come at her any time, and she would turn him into a bloody mess. Seeing Ayan this way sent an overwhelming sense of fear into a Hun. He then decides to give up and back off as Ayan continued to stare at him intensely. Camus sees a Hun leaving angrily and thought that Ayan had won. Ayan praises Camus' eyes and physique as she came from a good bloodline, but she kicks into Camus' shoulder hard, telling Camus that she was captured by the Morg Clan bastards and sold into slavery. As Camus lets out a painful grunt, Ayan recalls her meeting with Vikir, and that she was lucky to receive some kindness that allowed for her to escape from the fate of a slave. But her eyes were filled with anger as she tells Camus that she won't be as lucky, and that she'll take her time to tame Camus so much that she would feel it in her bones and soul, making licking the spaces between her toes a daily routine for Camus. But an explosion erupts all of a sudden behind Ayan. Ayan turns around and both her and Camus were shocked to see the explosion. The barbarians shouted out that it was an ambush, as some of them were set on fire, screaming in pain. Footsteps are seen walking through the fire. Adolf appears among the flames, calling out to barbarians that he had come to repay them for what they did. Camus was happy to recognize that voice. She sees that it was her uncle, with fire in his hand. Adolf shouts to them to return his niece back to him this instant. The barbarians could only stare as everything was set ablaze in front of them. They see that the Morg and Baskerville clan members were easily killing each of the barbarians. Vikir was sitting on a branch of a tree, witnessing how everything was unfolding. He looks at the scene before him, thinking that something was strange. He wondered why the balaks who ambushed them before so perfectly was now panicking this easily from an attack. The barbarians turned to run away from the attack on their wolves, calling the Morg and Baskerville clans crazy bastards for causing such an uproar inside the forest in the middle of the night. But Adolf shouts at his members, telling them to not let a single barbarian run away alive. Just as two Morg members chased after the barbarians, Camus laughs at the barbarians and tells them they were getting what they deserved, but a sound rustles behind her, causing her to sit upright. Her face grew nervous as she slowly turns around to see what it was. It was Vikir. He signals to her to be quiet as she yells out his name. He cuts the ropes that were tying Camus to the tree with ease. Camus is happy to see him as he lifts her up, asking if he came to save her. Vikir replies back to her if she doesn't understand what hand gesture was used for keeping quiet, but their chat was cut off as Ayan appears before them, telling Vikir that she knew that the boy who uses knives well would come. She tells him that his strong physique that made it possible to cover a long distance within a short period of time, and his level-headedness that made it possible for him to get through the darkness of the forest, adding on his passionate and pure love that made him put his life on the line for his girl. All these conditions were perfect. As Ayan tells Vikir that she won't ask about his past and that he had passed, Vikir looks at her and wondered what he had passed. But Camus and Ayan send lightning stares at one another as they both know what each of them wanted. Vikir is a ladies' man. Vikir pulls Camus closer to him, causing her to blush slightly, as he thinks about not being able to hide his powers in this situation, and that he couldn't recall anything about Ian from his past life. Ian seemed pissed that Camus was close to Vikir, as he wonders if she was the one that gave the nose bridge scar to Hugo's face, and if she was the Black Archer Night Fox, but he changes his thought as he realizes that she was too young and unskilled to be the Night Fox, but was probably someone who had the same bloodline. But as they were talking, a blow dart is seen pointing at them. Vikir sees the attack going to Camus and easily blocks it with his hand. Hun was shocked to see this and wondered how Vikir knew as he was hiding in the bushes. Vikir decides to pick up Camus, causing her to scream a bit as he realized that things had become bothersome. He tells Camus to bear it with him for a little, and that he will return her to his uncle. Camus agrees shyly, thinking that he was still out of it as he was using formal language, which might be because of the poison. Vikir and Camus quickly leap away, leaving Ian to stand alone in silence. She scratches her head, saying that she wanted Vikir to return with her obediently. As Vikir and Camus escape, he asks her if she was severely poisoned. Camus replies shly while blushing that she thinks so. All of a sudden 2 barbarians appear and shoot arrows at them. Vikir manages to block their attacks with his sword as Camus shrieks from fear. Ian then prepares her arrow, lightly releasing a blue aura that covered the arrow. She stretches the bowstring and prepares her shot, with her arrow glowing blue intensely, her gaze filled with focus as she prepares to get rid of Camus. She lets go of the arrow, which unleashes a powerful blue streak of light. The arrow soon reaches the back of Vikir as he carries Camus. He turns his head in a swift motion and sees the powerful arrow reaching them. Camus turns as well due to Vikir and sees the arrow just inches away from her eye. Huge pillars of ice suddenly erupt throughout the forest following the attack of the arrow. Sweat drips down Camus' face as she spots the arrow standing still just inches from her face. Adolf appears and had used ice magic to freeze the arrow from attack Vikir and Camus. He shouts at Camus asking if she was alright. Camus was glad to see her uncle arrived. Adolf casts Cure Poison to heal Camus. He holds Camus dearly and mentioned that the poison was really severe and numbing, which was difficult for him to remove everything, and tells her that they needed to visit the Divine Quo Vadis when they return. But Camus pushes his hand away, asking him to let her go for a moment. Instead she runs towards Vikir and hugs him with all her might, telling him that he had saved her again. Seeing the shocked Adolf, tears filled his eyes and he tries to tell her that he too also tried his best, but Camus was not happy with him. She yells at him, wondering why he had only come now and that she was going to tell her mother everything. Just as Camus was yelling at Adolf, a rope appears around Vikir's face. The rope tightly wraps itself around Vikir's neck as Ian appears behind him, holding the rope tightly and surprising Vikir. She tries her best to pull Vikir but couldn't. She wondered why he was so strong and why he wasn't moving backwards. She tells Vikir to be obedient and to let himself be captured as she was running out of time. Vikir easily snaps the rope into pieces, thinking why was there no time. Camus yells at her, saying it was you again. Vikir thought deeply about the reason why the balaks were in a hurry. Soon enough a demonic being gaze was felt. An ominous deadly aura was felt throughout the forest. Ian trembles in fear as she gazes at the sky, saying shit, did it finally noticed. Even Vikir's weapon Beelzebub was activating on its own and causes a buzz. Vikir looks at it, wondering why the Beelzebub in his veins were giving him an intense warning. He knew that it meant that something was coming. Ian tells him that she was coming as sweat drips down her face. Fear overtook her as she spoke its name, Madame Eight Legs. As she looked up, a sudden pillar appeared as though it pierced through the forest and was aiming for the skies. Everyone looked at it. The barbarians and even its wolves were terrified at its appearance, saying that the madam was here. Vikir and Camus looked up and wondered why a pillar had appeared. The pillar was releasing a scary-looking purple aura, and soon split into various legs. Hell no, if I was there I would be running away instantly. Like by Felicia, the legs attack various places throughout the forest. As Adolf covers Camus and Vikir, he questions why there was such a monsters hiding in the forest. Vikir recalls what the monster was and didn't expect to see it in a place like this. If Vikir's memory was right, it was Madame Eight Legs who had an S rank rating. Madame Eight Legs lets out a horrifying shriek of madness that was heard throughout the forest as the three of them stare in horror. As Camus tries to shout out what that was, Vikir quickly covers her mouth, telling her that she can't make loud noises. He explains to her that even though Madame Eight Leg has poor sight, it has sensitive touch and hearing. Vikir recalls an old native prior to his regression, about the incidents seen and heard about at the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. The legend the elder told seemed like a horror story. It was a horror story about the madam with 8 legs which inhabited in the depths of the forest, according to the Empire's Monster Dictionary, which was finalized after 7 revisions. There were written records of Madam 8 Legs, that its risk ranking was S, and was a monster capable of destroying a nation within a single day, making it a disaster rank. Madam 8 Legs lets out a horrible shriek, causing green slime to spread all around from its mouth, as though it was part of Nickelodeon's slime show. The green slime melts the branches of the tree. Vikir dodges the green slime with ease while Adolf protects Camus from the slime using a spell shield, but Hans lets out a scream like a little girl. He shouts out as Madam's poison had landed on his hair. No more man buns for him. The hair covered with poison was quickly cut off. Ian had cut it off, whispering to him that he was an idiot for screaming in front of the madam. Just as Hun kneels down on the ground, Ian couldn't believe what happened and looked up. She sees that Madam 8 Legs was looking right at her. She tells Hun that she would have killed him, but he was lucky that he was the grandchild of the shaman. She whispers to the others to quickly retreat. On the other side, Vikir and others were making a run for it too, as Adolf whispers to them that they needed to get away. But Madam 8 Legs had spotted both groups and slowly senses their movements with her. I don't know what this is, man. Is this a tongue? Comment below what you think this part is. Madam 8 Legs had spotted the 2 groups who were retreating differently. The balaks were running away in small groups just like the blue dots, whereas the Morgs and Baskerville members were running away in a large group just like the red dots. There was a slight difference in how the 2 groups retreated, but it made the madam decide who to chase after. It decided to chase Vikir and the others. Adolf asked why it was coming their way. A member of the Morg Clan tells Adolf to leave it to him as he knew that a bug's weakness was a fire attack. He conjures a huge fireball and sends it flying towards the madam. It lands and causes a huge explosion in its face. The members saw the explosion and believed that the fireball attack had worked. The man asked Adolf if he had saw that, but was interrupted when one of Madam's legs pierced through the man beside him into the air. The man could only stare as blood flew all over from its attack. Blood was spilled on his face as tears began to form. He looks at the madam and realized that the fireball attack had nothing. Adolf was panicking as he was running away, wondering what the hell was that. But Vikir was deep in thought. He decided that this was it. As the others continued to run away, Vikir had turned around, surprising them. Staffordshire sees this and asks what Vikir was doing. Vikir tells him that at the rate they were going, they were all going to be killed, so one of them is needed to tie down the monster's legs. Staffordshire then offers to do it, but Vikir cuts him off, telling him that his skills were not enough to tie down the monster's leg. Everyone could only stare at Vikir in silence as he explained to them that they couldn't afford to bring the monster back into the territory with them, and that in the current situation, the best person has to tie its leg down, which was Vikir. As he holds his sword closely, he tells Adolf that there was no time and a decision was left at him, but Camus was shocked to see what Vikir was doing. Adolf hesitated at the idea of leaving behind Vikir alone, but Vikir tells him to hurry and run away. Adolf then decides to leave Vikir, telling the others to not let his nephew-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. Tears form in Camus' eyes as she calls out to Vikir while Adolf pulls her away from him. Camus' voice could be heard telling Vikir to return, but Adolf tells her not to move as Vikir holds his sword tightly, but he lets out a deep breath and lets go of his sword. He looks ahead and thinks that he has no intention in the destruction of the Baskerville territory, and that the Allied forces could not stop the madam who was still growing. However, this was a good opportunity for Vikir, as he plans to fake his death in order to get away from Hugo. To buy enough time for him to learn the 10th technique in his head, he decides to return to the clan, only when he was skilled enough to not be pushed around by Hugo, or when he had perfect control over his skill. Being able to hide and control it was when he will return. Vikir unleashes the full power of Beelzebub in his arm, revealing its demonic energy blade. Knowing that if he doesn't go all out, he would die, Madam 8 Legs stares at Vikir as Vikir stares back at it, preparing himself for his hardest fight yet. The Baskervilles and Beelzebub's demonic energy surrounds Vikir's body as he slowly unleashes all his skills. The large amount of mana he received from the river Styx as blessing, the aura that was more worldly and used for high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques, and finally, the demonic sword Beelzebub. Vikir's eyes were filled with intense focus as he tells the monster that he was going to use everything he has to attack it. Vikir leaps forward with crazy speed in a zigzag motion, and leaps through all the trees in the forest into the night sky. The red aura follows him as he makes his way into the clouds. his demonic sword glowed red as he sees Madame Eight Legs right in front of him. Madame Eight Legs lets out a shriek as it spots Vikir in the air. Vikir gives it a bombastic side-eye while raising his sword up in the air, unleashing an immensely powerful attack that turned the pages black and white and the drawer colorblind, revealing a bright red attack from him that strikes Madame Eight Leg head-on. It was the Baskerville's fifth technique. Fury rose in Vikir's face as he attacks with all his soul and strength. Madame Eight Legs soon began to tremble from the power of Vikir's strike, causing it to slam into Mother Earth as Vikir's attack was powerful enough to force it to the ground. The attack caused a bright red glow to appear in the forest, which began to shine like a diamond in the sky. Soon a huge crimson-red glow appears in the forest and reaches for the sky. Just as Adolphe and the others made it out of the forest, Camus sees the intense glow unveiling right before her eyes. Tears fall from her face as she witnesses what happens next. The red glow slowly begins to die down as Camus screams out, "Vikir!" Vikir is seen tied to a guillotine, awaiting his death as two bloodhound guards stood by his sides holding their swords up high. Vikir wore an expressionless face as he thinks about his final moments. But even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with an intense red glow as he stares at something in front of him. Hugo was standing proud and tall as the moonlight casts light on him, as a platoon of bloodhounds stood behind him. Hugo slowly raises his hand in the air while his eyes glowed bright red in the night. His eyes released an intense glow and glare as he pushes his hand in a downward motion. The sound of a sharp blade meeting flesh and bone was heard in the night as blood was seen splattered in the sky. Vikir's vision of Hugo and the others were now at a low viewpoint as everything started to look hazy. Blood soon filled his vision as he looks at the numerous red stares from his once former family members. Hugo slowly walks away from Vikir as his vision was almost filled with blood. But his eyes were still focused on Hugo's head as he left Vikir alone. "Hugo, so in the end you," muttered Vikir as his vision fades to black. Vikir then slowly opens his eyes after awakening from his dream. He stares at the ceiling and saw that he was in some sort of cottage. Bandages covered his face and body as he lay on a bed made of something while his neck was tied to a rope. He wonders what this place is. He thinks about how he didn't know how many days had passed, or how he had survived the battle against Madame Eight Legs. He recalls back to the moment when he had unleashed his most powerful attack on Madame Eight Leg, realizing that during that crucial moment, if Madame hadn't stopped in her tracks upon receiving a shock from the explosion's light, Vikir would have lost his life. Vikir slowly sits upright while holding his injured shoulder. He thinks about how his muscles, veins, and even bones were all injured. There wasn't a place in his body where he felt uninjured. Vikir didn't think this would be the extent of his injuries after receiving a hit head-on. He realizes that he had misjudged Madame's attack power so bad that he could even feel it in his bones. Vikir then holds onto the rope around his neck, wondering if it was because of this that caused him to have a neck ache that he was feeling now after the battle against Madame, but it was because of it that he was saved. Vikir started to think about the others, and wondered if he could consider it as going according to plan. His plan of escaping Hugo's watch was a success as, besides Adolphe and Camus, many other witnesses could prove his death, allowing Vikir to not worry about his death being proven. Vikir exits the cottage tent and notices something. He sees barbarians of different ages and genders walking around. He recognizes it as the balaks camp called balak, and he wonders if he was being held captive in their camp. Vikir thinks about how he was in the midst of the camp that belongs to the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, which was bad for him as he couldn't run away with his ruined body. A voice shouts out saying, "Hurry up! Walk," just as a group of prisoners appeared behind Vikir with their hands bound together. A female barbarian was holding the rope attached to 4 of the men's necks as prisoners while shouting at them that if they don't move quickly they would die from the wolf's bite. Vikir watches them from a distance and was surprised as he recognizes their faces as people who were soldiers from the Baskerville and Morg clans. He watches them leave thinking about why he was not being executed. A foot appears behind him saying that he was up. Vikir looks back and sees a punk rock hairstyle barbarian male asking him if he could speak Balak. Vikir recognizes the barbarian as Ahun, the barbarian holding the dart blower who tried to attack him from the bushes a few days ago. Ahun tells Vikir that he should be thankful that he wasn't going to end up with the same fate as the prisoners he had just seen. Ahun then smirks right in the face of Vikir's, asking him how he felt watching his comrades walk towards their death, and that he must be in despair since he could not do anything with that crippled body. With an evil smile on his face, Hunt tells Vikir that if he weren't the commander's pet dog, he would have boiled Vikir right away. Hearing the words pet dog triggered something deep within Vikir's soul. He visualizes Hugo's face with his hands filled with chains and a dark aura. The chains were slowly suffocating Vikir as his body was slowly being covered by the chains and dark aura. Hunt suddenly felt an immense pressure, wondering what it was. He looks at Vikir and sees that his eyes were filled with murderous intent and that his haki was extremely strong. One Piece reference. Ahu responded with a punch to Vikir's face, calling him an arrogant bastard. The punch left Vikir on the ground trembling slightly as he didn't respond back. Hunt leaves him alone, telling Vikir that he should stop standing there and go find his owner, who was at the end of the rope. Vikir slowly got up and looked at Hunt walking away. His eyes were filled with revenge as he had memorized Hunt's face and swore to get his revenge once his body recovers. Vikir walks past a few more cottage tents in the camp. He slowly pulls onto the rope inch by inch as he made his way out of the camp, wondering how the rope was this long. He walks a bit further but soon notices that he had walked quite a fair bit but still couldn't see the end of the rope, which causes him to wonder if his owner was actually at the end of the rope. All of a sudden the rope tightens itself. Vikir notices that the rope was being pulled in a certain direction. He sees that the end of the rope was leading into a pool of water, where Ayan was seen submerged inside. She was holding onto the end of the rope but remained silent. Vikir and Ayan were soon entering an awkward staring contest with one another, as Vikir stood on land while Ayan was submerged in the waters. She gives him a wide smile before telling him to lie down. Vikir was suddenly pulled forward by her. As his head was pulled forward by Ayan, a certain object went through the spot where his head was originally. An arrow lands on a tree. Ayan came out of the water and shouted at a group of children, calling them brats and telling them to go practice somewhere else. Meanwhile, Vikir was just laying on the ground motionless. Ayan then turns to him to thank him for setting her free at the slave auction. She points a finger at Vikir, telling him that she was the kind to return kindness twofold while returning tenfold when it comes to revenge, and since he had saved her once before, she had now saved him twice. Vikir wondered where the twice came from. She explains to him that she had gone back for him after his fight with Madame Eight Legs, and if she didn't do that he would have died, so he needed to be thankful that she was tenacious. Vikir then asks her if she was the one who had set up the rope attached to his neck. But Ayan simply smiled at him as he asks her another question about the reason why she was keeping him alive. The rope tightens around his neck, which catches Vikir's attention, while Ayan informs him that she noticed that Vikir seemed to be in a high position within his party. While pulling his rope, Ayan tells him how she wonders how much his party would pay for him. Vikir starts to grow nervous as he thought that he was in trouble. He knew that if the Barbarians started hostage negotiations with the Baskerville clan, his original plan of escaping Hugo's watch would have become meaningless. He thinks deeply about what he should do in this situation. Ayan flashes a smile and chuckles. She asks Vikir about what he was thinking and if he had felt a sense of hope. But CK. Ayan tells Vikir that unfortunately, he wasn't going back to his party as she pulls him closer while slowly taking out a blade from her thick juicy thigh. She cuts the long rope while telling Vikir that he was going to be her slave. Lucky man, but Vikir was actually glad to hear that. Ayan then points her blade towards Vikir, telling him that they should decide on their titles first and that Vikir should call her master. Sorry lady, but our hero ain't a beta, is a goddamn alpha, am I right, viewers? But Vikir doesn't respond at all and just remains silent like a giga chad. Ayan laughs and tells him that she liked his rebellious eyes and that it would be fun taming him. Ayan then sheets her blade back into its cover on her thigh. She looks forward and tells Vikir that before they get into the taming, they had to go somewhere else first. Vikir then asks her where they were going. Ayan smiles happily as the sunlight brightens her face. She tells Vikir that it was obvious. Vikir had to give his greetings when he stepped into someone else's land. A cottage tent is seen with skulls hung around, and on top of it, an arrow is pierced through the thick skull of a dead crocodile. Ayan informs Vikir that they will be visiting the village head, which is the matriarch, just as a fierce mommy-looking barbarian woman is seen sitting on top and around the dead bodies of animals who had their skulls pierced by a single arrow. Vikir and Ayan were now walking back through the camp of the balaks together. Ayan explains to Vikir that if he didn't have a place to sleep, you could just sleep under friend's hammock, and if he was ever hungry, he could get food from someone who was more affluent. Ayan tells him that this was how the balaks were living as. She turns to Vikir and informs him that their way of life may mean nothing to outsiders, but to the people who lived here it was a very homely place, and that it would be good for Vikir to get used to their way of living. But Vikir commented that he noticed that the balaks had no regard for private assets. Ayan then informs Vikir that they had arrived at the matriarch's house, which was the cottage tent covered with skulls shown before. Ayan entered the house first and informs her mother that they were here. As Vikir entered the house he catches the word mother. Ayan's mother stood up saying, "You're here." She takes note that Ayan had brought back the empirical boy that she was talking about every day. Hearing this made Ayan fluster as she tells her mother that she didn't talk about Vikir every day. Vikir connected the dots in his head after seeing that Ayan was the matriarch's daughter of the Balak tribe, which might be that her mother was the Night Fox. The Night Fox was the female Balak warrior who had scarred Hugo's nose bridge, and was the reason behind why Vikir could not cross the Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountains landscape. Vikir thinks about his past self and wondered what would happen to his past version if he had gone up against her. He started to experiment in his head about his chances if he were to fight her in head-on combat, which ended up in 0%. He then thought of his chances of winning if he went through the assassination route, but realized that it was still at 0%. Vikir gulps nervously as a sweat drop drips down from his face after imaging those situations in his head. Seeing the Night Fox's intense deadly aura up close made him realize that if he had run away, his chances were only a mere 20%. But the 20% would only be referring to his survival rate. The Night Fox takes a look at Vikir's face and tells him that he had seen his face before. Vikir wondered nervously if she had realized that he was from the same bloodline as Hugo by instinct, but the Night Fox brushes it off by saying that most Imperial men look the same. She asks Ayan about what she was planning on doing to Vikir as he was no different from a cripple, but Ayan tells her that Vikir would be useful once he receives good treatment as he was the one who attacked Madame Eight Legs after all. But her mother warns her that taking action without knowing your place might come back to bite you. The Night Fox brushes off Ayan's initial intentions as it didn't matter to her whether Vikir's body was destroyed or not. She only cared about whether his seed was fine. Ayan became flustered and told her mother that it was not about that. Vikir begins to inspect certain objects in the house while the mother and daughter continued to argue. Ayan tells her mother that she was going to use Vikir as a slave, but her mother was surprised to hear that as she was talking about doing something else to Vikir. Before her mother could complete her sentence, Ayan yells at her that she just needed Vikir as a slave to support her during hunts. Night Fox soon pats Ayan's head, which causes her to blush as she tells her that it is up to the owner to do what they want to do with their slave. Ayan then takes a peek, and sees Vikir checking out the main pillar of the house. They soon left the house and went to walk back to the forest. As they walked together, Vikir tells Ayan that he had a question. He asks her what her name was, causing Ayan to yell at him about suddenly asking a question all of a sudden and how he dared to ask questions as a slave. But Vikir informs her that he does not intend to call her his master, which was why he asked what her name was. Ayan rubs her head before telling Vikir that her name was Ayan. Vikir then introduces himself as Vikir and asks her what she wanted him to do by her name. Ayan was flustered at Vikir calling her by her name and told him how dare a slave call her by her name. She then decides to give Vikir his first order. Ayan points her finger at her and shouts out that his first order was to build a house that he will be living in from now on. Ayan thinks mischievously about how Vikir was acting too arrogant as a slave, and that there was no way an imperial bastard like him would know how to build a house. She continues to think that ordering a slave around was part of a master's competency and that she needed to use this chance to rebalance the hierarchy between them. Meanwhile, Vikir was thinking about the first order of building a house. He smiles and says that this was going to be fun. After some time we see Ayan standing still with her hands behind her back wearing a stunned expression on her face. Vikir points to a makeshift tent and tells her that he had carried out her order. She looks at the tent that Vikir built and wondered why he was so good at building tents. She thought that he would have struggled to build a house because of his injured body. Ayan turns around to look at the building materials that she brought over. She thinks that since he managed to build the house, there was no use for the items that she had brought with her. Vikir was happy with the house he built as he thought that it had been a while. He recalls his past memories during the time of destruction when swordsmen were only good at wielding swords, which was why they couldn't survive. So in order to survive in extreme situations, one would need to learn a variety of survival skills. Ayan inspects the drains that Vikir had dug out and commented that they were perfect too. Vikir informs her that the matriarch's tent looked unstable. This catches Ayan's attention as it was about her mother. Vikir explained to her in detail in regards to her mother's tent problems, stating that in its current state, during the rainy seasons the ground around the central pillar will shake, which might cause water to leak through. If she orders him to, Vikir was willing to mix slimy dirt and gravel on the opposite hill to create bricks, which he will reinforce the bricks by spreading oil and burning it. Hearing the long explanation made Ayan order Vikir to do what he said, as she was thinking the same thing. Vikir then went on to gather the materials to create the bricks as Ayan watched him from behind a tree. He then started to roast the brick mixture to form the actual bricks while Ayan watched closely by his side. They soon met up with the matriarch once again, with Vikir carrying a wagon filled with the bricks he had made. Night Fox was surprised to learn about her house problems from them. After a while, Vikir had created a solution made up of bricks to help resolve the issues the matriarch's house was having. The matriarch tells them that she was frustrated because of the numerous amount of times she had tried to repair the roof. Water would still be leaked through. She now realizes that the main problem was the main pillar. She tells Vikir that he had done a good job while informing her daughter that she had picked up quite a useful mail. She then instructs Vikir to go around the barracks to take care of tedious matters such as this. Ayan remains silent while looking concerned at Vikir nods his head upon hearing her mother's command. Vikir was seen washing the rags at a nearby river when Ayan calls out to him, catching his attention. She asks him if it was exhausting to just slave away and wonders if he wants to be an official member of their tribe. Vikir continues to wash the rags while answering her that slaving away wasn't too bad. He thinks about how it was much more peaceful being a slave here than being part of the Baskervilles or living in the Underdog City. Ayan was surprised to hear that kind of reply from Vikir. She stated that from the way Vikir spoke he had been disciplined well, and that from a slave's perspective, it would be hard to complain. Vikir continued to tell her that it really was not that bad. Ayan the replies saying there was no way it wasn't when he was doing tough and tedious work. Vikir ignores her and continues to do his work. Ayan follows behind him and tells him to not be silent and to follow her, as she would be able to help him in terms of surviving and adjusting in the balaks tribe. Ayan informs him that if he does a good job, she will remove the rope around his neck. This offer catches Vikir's attention and he turns around to tell her that that offer sounded appealing. He then asks her about what he should do. Ayan smiles and tells him that he was now being honest. She tells Vikir that he needed to go on a hunt and capture a huge prey. She explained that the tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch prey large enough, making the growing children unable to eat meat for a while. In other words, Vikir needed to bring in a huge prey so that changing his title from slave to commoner wouldn't be a pipe dream. Ayan then smacks the back of Vikir's heart, causing him to flinch. With a smile on her face she tells Vikir that he had no problem moving light objects and that all he needed to do was just assist her. Vikir was showing an annoyed expression after being smacked on the back, just as Ayan tells him about how lucky he was to be the slave of the balaks hunting commander. Vikir thought about the job of hunting for a moment and then agreed to join Ayan in hunting. Hearing this brought joy to Ayan as she smiles widely while blushing a bit. She tells Vikir that they would be leaving tomorrow, but Vikir was curious about why she was smiling like that. Ayan tells him she wasn't, just as a foot appears behind a tree. Ahan was glaring angrily upon hearing the conversation between Ayan and Vikir. He sees how close Vikir was getting to Ayan and calls him a disgusting bastard. Jelly much? An arm covered in bandages is seen placing his hand inside a jar. When the hand is removed from the jar, some sort of grayish mud is seen coming out of the jar. A man wearing a skull headpiece with crazy eyebrows tells the hunters it's time to gather around and it was time to start the hazing ceremony. His hand is covered in the mud that was in the jar. This was a human, the balak shaman. A human is seen down on a tree stump with a hunter kneeling before him and with other hunters forming a line to see him. He tells the hunter that was kneeling to take his blessing. If he doesn't take it, it would mean that the hunter would have a hard time later on. Ayan explains to Vikir that the balak hunters feel guilty when they kill their prey, so before they kill, they spread charcoal on their faces to hide themselves from the god of death. Vikir, after hearing the explanation from Ayan, thought about how even the balaks, which was a warrior tribe, had a shaman as well. The hunters in front of him were complaining about the fact that a human, the shaman, was nagging again, and the male hunter tells the female hunter to let a human be as he was a shaman that needed to establish his position in the tribe as well. Looking at a human spreading his blessing and writing on the faces of the hunter with charcoal made the hunters question the fact that the shaman's blessings usually fail a lot, and that the hunters were only just seeking his blessings whenever there was an occasion. Vikir overheard the hunters talking and thought about if it meant that a human's position as a shaman was meaningless, and realized that the Balak tribe place was not that much different from other places. Ayan had received the blessing from a human and her face was covered in charcoal markings. She kinda looks like a joke. Vikir points to her and tells her that it was quite a sight to see. Ayan attempts to wipe off the charcoal markings on her face, telling Vikir to shut up and that her markings were funny as she didn't get along with the shaman. While blushing hard, she hands over a collar that has spikes all over it and tells Vikir to wear it. Vikir takes the collar with spikes and recognizes it as a dog collar. Ayan wears a similar one and tells him that the hunters wear them on their necks so that they won't get bitten by their prey. Vikir holds onto the rope around his neck while staring at the dog collar in his hand. He thinks silently for a moment before deciding to put it on as he thought about how he was already here, and that it would be better for him to adapt to this place. A white wolf with yellow eyes is seen panting heavily with its tongue hanging out of its mouth. Vikir and Ayan are seen riding on its back. She turns around to Vikir asking him if he was really going to be okay as she had told him to hold onto her waist, but Vikir assures her that he was going to be okay. Ayan then tells him that they were going to leave now, but Vikir suddenly sways heavily to the back. Ayan smiles as she looked behind after hearing a loud sound. She mean faces Vikir and tells him that he should have grabbed onto her waist and that he would fall if he kept that up. Vikir had fallen flat on his back and onto the ground once Ayan had commended her pet wolf. He stayed flat on the ground thinking about whether he could even get up when his body was in such a horrible state. A shadow is cast over him which piques his attention as he looks up to see what it was. A Hun had once again appeared before Ayan and Vikir with his pet wolf behind him. Ayan gets down from her pet wolf and calls out to a Hun. A Hun informs her that it seems like she was very free as she was busy playing around with her slave. He continues to tell her that he was going to catch a bigger prey this time, so that in the next joint hunt, he would become the captain of the hunting group. He was even going to place his grandfather's honor on the line. Ayan questions him about why he was willing to put his grandfather's honor on the line when his grandfather only knew about shamanism. Just after Vikir had sat up to see what Ayan and Hun were talking about, he sees something fast approaching his face. A Hun went on to kick Vikir directly onto the side of his head. This action surprises Ayan, who was shocked to see what Hun was doing to Vikir. She calls him a bastard and asked what he was doing. A Hun smiles after kicking Vikir, which sent him flying backward onto the ground. He commented about the fact that Ayan had given Vikir the dog collar, which was a protective piece meant for hunters but was used on Vikir, who was a slave. As he continues to berate and question Ayan about how she was going to use an injured male such as Vikir as a hunting assistant, he tells her to get a hold of herself as she was a commander and that Vikir was only going to be a burden, but Ayan notices something. She shows a smile and wonders if a Hun actually believed that Vikir was just an injured male. She informs him to take a look at his waistband before saying those things. A Hun takes note of her words and looks at his waistband, which showed signs of being torn apart. This shocks him. Vikir spits out some blood after being kicked by a Hun. He shows a smile and was holding onto a quiver holding onto a few arrows. He informs a Hun that he should grab hold of his weapons as he would with a lover, as a Hun was still stunned as to what had just happened. Vikir then tells him that his quiver and arrows were taken away. Ayan covers her mouth to muffle the sound of her laughter as a Hun continued to look annoyed and stunned while turning to look at Vikir. A Hun finally broke out of his stunned state and rushed over to beat up Vikir even more as he calls Vikir an arrogant slave bastard. But a bow grabs onto his arm just before he lands a punch on Vikir. Ayan tells him that it was enough. She had used her bow to hold onto a Hun to prevent him from attacking Vikir even further. She asks him about whose slave he thought he was going to punish on his own accord. Hun shouts at her that Vikir was a slave and that he dared to insult a balak warrior. Ayan replies back to him that he was being pathetic in front of Vikir, but Hun continued to explain that Vikir was just a slave and questions why she was defending him so much. He then yells at her asking if she had come to like the slave that was Vikir. Ayan remained silent upon hearing that from Hun and didn't reply back. After a brief moment, she touches her head and tells Hun that a slave was a slave and that since Vikir did something wrong he should be punished. Hun agrees with what Ayan was saying and explained that it was what he was saying as well. But Ayan informs him that Vikir was her slave and that he does not have the right to punish him. Vikir then looks curious at what was happening. Ayan had given Vikir a Saitama's one punch straight into his face as blood was splattered out. More blood could be seen splattered onto the nearby grass. Hun was shocked and stunned once again to see what Ayan had done to Vikir as she continues to beat the crap out of Vikir as punishment. Ayan had finally stopped her punishment as Vikir falls onto the ground with a heavy sound. She then looks at Hun with her eyes glowing brightly while Vikir lies flat out on the ground in front of them. She asks Hun if he was happy now. She tells Hun that she knew that he was upset as he was not able to catch a maiden for himself previously during the ambush with the Morg Clan, as her fist was covered with Vikir's blood that was enough to drip down from her hand. Her rage explodes in a mad fury as she tells Hun that she would beat him up once he did the same shit to her slave again, with her eyes glowing brightly while her hand was still covered in Vikir's blood. Hun was too stunned to speak as Ayan asked if he got it. He tells her that he got it as Vikir continued to lie on the ground without even a single muscle moving. Some time had passed after the incident with Hun. Ayan peeks behind with a sad and nervous look on her face. Vikir was behind her with injuries covering his face. They moved slowly through the forest on the back of Ayan's pet wolf. She then asks Vikir if her punishment had hurt and if he was angry, but Vikir remained silent and did not respond to any of her questions. She then explains to Vikir that she needed to have him punished as Hun was a petty and stubborn guy, and that beating up Vikir as a punishment was the only way to stop his petty retaliations. Vikir remains silent even after Ayan explained her actions. She then asks him about why he was not replying to her. After a while Vikir finally replies to Ayan and states that it was because her punishment hurts. Ayan's eyes open wide as she hears his words. Ayan instantly does a headstand to spin around in the air as Vikir looks at her. She grabs onto Vikir's face, quickly asking a bunch of questions. She asks him if it hurts a lot, or if it was bad, and whether his life was in danger. With his mouth being squeezed by Ayan's hand, he slowly tells her that it hurts to talk. He explains to her that he had these types of injuries a lot, but Ayan moves her face close to his, which stops his sentence halfway. Let's go, girl. Comment below if you are Team Ayan or Team Camus. Licking sounds could be heard in the forest. Ayan was blushing heavily as she touches her mouth while facing Vikir. She then quickly turns around to face away from Vikir. Her eyes are shown to be intensely red as she tells Vikir that she knew that she was right about him and that even though he was an imperial bastard, Vikir had shown promise. Vikir wipes his face with the back of his hand, wondering if the barbarians usually licked each other's injuries, and that licking an injury like how Ayan just did was dangerous as it might spread an infection. She turns around shyly and asked Vikir if he needed something from her, and then even if it was one thing he should tell her, because if it was something that Ayan could do, she would do anything for him. Vikir then asks if he could really ask for anything. This startles Ayan as she jolts up while telling Vikir that a balak warrior does not go back on their word. Vikir then takes a moment to think deeply about what he wanted. Ayan's heart began to beat hard and loud. She blushes and sweats hard about what he was thinking about so hard. She wonders if Vikir wanted to actually do the deed. Vikir then tells her that if he could do anything, then what he wanted was good. Ayan's heart continued to beat hard and fast in anticipation of what Vikir wanted. Vikir then tells her that he wanted her to teach him how to shoot arrows. Ayan was extremely disappointed in hearing his request and tells him that since it's about arrows it was fine. They continued to travel through the forest on the back of Ayan's pet wolf as she raises her arm, telling Vikir that from tomorrow onwards they would be doing special training. Vikir agrees with her suggestion. A bunch of arrows are seen stuck into a tree. Ayan comments to Vikir that it looked like her slave has no talent in the bow and arrow and that she had told him to aim at the arrow that was already stuck in the tree. Vikir was drawing the string of the bow with sweat dripping down his face as he calls out to Ayan. He asks her if it was alright to teach him how to shoot a bow in such a position as Ian could be seen holding onto Vikir with her legs warped around his. She smirks upon hearing Vikir's question and informs him that he was the one that asked her to teach him how to use the bow and that this was the way how young balak warriors were taught. She continues to instruct Vikir that he should bend his back a little more, while explaining that he won't be able to use the sword for a long time. Because of his body he needed to learn how to use the bow well as Vikir needed to capture a large prey for the sake of his reputation after all. Vikir struggles to get into position based on Ian's instructions as he notes that his bones were at their limits. The sudden appearance of Ian's pet wolf appearing in the bushes behind them causes Ian to press a little too hard on Vikir's back as a loud cracking sound is heard. She calls out to her pet wolf called Bakira asking if he had found something. Bakira barks in response as Vikir is seen kneeling on the ground trembling in pain over Ian's touch on his back. His face turns purple as he struggles with the pain while Ian calls him a slave and to get up. She smiles widely at him and informs him that from here onwards they would be moving quickly. A long stream of water is seen moving rapidly as large spikes of rocks are located at the end. Ian explains to Vikir that this is the area where the river and ocean connect so that both the ocean's water and animals could occupy this area. Ian informs him that her grandmother told her about this, that a salmon believes that if it successfully swims up the waterfall, it could evolve into a huge beast, as large numbers of salmon fishes could be seen swimming in the waters and jumping into the air. However, Ian continues her story about how most salmons fail to rise above the waterfall and fall. Eventually, they would be punished when they fall onto the sharp rocks. And that the fish that falls onto the sharp rocks would become good food for an ox bear. A huge bear with horns on its head is seen standing over a salmon that had failed to escape the waterfall and instead had been impaled by a sharp rock. Vikir asks if what they were seeing was an ox bear as it looked like a completely different species. It was totally different level compared to the ones that he had seen. Ian tells Vikir that the ox bear in front of them was not an ordinary one as they continue to hide behind the bushes. She explains that it was an ox bear that was born from a superior bloodline and has survived countless pandemonium. Vikir looks over to Ian nervously and asked if she was telling him to capture that bear version of Godzilla. Ian tells him that there was no way as she didn't tell her pet wolf Bakira to find her a strong female to hunt. A clawed brown foot appears while Ian tells Vikir that their prey was the male bear that comes to court the female bear, just as a huge number of male ox bears appear beside the female ox bear. The female and male ox bears were soon engaged in an intense eye-staring contest. The female ox bear soon bitch slaps the male ox bear straight into his face. Seeing this situation caused Vikir to be shocked. The female ox bear continues to bitch slap each of the male ox bears one by one easily with each of her claws. Vikir commented that the female ox bear keeps rejecting the proposal of the male ox bears. He soon wonders about how strong of a male ox bear was the female ox bear she was looking for as the male ox bear continued to leave the female ox bear one by one. Ian turns to Vikir and informs him that he had the wrong way of thinking about it as it was the opposite. She finally tells him that the female ox bear was not looking for a strong male ox bear just as a pink-looking male ox bear appears in front of the female ox bear. Both the male and female ox bears soon touch noses with each other. Vikir was stunned to see that the strong Godzilla-like female ox bear had chosen the weakest-looking male ox bear, but Ian seemed happy as she explains that the female ox bear was looking for a mate that she could boss around. She explains to Vikir that when a strong male ox bear gets excited, there were situations where it kills its partner, which made them not popular among the ox bears, which was why the female ox bears would look for weaker and smaller partners. This was similar to how the balak warriors would select their partners. She then asks Vikir if he knew what kind of spouses were the most popularly chosen. She answers her own question by saying it was a young entity that possessed excellent DNA and it would be even better if they were weakened due to an injury. Vikir remained silent upon hearing Ian's explanation and thought about how Ian was basically saying that as long as she gets the DNA, then everything would be fine. The female and male ox bear soon left together as Ian tells Vikir that they were going to wait as the female ox bear will suppress the male ox bear's strength completely. Deep within the forest, a mix of roaring and growling sexual sounds could be heard throughout the forest. Vikir was seen standing still with a dull expression on his face as he continues to hear the sexual roars and moans of the ox bears. He was standing silently in front of a cave entrance as the growling noises became louder. Food made up of berries, fish and fruits are seen piled on top of leaves. It had been 4 days since Vikir had to listen to the oxbear's moans, which soon made Vikir unaware of what he was doing right now. Ian soon appears and asks him if he had left any food for the oxbears. He tells her that he did as he returns to their campsite where a shelter and campfire had been made. Vikir has been giving the hungry oxbears food over the past 4 days so that they could continue their mating. Our boy has become a fluffer for the bears, lol. Ian picks up a pinkish berry in her hand and explains to him that the fruit has an effect where it boosts one's strength temporarily, but in the end, it was harmful as it consumes one's lifespan instead. She further explains that the female who was more intelligent would understand their intentions and that the male would understand as well, but in order to handle the female he had no choice but to eat it. Vikir thought of the scenario where the male oxbear was attempting to escape from the female oxbear. He now understood the reason why Ian had chosen a big and strong female as their target. Her plan was to deplete the male's strength. 2 bowls of soup are seen on the ground which Ian had made. She tells Vikir to eat up so he could heal. Vikir accepts the meal and commented that the oxbears were really mating like crazy. Isn't that normal? Ian tells Vikir, which causes him to spit out the bowl of soup. She giggles at Vikir's reaction and tells him that all male balaks were like that, but guessed that imperial males like Vikir weren't, and then she guessed that since he came from a geeky country, it meant that Vikir couldn't mate as the crazy oxbears could. Ian continues to taunt Vikir, asking him if he could do it like the oxbears as he wipes the soup off his face. She leans closer to Vikir, playfully teasing him and asking if he could. A fierce loud roar soon catches Ian's attention. Vikir was alarmed to see Ian's reaction as she quickly grabs onto her bow, telling Vikir to get ready as the fierce roar continues to be heard. She noted that the female oxbear had finally been impregnated as the female oxbear is seen towering over the collapsed body of the male oxbear. Good job bro, you tried your hardest. The female oxbear lets out one more loud and fierce roar into the air that causes it to shake. The fierce roar causes the male oxbear to run away from the cave in a hurry. Vikir and Ian are seen sitting on the branches of the tree. Vikir then asks Ian about why the female oxbear was chasing the male oxbear away. She explains that an oxbear that has finished mating is no different from a competitive predator who has intruded a territory and that it was a warning to the male oxbear to never come back. Vikir understands and commented that the female oxbear wants to sleep since she had used her strength and has not slept for the past 4 days as he looks at Ian. Ian looks at him and tells him that the female oxbear would hide herself in a safe and remote place and that from here onwards they would find her traces and chase after her quietly. As Ian prepares her bow and arrows, she tells Vikir that once the female oxbear starts to go to sleep, that was when they would start their hunt. Up in the snowy mountains, Vikir's legs could be seen walking through the mountains. Ian and Vikir are seen riding on Vikir's back between 2 large pillars of stone. Vikir commented that the female oxbear would be tired but is moving so far away. Ian tells him that she was finding a place that has the least number of threats that the forest possesses, and that the place where they were was cold, making sure that mosquitoes that suck bones or blood could not live here. Vikir then asks Ian if the female oxbear knew about those facts and came here knowing that. Ian tells him that the female oxbear's intelligence is quite high and that its acquired knowledge is better than its instincts. As they continued to follow the trail of the female oxbear, Vikir could start to feel the coldness of the area due to his body's condition as he covers his body with his arms. Ian turns around to ask if Vikir was feeling cold and that if he was, he could put his body closer to hers, but Vikir tells her that he was fine. Ian warns him that his body temperature could decrease, making his body become stiff, and when his body becomes stiff it might get in their way when they start hunting. She then asks if he plans on getting in her way. Vikir thinks deeply about the facts Ian had stated, thinking that it was a rational reason, and wonders if she was capable of making such rational decisions. He soon agrees and hugs tightly onto Ian's body, causing her to jolt up and blush heavily. Ian soon grew nervous and thought to herself that she was only doing this because she was concerned for her slave's health and that it was the duty of a master to look after their slave. Bakira soon notices something up ahead. He lets out a fierce growl which catches both Ian's and Vikir's attention. They soon noticed that the female oxbear footprints on the ground soon disappeared halfway. Ayan shouted out that the female oxbear's trace had disappeared. She turns to look around and wondered where the female oxbear had disappeared to, just as a pair of red eyes appear in the shadows right behind Ayan. Something fast was approaching Ayan at a high speed. She soon realizes it and turns to see what it was. It was the female oxbear. She launches straight towards Ayan at full speed with her claws close to Ayan while letting out a devastating roar. A group of hunters was seen looking happy and amazed at something. "Wow, look at that boar," they shouted as they gathered around the boar that had been tied onto a wagon. They commented that with the amount of meat they could get from the boar, the whole tribe would be able to eat their fill. A female hunter tells the hunter who caught the boar that she had only managed to catch 3 rabbits, while another male hunter guessed that the hunter who caught the boar was the best hunter amongst them now. They asked the Hun who was the hunter that caught the boar if it was true that he was the best hunter now as he smiles in front of the prey that he had caught. A Hun continued to smile and bask in the compliments that the other hunters were giving him. The hunters asked him if it meant that he was going to be the hunting commander from here on out, and the other hunters agrees with that comment based on the rules. Even Commander Ayan could not hunt as good as him since there was a limit to what she could hunt by herself. But another hunter wondered about the fact that Ayan had brought a slave out with her to hunt. Hearing this comment made a Hun chuckle as he informs them that the slave bastard she brought along with was just going to be a burden to her instead. A Hun tells the other hunters that Ayan will return without having even caught a single rabbit. We now return to the moment when the female oxbear launches an ambush attack on Ayan from the shadows. Ayan's face was filled with shock and surprise as she sees the clawed hand approaching fast through her face. But a hand appears on her body in an instant. Vikir had just barely pulled her away from the path of attack of the female oxbear. Pieces of her hair were blasted away as a nervous sweat drop drips down her face. Both Vikir and Ayan fell to the ground with a heavy sound which surprises Bakira, her pet wolf, even more. Bakira growls fiercely at the female oxbear that had ambushed its master. Bakira lets out one final woof and leaps onto the female oxbear. Vikir and Ayan continued to lie on the ground as Vikir holds Ayan with both of his arms around her body. He asks her if she was okay. Ayan tells him that she managed to survive thanks to him and thanked Vikir for saving her. As Bakira fought the female oxbear head-on by itself, Vikir asks Ayan if the female oxbear was luring them instead. He commented that the female oxbear had a cunning intellect that surpasses other monsters. Vikir now understood why the picky female would choose the male oxbear. He continues to Ayan that they could not avoid a head-on battle while Ayan thought to herself about the fact that she had gotten help from the slave making her dignity as his master drop. She then calls out to Vikir, her slave, and tells him to rest idly behind her, which catches his attention. She prepares her bow and arrow with a determined look on her face, and she tells Vikir that she was going to show him the dignity of his master. Some time has passed as Vikir is seen with a dull expression on his face. He looks up to see that Ayan and Bakira were both leaping between the 2 walls of ice and commented that he was a slave that was lazing around while the master was working. But he was impressed with the way of the balak slaves as they were quite unique, as Ayan could be seen sending 2 arrows towards the female oxbear. Her attacks were successful as more arrows could be seen on the back of the female oxbear as it tries its best to run away from her with its mouth dripping with saliva. "The sin of acting indecent before my slave you'll pay, oxbear," Ayan shouts as she chases after the female oxbear. Just as she was about to send another arrow towards the female oxbear, it retreats into the stone wall. But Ayan's eyes were still filled with focuses as she tells the female oxbear if it thinks that it will be able to avoid her attack by hiding behind an object. As she draws the string of her bow, Ayan's arrow began to flash bright blue with an intense aura. A good arrow would pierce through steel, but if it doesn't want to pierce through anything, it wouldn't even pierce through a leaf, she says. She unleashes her attack towards the boulder, but the arrow deflects upon hitting it. But the aura that was inside of the arrow was able to pierce through the boulder and through the female oxbear that had went inside to hide. It coughs out blood as the aura hits its body. Vikir was alarmed to see that the oxbear that was hiding behind the rock was actually attacked by Ayan's arrow. He speculates that the wave of aura from the arrow had passed through the boulder precisely and pierced through its target. He stares at the back of Ayan's while thinking about the archery skills that you could call an art form and the hunting skills that can strangle one's prey without any flaws. Vikir continues to comment that Ayan, when judged by her skills, she might surpass Morg, just as Ayan turns around with a smile on her face asking Vikir if he had seen what she had done. A massive amount of blood is seen dripping onto the ground, causing a pool of blood to appear. The female oxbear continues to breath heavily with blood still dripping off its mouth. The female oxbear decides to come out from its hiding place and rushed fiercely towards Ayan and Bakira in a mad frenzy, but Ayan simply sent even more arrows straight into its face. With one of its eye pierced by Ian's arrow, it still continues to charge towards Ian without stopping as Ian tells it if it thinks whether it could go up against her arrows. Ian then pulls back the string of her bow with an arrow filled with her aura. She tells the female oxbear that an arrow filled with her sincerity could even break a castle wall, she says, as her blue aura filled everything from her body to her arrow. She finally unleashes the Giga Chad arrow that looked Goku's Kamehameha. The female oxbear finally stood still with fear in its face as Ian's bright light is shown on its face, but with its remaining eye still filled with determination, it bends its head, like Beckham, to dodge Ian's powerful arrow attack. Ian was too stunned to speak after witnessing the female oxbear dodge her attack. The female oxbear slams hard enough Ian and Bakira, causing both of them to be flung up high in the air. After being smashed by the oxbear, Ian rolls and tumbles away on the ground. She lays flat on the ground for a moment without an inch of muscle even moving, but she soon awakes and opens her eyes while thinking. She recalls a memory of her mother who told her that when a beast with dull senses nears death, they can sense the killing intent of a person. Ian thought about how she was careless, thinking that she had cornered it perfectly, but didn't expect that the last arrow she shot with righteousness was dodged that easily. Ian grunts hard as she tried to pull herself off from the ground. But looky here, ladies and gentlemen, the female oxbear she tried to kill was right in front of her face, with its only remaining eye glowing a deep, angry red color. It laughs out loud and showed its fierce sharp fangs while salivating over the fact that it was going to eat our cutie pie Ian. She could only close her eyes right before the attack as she knew that she was the prey now. "Are you done showing me what a master's dignity is like?" said Vikir. Ian opens her eyes upon hearing that sweet-sounding voice of our badass main character as a teardrop appears in her eye. Vikir finally appears with his arms stretched out as he covers her from the impending female oxbear attack. "Not today, Pendejo. Now it's my turn," Vikir says with his one eye glowing bright red just like the female oxbear. His right arm started to change from white to a bright red color as he aims it directly towards the inside of the oxbear's mouth. With his hand covered in bandages and a red aura, it slowly rips apart as his sword skill Beelzebub reveals itself along with a tattoo. Vikir lets out a huge scale of flames that toasts the female oxbear right in its face. It's epic mealtime, everyone. Even Ian was surprised to see that Vikir had managed to use a fire skill. The female oxbear was totally knocked out as it lets out a quiet growl after being toasted from Vikir's hot flames. Bandages could be seen burned apart in the air. Vikir's bandages that wrapped around his face and body were slowly burned away from his body. Our boy is back, guys. Ian could only blushed upon seeing Vikir's glorious body that was hidden by the bandages, but Vikir spoke out that he knew it. Using that skill was too much for his body as a dizzy and hazy feeling came over his body as his eyes turn white. He falls forward flat on the ground, which shocks Ian, while the female oxbear was also laying on the ground completely toasted. "Vikir!" Ian shouts with concern after seeing him drop flat on the ground. A big campfire could be seen lighting the balaks campsite with ease. The members of the tribe were celebrating by singing out loud and dancing around the campfire. The spoils of the hunting event could be seen everywhere, especially the female oxbear that our boy Vikir had helped Ian to capture from before. Vovs hung at the back of the party. A giant pot of food is seen being lit by a fire as the member of the tribe hands out bowls of food to the others. A weird tribal mask with teeth is seen as Ian explains to Vikir that the hunter who catches the largest prey receives the villagers' respect and admiration. Vikir and Ian are both seen wearing the mask on their heads. Ian asks Vikir about how he felt about becoming the hunting hero. Vikir takes a look at the mask and tells her that it was nothing much. Hearing that comment made Ian tell Vikir that as a slave his issue was his half-assed reactions. As they continue to talk, Ian explains to him that the female oxbear wasn't just strong and fierce but was also highly intelligent, making it an honorable catch. Those were the reasons why they were chosen as the main figures of this pillaging ceremony. She looks up with a smile on her face as she tells him that it was different from a boar that was sluggish, scared, and poops whenever it runs away. She then asks Ahun if he agrees as he was seen standing beside Vikir with a disgruntled look on his face as he had no choice to agree with what Ian had said. "Here, this is yours, slave," Ahun said to Vikir as he hands him a bowl of stew. Vikir looks at the bowl of food that was handed to him, asking what it was, which causes Ahun to shout at him about what he meant. Vikir then asks him why he couldn't get lots of meat, but Ahun assures him that it was because the little amount of meat in the soup represented the worth of his honor. Ian explains to Vikir that it was a tradition of the balaks. The one who contributes the most in the hunt gets the least amount of meat and gains that much honor in return. Ahun leaves angrily and shouted at Vikir that he too wanted to give him lots of meat. Vikir thought deeply about how being more honorable meant having less meat. He He wonders what use was some useless honor over having lots of meat instead. Ayan giggles to herself because of a hun as seeing his sour expression meant that he was really pissed. Vikir continues to think to himself that the meat wasn't what he really wanted to obtain in the hunt, it was the 600 kilogram stability which stems from Beelzebub after catching the ox bear. He looks at his hand with his Beelzebub skill activated. His first slot contained the Flame Cerberus skill rank A+, while his second slot was filled with the 600 kilogram stability ox bear rank A, with his last slot filled with durable life Merciel rank A. He wonders if the ox bear skill would allow him to increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath. As he ate the bowl of food given by a hun, Vikir notices that after Beelzebub absorbed the ox bear his body had recovered a lot. Hey slave, Ayan says as she presented to Vikir a bowl. The bowl contained things so nasty that the artist himself had to vomit after drawing it. The studio had to censor how it looked to save you guys watching this video. Ayan blushes slightly while asking Vikir if the bowl of food he had wasn't enough and that the bowl she was giving him was taken away from the shaman who wanted this particular meat, but instead she had taken it to give it to Vikir as it was his hunter's right. Vikir brushes her off by telling her that he had already gotten a portion of meat, a bowl of blood and a portion of intestines. Ayan shouts at him that he has to eat what she was giving him. She continues to scold Vikir by saying that if his eyes were bad he should eat the eyes, and that if his heart was weak he should eat the heart, and if he had weak limbs he should eat the legs. As Ayan continues to scold him, Vikir thought about how the long, purple censored thing was the intestine, and if it meant that his insides were weak. 3 female barbarians appear behind Ayan. They boot her together and stated that they knew what she was planning on doing to Vikir and could see through her motives. Ayan hears their shouts and seems and tells them to shut up. Vikir takes a bite of the censored food and thought about how it was very chewy. He soon swallows the food down his throat, which Ayan spots and smiles happily. She continues to smile and giggle while telling Vikir that since he ate the food he would be able to fulfill his duty. Vikir continues to chew on the food while thinking about how he was done with his part of the hunt and wondered what else she wanted from him. Comment below what you think Ayan wants from Vikir. The sun shines brightly in the morning. Vikir takes a few steps before stopping in front of a massive stump. Smoke was coming out of it along with a long scratch mark. Vikir continues to stare at the smoke. As he thought about what Ayan had told him yesterday was true, a flashback is seen where large amounts of meat are piled on top of one another. Vikir asks why Ayan was placing so much good meat over here. He tells her that the village was going through a food shortage, but Ayan tells him that they were doing this as an offering, as a sacrifice, to Madame Eight Legs, to whom the Balak tribes were asking for permission to live in the dense forest. Vikir thought about how Madame Eight Legs was the horror of the dense forest where you couldn't survive after running into it. A flashback to when Vikir unleashed his most powerful attack on Madame Eight Legs' body run through his mind as he knew that after seeing the Balak's villagers' behavior towards the Madame he understood how reckless his actions were. Vikir then tells her that Madame Eight Legs was an annoying monster. Back at the tribe nobody could be seen walking around. Vikir walks past a certain tent before noticing something. He stares at a long line that extends all the way outside of the chief's house made up of the members of the tribe. Vikir wonders if there was still another ceremony or something. The members of the tribe queuing outside the tribe chief's house were talking about how some of them had been in line since dawn, others were glad to be at the front end of the line, while another stated that they had stayed awake the entire night. The female members talked amongst themselves about based on the results of yesterday's pillage there was a high possibility that Vikir might be able to become a commoner. Another member commented that they were sure that a woman from the village will become his wife, while the last one commented that if he was strong enough to hunt an ox bear it would mean that Vikir was really strong. These girls seriously shouted a voice that startles the ladies who were talking about Vikir. Ayan had appeared with a deer that she had just hunted. She tells them that she had given Vikir that specific stew yesterday, and yet she sees that someone else was trying to take her property away. The girls continued to argue with Ayan over the fact that she should have left some of the stew for them as well, and that she was being so stingy for keeping it all to herself. Hearing their complaints made Ayan throw down her prey to the ground. She tells them that if they felt that it was unfair then they should set up a trap to catch one for themselves. The girls tells her that they had gone out there so many times already. They even shouted at Ayan that they had went to the Empire's border but there was no one there like Vikir. Hearing those words made Ayan upset as her face turned into a stone-cold killer's look. She readies her fist and warns them that there might be some in hell as her aura turned black all over. Seeing this caused the girls to scream out in fear and to run away from her. Ayan was glad that it was over with the girls as she touches her head. She spoke out loud about how she was waiting for Vikir to recover and that those cunning girls might take him away. Add onto the fact that she had fed him with the ox bear's penis in order to get Vikir to carry out his manly duties. The time is near, gentlemen, for our boy to reap the fields. But Ian was unaware that Vikir had overheard what she was saying out loud as she turns around. Ian asks him nervously if he had seen or heard everything from before. Vikir gave out a mean face as he realized what part of the animal's meat was in the stew that he ate yesterday. Ian quickly changes the topic and mentioned to him that last night she had heard that her mother had called a meeting among the elders and that Vikir would be able to request something from her mother as the honorable hunter of the pillage. She blushes once again before telling Vikir that when her mother calls for him, she had already thought about what he should ask her. What she tells Vikir to ask her mother catches his attention as his ears perk up upon hearing it. The long line outside of the chief's hut was gone now. The elders and other members of the tribe were gathered inside. Vikir is seen holding a kneeling position on the ground with his head lowered in a serious manner. He greets the matriarch, who is seen sitting on her throne with a calm expression on her face with the eagle above her. She asks Vikir if he was the one that had caught the ox bear as it allowed her to eat good meat. Vikir tells her that he just did what he needed to do. She tells Vikir not to be modest as he had done well. She also noted that it seemed like he had recovered a fair bit too, which was fascinating as she didn't expect his recovery rate to be this quick. Vikir grew nervous upon hearing those compliments but assures her that it was all due to her care. He also thought about how he had felt this way before, which was interesting. The night fox Akia was a genius archer who scares the people of the empire despite having led the Balak tribe that had less than 300 members. She was as dignified as Hugo but was warm and soft like a buttery croissant. Akia then tells Vikir that she should reward him for his contributions yesterday and was willing to change his status. She informs Vikir that he was no longer a slave but a part of their family. Hearing those words caused the shaman to cough a bit. Vikir notices this reaction and recalled that Ian had mentioned to him that the elders were dissatisfied about his status change. He looks at the shaman and recognizes him as the old man who smeared ashes on the hunters' faces as the balak shaman called a human, who was also a Hun's grandfather. Akia slowly stood up from her throne while asking Vikir to tell her what he wanted, as he was now officially a member of the balaks. She offers him her hand and tells him that since he was part of the family, even though she did not give birth or raised him, she was willing to accept his request. Akia tells him that if he wanted a beautiful village maiden, then she would give him and his partner her blessing, or if he didn't want a partner, a slave would be fine too. Ian could be seen doing some Naruto hand seals with her arms towards Vikir, which translates to "You didn't forget what I told you, right?" Vikir could see her actions and takes a moment to close his eyes. He then tells Akia that he does have one request. She then tells Vikir to tell her comfortably while looking at Ian, as she noticed that she was signaling to Vikir like crazy and wondered if she really wanted him that badly. Vikir had a darkened expression on his face as he hesitated to ask what he wanted, but with a determined look on his face he tells Akia that he would like to bathe in the hero's spring. The elders and other members, including a Hun, were shocked to hear about what Vikir was requesting from their leader, while Ian was smiling from ear to ear. "The hero's spring," said Akia with a serious look on her face. "Are you aware of what you're requesting?" she said sternly to Vikir. Silence filled the room after Vikir had told his request to the leader. "You bastard!" shouted the shaman, who asked Vikir if he knew whose presence he was in to display such arrogance. The shaman complained to the matriarch that the people who are able to bathe in the hero's spring are high-ranked warriors, and that there was no need to listen to the trash known as Vikir request. A Hun agrees with what his grandfather is saying. He added on that only heroes who have proved their incredible strength can enter the hero's spring, making Vikir an ignorant bastard for asking such a question that was not in his place. But Ian disagrees with the Hun and his grandfather. She argued that Vikir had already proved his strength by catching the ox bear at the pillaging ceremony. Akia the matriarch take note of their worries and arguments. She then looks at Vikir and asked if he even knew that the hero's spring is. Vikir, our boy, just looked straight at her and told her that he knew what the hero's spring is. "But let me do the explanation. The hero's spring, it's the balak shrine where only the strongest balak warriors are submerged in. It's also a hot spring where both internal and external injuries recover just by bathing in it." Vikir knew some other facts from what Ian told him. It takes a long time for the water in the hero's spring to accumulate, and only warriors who have made a special contribution can go there. Akia continues to stare at our handsome boy in silence. An elder with a mohawk haircut spoke out. He tells Akia that they couldn't send an outsider who just became a commoner to the shrine. An elder dressed like a mage beside him spoke out as well. He notes that Vikir has a promising future and that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to send him to the hero's spring once to motivate him. Another elder burst out in anger. "Wondering when was the hero's spring a waterhole that anyone can enter?" Another elder states that since Vikir's body was in a rough shape and also a part of the family, then they should treat him well too. Akia overhears the various arguments and statements made about whether Vikir should be allowed into the hero's spring. Deep in her thoughts, she wanted to agree with Vikir's request, but it's also true that there wasn't a good enough reason to, and that it can't be helped since the shaman and guards were so against it. But a constant bell ringing soon catches her attention. The ringing noise can be heard throughout the balaks camp. Vikir notices the sound as well and wonders if the bell meant it was time for war. Ian tells him that it was a signal that meant that the tribe has a guest, and that there was no way any insane bastard would pick a fight with the balaks in the forest. Akia begins to leave the tent first, but before leaving she tells Vikir that they would discuss this matter another time and that everyone should return to their duties. The shamans and elders continued to remain silent and seated as Akia left the tent, but soon a human's face was filled with anger and disgust as his eyes began to glow bright blue. Members of the balaks tribe could be seen gathering in huge numbers. Vikir and Ian had arrived on the scene. Vikir asks Ian if that was their guest, to which she says yes. Human beings were everywhere carrying crates of goods with horses bringing more into the tribe area. Ian explains to Vikir that the humans were merchants that could bring the balaks things that couldn't be found in the forest. The balaks would then anticipate and count down the days until the merchants comes. Vikir was not listening to what Ian was saying as his attention was drawn to a certain symbol. He recognizes it as one of the 7 merchant families, called the bourgeois family. Vikir thought deeply about how the bourgeois family had to come here from the imperial capital, which meant that they had to cross either the Baskerville or Morg family's territory. But how did they get here was the question that stuck in his mind, as Vikir knew that there was no way either of those families would permit their crossing. Vikir then thought that the bourgeois family had smuggled themselves in. A man with a huge mustache arrives and announces to everyone in the tribe that the 5-day market has arrived. He tells the tribe members that if there was anything they wished to barter, then please bring it here. The tribe members could be seen happily bringing over various things to barter with. A market is made with merchants calling out to the tribe members. The merchants introduce cosmetics and even a glass orb that makes you have sweet dreams when placed on your bed, as well as grains. Vikir continues to hang back and monitored the situation that was unfolding in front of him. He could see that the merchants had brought food and daily necessities that are distributed throughout the empire, but wondered what the tribe members were bartering rare items that come from the dense forest for those measly things. Vikir knew that the merchants had no way of not knowing the value of the items the balaks were trading with. He continues to question if the merchants were using the balaks who were ignorant about the current market prices. Vikir turns around from this sight and continued to think that this was something the balaks had to figure out themselves, as things would get annoying for Vikir if he steps in and someone recognizes him. Ian could be seen shouting at the top of her lungs, stating that the deal was unfair as she holds onto a piece of corn. Vikir watches from the background as Ian continues to argue with the merchant that it made no sense for her to trade a single diamond for a corn. Vikir was relieved to see that there was at least one normal person in the balak tribe, but Ian destroys his thoughts, but shouting that she at least deserved to get 2 corns for 1 diamond. She then poses in a victory stance as if she was in Fortnite and had won the 2 corns for 1 diamond, worst trade in history. Vikir could only stare away as he thought of Ian as being hopeless after seeing her trade. 3 other tribe members could be seen arguing with the merchants. They complained about how the bar value of a pearl clam for today's radish isn't equal, and that they should get at least 2 radishes, while another yells at them for claiming something as a cabbage. The last member wouldn't give the merchants another deer antler. The merchant with the mustache could feel that he was losing the trade, so he tells the 3 members that he couldn't go against the balak warriors and would give them what they wanted. The 3 members celebrated over their victory with a victory pose as well. The merchant smiles to himself as he thought of the balaks as stupid bastards for celebrating, since they didn't even know the value of the items they were offering. Just then a little girl calls out to the merchant asking him if she could please have 1 glass orb. The merchant tells her that he had brought many with him, but asks about what she could give in return. The sweet little girl opens her hands and reveals a sun dung beetle larva. She explains to him that they were rare, yummy, and nutritious, but the merchant responded with a disgusted look on his face. May this guy end up in the deepest part of hell. Comment below if you agree with me. He immediately swipes the precious sun dung beetle larva that the little girl had brought off her hands. A sad look grew on her face as she watched it fall to the ground. The merchant left her and thought about how pretty she looked for a stupid barbarian. As the little girl began to cry tears over her little dung beetle, the merchant thought about how she could be sold for a good price as a slave. A hand soon appears and pats her on her head. A voice calls out to the merchant Vikir had finally decided to step in but looked a bit different. He tells the merchant that the trade with the little cute girl was invalid. Ian sees Vikir and wonders what he was wearing while the merchant grew nervous. He was surprised to see that a barbarian could speak the imperial language. He tells Vikir that there was a misunderstanding regarding what he said just now, but Vikir repeats the merchant words of selling a balak child as a slave. The merchant tried to cover up what he said, but Vikir tells him that that's not what's important right now. Vikir wanted the merchant to cancel all of today's unfair trades. Hearing the words unfair trade made the merchant angry as he asks Vikir about what was unfair. Vikir explains to him that the merchant had been marking these items at a price completely different from the current market price. Our boy looks at the merchant straight up in his face. The merchant grew nervous as he thinks about how Vikir was the only one who knew how to speak the imperial language. He then attempts to school our boy by telling Vikir that he talked as if he knew the retail price. The merchant quickly announces that this was a sacred trade that's been permitted by the balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, and that was something a little boy like Vikir shouldn't interfere in. Vikir slowly raises his hand and points at something. Vikir starts an ass-kicking lecture to the merchant. He tells the merchant that the corn he brought was worth 100 gold each, but the diamond he received goes for about 2 million gold. The merchant was alarmed to know that our boy Vikir had brains. Vikir continues his lecture by saying that when he grinds an ox-bear horn into a billiard ball, it would be worth about 1 million. It was the same price as the goblin but mushroom, which was a new medicine. Horror and shocked was written all over the merchant's face as he wonders how Vikir knew the exact market prices. 2 words main character. Vikir then picks up the glass orb in his hand. He tells the merchant that the glass orb that gives the users sweet dreams when placed next to a user meant that they would certainly be drugged and only dream of sweet dreams. Vikir goes on to explain that on the surface of the glass orb, there are small holes and drugs fall out of them. The drug inside it is a cheap drug that harms upon long-term use, and Vikir knew that it's illegal to use it in the Empire, but the merchants had distributed this well. Vikir smashes the glass orb with his hand. He lets out the pieces of the broken glass orb along with its hidden goods, much to the horror of the merchant. Another member of the merchant group whispers to the mustache man about what was wrong, and he tells him that Vikir had found out about them. Ian quickly asked Vikir if he had mentioned the words drug body harm. Vikir hesitates for a moment before telling her yes. Our waifu began to rage as she realized the main cause behind why so many of her people's health was deteriorating. Merchant gives off a faint smile and tells her that there seems to be a misunderstanding while thinking of leaving the Balak tribe for now, but something fast and quick pierces the shoulder of the merchant in an instant. He looks at it in horror before letting out a little bitch scream. Ian had taken a bow and arrow from a fellow tribe member and shot the merchant with it. Members of the merchant group rallied around their leader to comfort him just as Ian calls them bastards. She claims that the merchants had fearlessly fooled the balaks. The rest of the balak members soon realized what was going on as some of them started to inspect the goods. A dreaded feeling started to overcome the merchant upon being discovered by Ian. He yells at his ground to take their things and run. The entire merchant group began to flee on the backs of their horses. Vikir questions Ian about why she was letting them go since merchants were known for not returning a loss, but Ian assures Vikir that there was no way she would let them go. She explains to him that for beasts that live in large packs, injuring them and letting them go is also a hunting technique. The merchant leader could be seen holding onto his injured shoulder while cursing at the Balak tribe members. Ian continues her explanation about how they had the tendency to return to their pack when injured. A campfire is seen just as the merchant group finally slowed their pace. He shouts at a group of mercenaries decked out with weapons about how the Balak bastards had stolen their products. He then tells everyone to get ready for battle. Time for free experience points for our boy Vikir. Night soon arrives as a campfire is seen being lit in the middle of the forest. A bird is seen flying high in the air. It soon lands upon somebody's arm. They messed with the balaks. There's only one way to take care of them, said a voice as Vikir listens to it closely. It's slaughter time, said Ian as the eagle rested on her arm. Our waifu is about to rip these guys to shreds along with our boy Vikir, whose eyes were showing that daddy red glow. The group of mercenaries could be seen walking together through the forest lighted by the moonlight. A mercenary with an eye patch tells the merchant leader that he must have been shocked that the Balak bastards looted him. He continues to tell the merchant leader that words don't work on those barbarians and that he needed to kill them and turn them all into slaves. The merchant leader tells the mercenary that since it was his first time in the deep forest, he wouldn't know it well about how defeating the Balaks in combat was not that easy. The mercenary still felt confident about his skills. He asks the merchant leader about how he felt being scared and if that was the reason why he brought the mercenaries. He continues to question the merchant leader about how he was going to turn the tables if he got caught. The mercenary lights a match up, saying that the merchant groups and mercenaries had decided to split the gross earnings in exchange for being their escorts. He shows an evil smug grin on his face with a cigarette in between his lips. He tells the merchant that if it comes to looting, then the mercenaries could treat everything as theirs. The merchant leader was nervous and silent upon hearing the disgusting words the mercenaries spoke with, but he soon turns forward and tells the mercenaries to do as they please. The mercenary was happy to hear that and asks a question. He wonders if the balaks were really that special, since they wanted to exploit nighttime. The group wanted to ambush the balaks while setting them on fire and finally to slaughter them, making them done for. The eye-patch mercenary continued to talk while two other members could be seen fight over the lit match. One of them grabs the member holding the lit match and tells him to not blow out the match since he needed to use it too. The guy holding the match decides to hand it over, but he tells the other guy that it was a rule that only 2 people can use a match, and asked him if he had heard on the battlefield that 3 people aren't supposed to share one match, but the friend didn't listen to him. He continues to light his cigarette with the lit match, telling the other member that he didn't believe in such superstitions. Lucky for him, he gets to meet God straight away as an arrow flies directly into his skull. Just before he could blow one puff of his cigarette, the mercenary with the eye patch continues to talk to the merchant leader about his history and how he caught barbarians and sold them as slaves. But the man didn't even realize that his party was being sniped one by one. Even an arrow reached inches from his face. The merchant leader could only look in shock as blood spilled everywhere from the mercenaries being sniped by arrows. The group of mercenaries began to cover themselves with their shields, but they were still getting sniped by the balaks. The merchant leaders yells at them to extinguish their cigarettes as the balaks had found them. Ayan and her balak tribe had appeared with their bows drawn and ready to fire. She commands her troops that she wouldn't allow any of them to hit the mercenaries and merchants anywhere else but their heads. She tells the balaks that it's time to show them how scary the balaks are. Vikir stares in amazement and wondered if the light from the cigarettes was all the balak warriors needed to shoot their arrows so accurately. Another member of the tribe appears while carrying 2 barrels. He calls Vikir a slave and tells him that Tay had finished preparing what he asked for. Vikir reminds him that he was a commoner and no longer a slave. The tribe member laughs and tells Vikir that he was being timid for fussing over something like that. The group of mercenaries could be seen cowering behind their shields to block the hail of arrows coming from the balaks. A bald man orders mages to gather up, to block the arrows with the shields while the aura users prepare to counterattack. An arrow, covered in blue arrow, is seen flying through the air with a rope attached to it. The mercenaries could only stare as the arrows landed on the trees above them. Carrying between the 2 arrows a barrel, more arrows attached with ropes are sent flying into the trees. The space above the mercenary group were soon filled with barrels hanging above them. The bald man was alarmed to see that the balaks had launched alcohol barrels. He looks at the barrels that began to leak a dark fluid and mutter the words, "No way." Flaming arrows were then sent flying into the alcohol barrels in the trees. It caused an explosion in front of the mercenaries which lighted the whole place as if it was the 4th of July. Yeehaw! The merchant leader had hid himself behind a tree. He watches the mercenaries being burned alive and hears their screams of pain. They shouted that the balaks had started a fire. The merchant leader continues to watch the flames engulf the mercenaries, thinking about how the balaks had tied ropes to arrows and launched oil barrels. This was something that was unheard of as he continues to wonder about how the balaks had gotten that intelligent. Oblivious to him, Vikir was walking towards him from the shadows. Like an assassin from Assassin's Creed, he sneaks up to the merchant leader. Vikir finally lets out a heavy footstep which catches the attention of the merchant leader. He recognizes Vikir as the meddlesome balak bastard. Vikir appears with arrows on his back and with his eyes turned red. It's time for the bloodhound to hunt. The merchant leader pleads with Vikir, telling him that he would regret it if he killed him. He then reveals a piece of paper, stating that this was the exploration permit he had received from the Underdog City. It was the official seal from the newly appointed deputy consul, meaning that if Vikir kills the merchant leader, the Baskerville family will come for him. Vikir then asks the merchant leader if the deputy consul he was referring to was named Vikir. The merchant leader immediately tells him that he was right. It was that infamous Vikir. Let's say a small prayer for the merchant leader, guys. How strange. I don't remember permitting that, said Vikir as flames grew around him. His disguise was removed and his eyes turned a bloody red. The merchant leader was horrified to see that Vikir's skin looks different from before, but he soon realizes something. "You're really Vikir," was the merchant leader's last words. An arrow struck him straight in the head, body, and on the piece of paper he was holding. Bullseye. Vikir had fired the arrows that slain the merchant leader. He tells him that those who forged the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Ayan soon appears behind him on her pet wolf Bakira. She still calls Vikir a slave and tells him that they needed to run away. Vikir looks at her and reminds her that he was no longer a slave. Multiple arrows could be seen stuck onto various shields. The mercenaries soon realized that the hail of arrow attacks from the balaks had come to a stop. They rejoiced in joy and shouted out to one another that the balaks were retreating. They stated that the fact that the balaks attacked with fire meant that they were not confident. The mercenary group decides to chase after them right away. A member of the mercenary group shouted that if he catches the barbaric bastards, he would butcher them straight away. But just as he was yelling, a familiar pillar of death covered in a purple aura appeared behind him. It's our queen Madame Eight Legs. She appears and started to rain down pain onto the mercenary groups. Vikir could hear the screams of the mercenaries as they yelled out that there was a monster. Ayan praises Vikir for calculating the madame's appearance and for thinking of using fire as a tactic. She states that Vikir had become a great balak now. Vikir continues to look behind and tells Ayan that was how he felt every time he sees her. He looks at the numerous legs of Madame Eight Legs as they reached high into the sky while being covered in a deadly purple aura. He tells Ayan that that was a disaster. Akia was wearing a smile on her face as she tells Vikir that she would permit him to enter the hero's spring. She continues by stating Vikir's various achievements, from resolving the food shortage issue by catching an ox bear, concluding the previous battle without any casualties by using oil barrels, and discovering that the cause of the infection that was bothering the Balak warriors was caused by cheap drugs. Akia concluded that there was no doubt that our boy Vikir was a brave warrior. She touches his shoulder while the shaman showed a dark expression on his face in the back. Akia then tells Ayan to take Vikir to the hero's spring since it was a full moon tonight. Ayan agrees and began to stood up. She wraps her arm around Vikir and tells him, serves him right. Vikir was curious by what she meant by that. It turns out she was referring to a human. She tells Vikir to look at a human, not saying a single word. It was said by him that the reason why the warriors were unwell was because they were cursed. But due to Vikir's actions it caused a human's words to hold no weight now. A human could be seen struggling to hold his anger within himself. Vikir wonders if it was really a curse as he recalls the memory of when the merchant leader had told him that the sacred trade had been permitted by the Balak shaman, who was the proxy of the forest god. Night soon arrives as a full moon lights the skies. Vikir's bubblicious body could be seen submerged in green water. He takes a deep breath and chills in the waters where other animals could be seen floating around as well. He takes a scoop of the water in his hand. Thinking that his mana was taking a step closer to purity, he could feel his broken bones and muscles starting to heal. He noted that the old shaman didn't cause a fuss without a reason, as he probably wanted to come here himself. Although it was not as effective as the river of sticks at the Baskerville side, the hero's spring was better since there was no age limit. Vikir then asks Ayan, who could be seen soaking in the waters of the hero's spring beside him, lucky main character. Comment below how many of you guys want to take a dip in those waters as well. He asked her about whether the efficacy would be halved since she was inside the waters as well, and Vikir was certain that the matriarch mentioned that only he could go in. Ayan wonders if that was really important since real balaks do not fuss over minute things like that. She then tells Vikir to thank Sir Adonai for finding this hot spring. Vikir wondered who Sir Adonai was. Ayan explains to him that Sir Adonai was the only person who can fight against the madam that lies within the deep forest. He was the best warrior among the Balak legends. She teases Vikir that since he had become a dignified Balak, he needed to make sure to respect Sir Adonai, but Vicky was reluctant as he tells Ayan that he would respect Sir Adonai only if he fought against the madam head-to-head. Ayan screams him that it was true. She shakes her head in disappointment over the fact that it was hard to communicate with outsiders, but her face started to blush as she remained silent while thinking deeply about something. She recalls her mother's face, who tells her that since Vikir had become a commoner and has a good reputation within the village, she notes that when Vikir recovers with the hero's spring and can become the man he should be, he wouldn't be that bad of a husband. Can anyone else hear the wedding bells ringing? Ayan ends her flashback and glances over to her side. She sees Vikir's sexy, hot, delicious body with his hair pulled back. Ayan decides that today was the day she was going to make Vikir hers. Guess someone wants that Baskerville D. Vikir and Ayan continued to bathe in the waters of the hero spring. Lucky man. Ayan soon reveals to Vikir that she knew that those merchants were taking an excessive amount of profits. She had a vague idea, so it was a good chance that they used this chance to get back at them. If Vikir hadn't done it, Ayan would have. Vikir closes his eyes with a smile, saying that he understood her intentions. But Ayan was feeling embarrassed as her face started to blush heavily. She tells Vikir to not laugh at her as she genially knew about what the merchants were doing, and that she knew for a fact that those diamonds were more expensive than corn in the empire. Since she brought up the topic of corns, Vikir questions her about how much more expensive they were compared to the diamonds she sold. Ayan stutters but says 20 corn. She soon changes her answer to 30, but Vikir tells her she was still wrong, and finally reveals the number of corn she can get with 1 diamond. A little cute rabbit is seen floating in the waters as well, Netflix and chill style. What? Ayan screamed out loud. She was shocked at the amount she could have bought with the diamond after Vikir revealed the truth to her, but she immediately covers her mouth, still calling Vikir a slave, and told him that she knew that. She says that the login within the empire is strange. Where would they even use that stone? She questioned Vikir. Vikir looks at her and tells her that it didn't matter. He then changes the topic. My name or slave? He asked Ayan. Between the two, which do you want to call me by? He tells Ayan that he didn't like to keep things ambiguous. Ayan took a moment to think about what she should call Vikir by. She pauses for a moment in silence. She then moves closer to Vikir, to the point that she was right in front of him. This isn't everyone. Comment below what's gonna happen. You don't like ambiguity, right? Ayan asked as she stood in front of our boy. She places her finger onto Vikir's lips, telling him that she was gonna make things clear. This causes our boy to be taken aback for a moment. I don't want to call you slave or Vikir, said Ayan as she looks at Vikir with innocent eyes and a blushing face while the waters of the spring drip down her body slowly. She pulls her face closer to his, whispering to Vikir, what I want you call you is. But a bunch of kids appear suddenly behind her. They jump with joy and laugh out loud as Ayan was stunned and embarrassed. The kids come up to Ayan and greeted her as Commander Ayan. They also called out to Brother Vikir. Ayan looks at them and questions them about how they managed to get here, but the kids didn't bother to answer her. Instead they just wanted her to play with them together in the spring. Vikir watches from the back once again, thinking about how if it's neither his name nor slave, then how does Ayan want to treat him? Our boy Vikir is dense like a rock. You rascals, shouted Ayan as she splashes the waters. She tells the kids that if they enter the spring, its efficacy will reduce by half. Vikir cuts in and repeats what Ayan said to him. He tells her, didn't someone say a true balak wouldn't be stingy regarding such things? The kids hid behind Vikir and agreed to what he said. They even went as far as to call Ayan a stingy commander. Ayan couldn't talk back to Vikir as he had used her own words against her. Hun appears as well with 2 other little girls by his side. He tells Ayan that they were here based on the matriarch's command. Due to the drug side effects brought upon by the merchants, the matriarch had told the sick children to go into the hero's spring. Ayan could only recall her mother's cheeky smile. She thought about how she wanted to make a fool out of her. Ahem, said Hun, which catches Vikir's attention as he turns to look at him. Hun shyly thanks Vikir for helping his younger sister with the merchant. It was the cute little girl that wanted to trade a larvae for a glass orb. She smiles and thanks Vikir as well for his help. Hun then takes the chance to apologize to Vikir about misunderstanding him this whole time. Vikir simply gave him the bombastic side-eye before replying. Yeah, was the only word that Vikir said to reply to both of them. This leaves Hun stunned and silent. He then bursts out in anger, yelling at Vikir that he and his little sister had come here to apologize, and all Vikir said was yeah. Vikir continues to chill in the water. He tells Hun that he has too much anger inside of him. Ayan watches the 2 boys talk to one another. She showed a relief expression on her face as Vikir had finally become a part of the tribe, and that the tribe members were slowly accepting him as one of their own. She continues to think about how there would still be a lot of time to continue what she tried to do. Comment below if you are jealous of our boy right now. She then calls out to Vikir, cheers to you for becoming an official balak member, Ayan announced out loud as she stands in front of him, posing with a bright smile on her face. The kids in the back cheered on as well. 2 years has passed by. A barbarian could be seen getting his face being rearranged by a powerful blow straight to his face. The barbarian falls back onto his ass as another member towers over him. Other members were alarmed to see the interaction as the barbarian continued to sat on the ground with a bloody nose. You're more of a crybaby than I thought, said a voice as a familiar fist is seen pointing outwards. It was our boy Vikir van Baskerville with a ponytail now. He had finally reached the age of 17 years old. He relaxes his fist as he called out to Hun, one more time, shouted Hun as he covers his nose. The other members came to his side in order to help him get up, but Vikir dismisses his request, telling Hun that their sparring ends here today. As Vikir continued to walk away from Hun and into the forest, Hun shouts at him about whether he was running away. Vikir tells him that he was simply taking a stroll. Hun calls Vikir an annoying bastard, while telling the others that Vikir had become more monstrous after his body had recovered. The other members mentioned that they had heard that Vikir's marksmanship is on par with Commander Iron recently. The other member questioned how they could compare Vikir with Commander Iron. He tells them that he can hit Hun's nose too and make it bleed, but Hun tells them that he didn't get hit, which surprises the tribe members. Hun explains to them that Vikir's fist didn't hit him, he had just stopped it in front of his face. Vikir is slowly becoming One Punch Man. This revelation brings a shock to the tribe members' face as they soon realized something. Vikir had managed to make Hun's nose bleed from the wind's pressure caused by his fist. Vikir could be seen sweating all over as he continued to breath hard. He looks up at something, saying that he could do it perfectly now. The sixth technique, Vikir can perfectly bear the sixth fang. 6 holes that looked like they were drilled into the huge wall could be seen as Vikir stood below them. Vikir knew that there's still a long way to go before achieving the 10th technique. He finds it already impressive that he managed to get to the 6th technique at 17, which is formidable growth. The almighty Beelzebub sword continues to screech out loud. Vikir also has 6 mana circles within him. With this, he can be a high-rank graduator. Vikir releases his sword ability, thinking that including the river Styx his blessing, the demonic sword. Beelzebub, the usage of the marksman and assassination techniques he learned from the balaks. Vikir could now go up against the highest rank graduator. Our boy has fully transformed himself into a member of the Assassin's Creed. He looks back at the forest, thinking about how it has already been 2 years since he had set foot into the deep forest. Looking back at it, Vikir wonders if he was bidding goodbye to the balaks once he was done preparing. Bakira could be seen playing around with a butterfly. Vikir looks at some deep track marks etched into the ground. He determines that the tracks were from the deep forest snake Mashusu. Our waifu Ayan had grown up too. She now has long hair and a different hairstyle. Comment below which version of Ayan you like, the short hair or long hair version. Vikir continues to explain that the snake was the large and ancient one. Vikir tells her that if they could catch this, the food would be settled for the village for at least 4 days. Ayan continues to repeat the same words, I see, to Vikir regardless of what he said. This causes him to look back at her and thought about something. He asks Ayan if she was thinking about something else while they were hunting. Ayan blushes hard after being caught, but she tells Vikir that she wasn't. She quickly changes the topic, telling Vikir that another hunting group wanted her to ask him about something. As she reached for that something from Bakira's saddle, Vikir continued to think that she was definitely hiding something from him. Ayan reveals a dagger in her hand that had a certain symbol on it. She tells Vikir that the hunting group brought a dagger from an imperialist who trespassed the deep forest. She then asks if he knew anything about this emblem. Vikir looks at the dagger and tells her that he does know it. It was a famous emblem. The emblem belongs to an extremely famous clan, called Leviathan, a significant clan that is part of the 7 imperial clans along with the Baskerville clan, the iron-blooded sword clan. Ayan explains to Vikir that the hunting group thought it might have been someone's dagger from the mercenary group they massacred 2 years ago, but thankfully, it wasn't. But one thing was bugging Ayan. It was that in various places around the headwaters, they poured a red liquid from a glass bottle and retreated. The hunting group caught someone, but they had ingested a hidden poison in their mouth and died. The only thing that was left behind was that dagger. Vikir continues to inspect the dagger in his hand, but Ayan tells him that there was more. She wore a nervous expression on her face as she tells Vikir that there was something she wanted to ask him. Don't you want to return to your hometown, Vikir? Was the question that Ayan asked him point blank. Vikir questions Ayan about why she was suddenly asking him about that. Even wearing a weird expression while asking it, Ayan touches her fingers together nervously. A sweat drop drips down her face as she tells Vikir that she doesn't like secrets or lies, and that he should tell her. Ayan reveals to Vikir that there was another imperialist who came to the deep forest, and that Ayan believes that their goal was Vikir. Vikir received a shock upon the sudden revelation from Ayan. She looks at him with a worried face, pausing for a moment before revealing another painful information. She finally reveals to him that a certain waifu had came to the deep forest. Ayan continues to tell Vikir the honest truth. 2 years ago, when he had fought the madam up until now, that certain waifu, together with a search party, came to investigate the deep forest. Ayan believes that she was looking for traces of Vikir. She didn't dare to look Vikir in the eyes as she asked him if he was going to go with her. Ayan's thoughts started to go haywire. She wonders if Vikir will hate her because she hid this information up till now. What would she do if he says that he'll go with her? Should I stop him from going by using the tribe's rules? These were the thoughts that ran through her mind as Vikir stood there silently. Would that even work? Was the final thought she had as Vikir finally started to open his mouth. I won't go back, said Vikir with a stern look on his face. Silence came over Ayan after hearing those words from Vikir. She stutters her words as she asked Vikir if it was true. He tells her yeah. Our waifu's face shined bright like a diamond. She hugs Vikir with joy, telling him that Vikir isn't leaving. Meanwhile, Vikir thinks about how he thought the Empire knew that he was alive, but it seems like they don't. Vikir needed to return once he was able to perfectly hide his power from Hugo without being noticed, and then he thought about the woman that Ayan had mentioned. He wonders if Ayan was referring to Camus Morg. He continues to wonder if she has not yet forgotten that he had saved her, or is it a part of a diplomatic event? But seeing how the Baskerville clan gave permission for the Morg search party to enter the deep forest, means that their alliance is still strong. Vikir wondered about if the two families form a bond through his supposed death. Vikir then decides that he should go investigate what's happening outside the deep forest soon, but a sudden appearance of a big fat ugly fish disrupts Vikir's thoughts. But Ayan and Vikir were shocked to see its sudden appearance beside them. The giant fish lands right in front of both of them with a loud impact. Water began to spill from out of its mouth as it tries at best a breath. A lungfish, said Ayan with a perplexed look. She states that seeing as how it jumped out of the river, it seems like the rainy season will come soon, judging from its size. This year's rainy season might be long, but Vikir tells her to wait as he spots something. He wonders what that arrow-looking thing is that was poking out of the ugly fish. They decided to slice the fish like sushi to find out what it was from the inside. They were surprised to see a skeleton holding what looks like a spear from inside of the fish. Ayan looks at the skeleton and figured that it was a Lococo bastard based on the clothing. Since he stabbed the fish with an arrow and there are traces of resistance, it seems that the Lococo bastard was quite surprised after being eaten. She explains to Vikir that a lungfish was a stupid beast that eats dead things, but this was a little strange to her. Vikir states that the Lococo bastard might have been very weakened to the point where the lungfish thought it was a corpse. Ayan then questions why would such a weak person be hunting. Vikir looks at her and answers her question with a question. What if their tribe's situation is that bad? He continues to tell her that something might have happened within the deep forest, and that it was not a bad idea to investigate. After walking a far bit distance, Vikir and Ayan were taken back as they witnessed something that causes Ayan to shriek. The scene before them was like from hell. Dead bodies covered with red marks could be seen around the Lococo village that Vikir and Ayan had stumbled across. They wondered if all the Lococo warriors were dead. Vikir inspects the dead Lococo warriors. He sees that they had signs of vomiting and diarrhea, along with red spots, which he soon realizes what it was. Ayan then calls out to Vikir and tells him to look over there. She explains to Vikir that it was way past the time to eat, but there were no signs of fire towards Te Lococo's village. Human skeletons could be seen being hanged around the trees as if it was a Halloween decoration. The Lococo village could now be seen, but it was filled with dead silence with no signs of life. Vikir and Ayan along with Bakira were now strolling through the deserted village. Vikir notes that it was strange. There were no signs of life here. Vikir notices that based on the number of weeds, it's been a while since this place has been looked after. Ayan questions whether the Lococo tribe had moved somewhere else just as she opens the curtains to one of the tents, but as soon as she does, a whole bunch of flies came swarming out of it. A small dead body is seen hugging the bigger body deep within the tent. Ayan shouts at Vikir that there was a corpse inside the tent. Vikir tells her that there was also one over here. He looks at all the dead bodies that were scattered around the village. The corpses in the village and the red spots seemed familiar to him. Before he had regressed, there was an epidemic that spread throughout the deep forest around this time. It was called the Red Death. It was a first-class infectious disease that killed almost all the barbarians and species alike. Red spots appeared all over one's body along with vomiting and diarrhea, and due to the lethargy and pain, they become a cripple and die slowly. The infection spread so unusually quickly that it spread past the Empire's border. Ayan tells Vikir that they need to quickly leave this place. She tells him that this was a curse, a god's curse. Vikir tells her not to worry since it was an infectious disease. Ayan becomes more alarmed after hearing that as she tells Vikir that it meant that this was more serious. The two of them continue to argue throughout the village. Vikir tells her to calm down since it wasn't that contagious. Ayan continues to wonder if it really wasn't a curse. Vikir then tells her that if she was scared she could go back first. but Ian was worried about him about dying after being cursed. Then I die, said Vikir. Ian screams at him after hearing that reply. Who said you can go ahead and die? Her face was pissed off. A true waifu. Vikir thought that it was him obviously. Vikir went on to state that from the number of corpses, it seems like the whole Lokoko tribe wasn't annihilated. They had probably moved somewhere else, leaving the dead and sick here. He then tells Ian that he was going to take some of the usual things in their barracks, so Ian could go first and rest somewhere. She looks at him with concern while thinking that Vikir really isn't sensitive at all, but a chill went down her spine. She turns to see what it was that sent shivers down her spine. She lets out a horrifying scream that even caused Vikir to sweat a bit as he turned to see what had happened. What is it, Ian? Said Vikir as he walks over to her. Ian had dropped to the ground out of fear. She tells him with tears in her eyes that it was the curse. She points her trembling finger towards a certain direction in the village. She turns to Vikir and tells him that here was a cursed child. We need to run away, Vikir, shouted Ian. She tells him to go first and that she would follow right after, but all of a sudden, Ian yells out that her legs got a cramp. But our boy isn't a simp. He ignores her and moves towards the so-called cursed child. He kneels in front of her to inspect her. Judging from the child's appearance, Vikir noted that she didn't look like she's from the Lokoko tribe. She's about 5 years old too. The cursed child was startled to see Vikir up close. Vikir then notices that there was a pile of rocks with a flower near it. He deduces that she was mourning someone's death. Who are you? Asked Vikir to the cursed child. But the child remained silent for a moment before answering. Lokoko, slave, kitchen maid, the cursed child said. Vikir figured that she was a slave of the Lokoko tribe. What's your name? Vikir continued to ask. Pomerian, she answered, based from her reply. Vikir figured that her name was an imperial name, and wondered if she was an imperial child who was captured by the Lokokos. But her answer wasn't complete. La Baskerville was the word she intended to end her sentence with when she told Vikir her name. Those two words alone set Vikir spiraling. His entire world had turned upside down as horror filled his very soul. Unable to believe what she had just said, Vikir questions her about what she just said. With her cute little finger pointed upwards, she points back to herself. Pomerian, La Baskerville, was her name as her red eyes were revealed amongst her messy hair. Did we all just get a little sister? Comment below what you think of our new family member. There are 3 middle names within the Baskerville clan. Van is given to those from the extended lineage, Lou is given to the males from the direct lineage, the middle name given to the females from the direct lineage, but isn't frequently seen as most Baskervilles are males, is La. Our new little sister introduces herself as Pomerian La Baskerville. Vikir continued to be shocked upon hearing her name. He couldn't believe that she had the middle name of La, as there shouldn't be a lot of people who bear that middle name in the family. As Vikir remained stunned by this new information, Ian points out something to him and tells him to look at it. She recognizes the emblem as the symbol of Vikir's clan, the Baskervilles. Vikir soon takes notice of the necklace and grabs it from Pomerian. His sudden action startles her as he said "excuse me" while grabbing the necklace. Seeing the necklace up close causes Vikir to be startled again. He opens the necklace, which reveals a family portrait that Vikir couldn't believe. He sees that Hugo Le Baskerville was standing in it along with 2 other members of the Baskerville family. He pulls the necklace closer to his face to see it more clearly while wondering why Hugo was in the picture, but he soon realizes something as he pulls the necklace closer. Pomerian was shaking in fear due to his sudden actions, but this doesn't stop our boy as he begins to interrogate the sweet little girl. He lets out his bloodthirst, asking Pomerian about who the people were in the picture as well as her connection to them. Ian cuts in and asks Vikir how he expects to get an answer from a kid when he responds like that. She tells him to ask her while smiling instead. Vikir thought about Ian's advice and knew that she was right. He couldn't hold back his emotions because of how shocked he was, and knew that this sweet little child had done nothing wrong. Vikir then asks the same question to Pomerian about who the people in the picture were, but this time he asks her with a gentle smile on his face. Ian looks at him and couldn't believe that her slave was able to smile like that. That comment made Vikir kind of annoyed. Pomerian then took a moment to answer. She then points a finger to the picture in the necklace, telling Vikir that it was her mommy, grandma, grandpa. Hearing the word grandpa made Vikir realize something. He recalled what Butler Barrymore told him that might have been true. A flashback is seen from when Vikir was younger. He was confused by Butler Barrymore. As they walk through the estate, Barrymore informs Vikir that he may not believe him, but the clan head Hugo used to have a very loving and gentle personality. Vikir couldn't believe that Barrymore was referring to the scary Hugo that Vikir knew and tells him that he didn't know how many people within the Baskerville would believe that. Barrymore further explains that in truth, the clan head loved the first wife Lady Roxana very much and cared for her dearly. Although Lady Roxana passed away from illness, that wasn't the reason the clan head's personality changed. When the soul bloodline created between Hugo and Lady Roxana, Lady Penelope was taken away by barbarians. That was the tipping point. Hugo then began to move swiftly to find Lady Penelope. Due to this, he requested the Emperor move him to the frontier, and the Baskerville house that used to be within the archipelago was moved to the mountain Le Rouge et Le Noir where the barbarians lay hidden. But no matter how many hunting dogs he sent, he wasn't able to find any traces of Lady Penelope. As time passed, without being able to even confirm the life or death of Lady Penelope, the clan head ended up being filled with rage and sadness that caused him to cry tears of blood over the loss of his precious daughter. After that incident, Hugo's rage against the barbarians neared madness, and he became a cold, calculating killing machine that lived only to destroy barbarians and demonic creatures. Vikir thought about how he ignored Barrymore's story of Hugo because he just couldn't believe it due to its absurdity, but upon seeing the appearance of Pomerian in front of him, she was the living proof. Penelope is the daughter of Lady Roxana, the only woman that Hugo loved, and the daughter of that Penelope is Pomerian. If Vikir had to guess if he was correct, then it meant that this girl here was Hugo's direct granddaughter. If Hugo, who currently treats his own children as tools while raging against the barbarians, saw his granddaughter who has barbarian blood mixed into her, what expression would he make? Wondered Vikir. He soon places his hand on top of Pomerian's head to comfort her. He noticed that she wasn't treated well within the Rococo tribe, so he tells her to come with him. Pomerian's eyes and mouth opened wide as she heard Vikir's words. Vikir continues to smile at her, thinking about if he was smiling correctly as she hadn't said anything yet, but she soon points out that her mom, hair, eye, same. Vikir tells her yes, as all the Baskerville hounds look similar in that it seems like he was her uncle. Pomerian repeated the word uncle as she continues to gaze at Vikir due to their similarity. She then looks back to the grave that she had built and placed a flower on. A flashback is seen where her mother, Lady Penelope, was coughing badly due to the plague. She tells her daughter that if she ever sees someone with red eyes, then she must follow them. Pomerian continued to stare at the grave while thinking of her mother's last words to her, but her action catches Vikir's attention as he looks down. Pomerian was holding onto his shirt. She calls him uncle and tells him that she wanted to come with him. This was the moment when the two stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan had crossed paths. The scene changes to the tent that Vikir had built for Ian. A cutie pie pops her head out from the tent, asking her uncle about where he was going. Lads, we must protect her at all cost. Comment below if you wish to protect this sweet thing. Vikir tells her that he needed to go since he had a meeting to attend to as the matriarch had called for him. Pomerian wails out loud as she chases after Vikir, telling him that they should go together. Vikir agrees to her request and carries her up with his arm while thinking if she was scared of being alone. He thought about how it was great that she opened up, but looking after a child was harder than he thought. But there was nothing he can do. Vikir looks back at Pomerian who had nested herself onto his back. Her face was filled with joy as she hugged Vikir as he carried her. As Vikir walked through the village to the meeting, he thought about how he couldn't raise her in the balaks village. He needed to raise her somewhere Hugo's eyes can't reach, in a place where the Empire's civilization grazes. He looks back at her and could see that she was sleeping and snoring peacefully. This made he think about Chihuahua and to ask him for a favor. Vikir also noted that he needed to leave the forest and stop by the city later. We soon arrived at the matriarch's tent. She was alarmed to find out that there was an infectious disease going around. She tells the people who had gathered in her tent that it was bad, since the rainy season was approaching. If the disease is still present during the rainy season, the damage done would be even more lethal. But the shaman elder shouted out to her that it was not a disease but a curse instead. The elders on his side agrees with what he said. They continued to tell the matriarch that lifting the curse would solve it and that they needed to perform a large ritual, but Ian argues back to them, telling them that it couldn't be a curse and that they needed to leave the village and relocate immediately. But the elders on the shaman's side didn't budge from their argument. They questioned Ian about how they could dare to abandon the scared place where the ashes of their ancestors rest, so it made relocation out of the question. They further argued that this was balaks land, and that it was where they have lived for 200 years. The younger generation of leaders on Ian's side pushed back against the elders. They argued about the chance of the disease spreading all over and killing the children, and further states about their future. saying that their future generations will disappear if they continue to try looking after their ancestors' graves. The two sides continued to argue. The elders on the shaman's side continued to state that it was a curse and that it happens when you eat a strange mushroom, adding on that the ancestors were enraged because they had been neglecting their graves. Another elder was convinced that it was bug that was spreading the disease. The elders soon asked the matriarch to choose, but all she could do was remain silent as the two sides continued to battle against one another. Vikir sat at the back of the meeting with Pomeranian sleeping peacefully on his lap, so freaking cute. He thought about the Red Death. He knew that the infectious Red Death was comparable to the Black Death that had spread throughout the Empire. This formidable disease was rampant and had spread to the Empire's border. The reason why the Empire was safe was due to Camus from the Morg Clan. She had casted a firewall to stop the spreading of the disease. It was also thanks to Dollars, the dispatched female saint from Quo Vadis. With the help of her powerful divine power, they purified the disease. However, that treatment method was only restricted to the Empire. Most barbarians who lived in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain would die, but that was favorable for the Baskerville clan, since the barbarians who played an important part of the forest's ecosystem disappeared. A monster wave occurred due to the influx of low-ranked monsters. This resulted in an exponential increase in the number of casualties among civilians. The Baskerville clan, who protected the borders, received support from the Empire and started to subjugate the monsters. In the end, they were successful in protecting the border, and it became an opportunity for Hugo to further establish his political position. Vikir then raises his hand up to catch the matriarch's attention. He tells her that he had a way to stop the Red Death. As Vikir refused to witness that, Hugo, a pair of green legs with 3 toes on each foot, is tied upside down by a rope as it struggles to free itself. The green figure was then dunked into a pot of water. The rope that was tied onto its feet was pulled across a tree branch. It is revealed that there were a bunch of barbarians who surrounded the green figure as it was lifted up from the water. The barbarians were wearing a cloth on their faces as they exclaimed in wonder over this experiment. Upon closer inspection of the green goblin, they realized that it had contracted the Red Death after being dipped into the pot of water. The barbarian then tosses the green goblin that had the Red Death into a fire. Ian was happy to see that all the goblins that they had shoved into the infected water contracted Red Death. It all went accordingly to what Vikir said. She then asks him if the Red Death really transmit through water. Vikir tells her yeah. He explains to her that the infected water was the biggest cause of the infection, but once they boil the water, there shouldn't be any problem. Ian smiles and looks at the 3 other green goblins that they had captured, thinking that boiled water was fine. Seeing her happy expression and what they did to their comrade causes the remaining green goblins to be startled. Soon enough, one of them was tied to the rope once again and lowered into a boiling pot of water. It lets out a scream as its head enters the pot first. As soon as they pulled the green goblin out of the boiling water, Ian points out to it and tells Vikir that it had died immediately. Vikir tells her to put the green goblins into the cold water with a "I can't believe this dumbass did that" kind of face. Once again, the remaining green goblins were dipped into the cold water that Vikir had asked them to do. The tribe members couldn't believe that it was true. Even after some time passed, the green goblins didn't contract the Red Death. The tribe members were happy to have found a way to conquer the Red Death, as the answer was water. They also asked that if they were to drink boiled water, they could prevent the infection. The matriarch appears with a smile on her face as she tells Vikir that he had done a good job. She informs him that it was thanks to him that they were able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and for that she was grateful, but Vikir warns her that they couldn't let their guards down yet. He explains to her that the water cannot enter their eyes or any mucous membranes, as the Red Death can be transmitted through the respiratory system, so the tribe needed to be careful when the fog is present at dawn. Ian could be seen teasing the shaman over what he said about how the Red Death was supposedly a curse. All the shaman could do was grunt as he did nothing to help, but he soon questions Vikir on whether the solution to the Red Death was just to avoid water, as the rainy season would soon arrive. He then asks about how they should avoid the waters when it happens. Vikir tells the shaman that what he said was true, that when the rain comes, there will be an overflow of water from the river and the air will become humid. There will be limitations to the methods of how they could boil water and wash up as they go according to the preventative measures. Kind of sounds like they have COVID. Hearing Vikir agree with him brought a smile to the shaman's face, as he was right for once, but then Vikir tells him that they needed to relocate the village. Hearing that causes the shaman to be startled. He yells at Vikir that he had already told the tribe that they couldn't leave the place where their ancestors lie. He then questions Vikir if he was choosing to ignore the words of the Council of Elders. But Vikir remained determined with his words. He tells the tribe that there was a method such that they won't have to move from the Balak territory. The rainy season approached the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain as dark clouds filled the skies with a heavy downpour of rain. The river flooded, and what was once flatlands became vast torrents of swampy terrain. Within the deep forest, the torrential rain was something that even the elderly had never witnessed before, and that's how everything within the deep forest became flooded. Massive amounts of water covered the land as only the tops of the trees could be seen from above, all except for the Balak village. The tribe members could seen shouting to pull harder and tie it tighter as they held onto a rope. The tribe members continued to shout at one another to raise the fence, so that it could be stabilized and wouldn't fall down. It turns out that the Balak tribe had relocated to live on top of the trees. Just like the Ewoks from Star Wars, the other tribe members talked about how with this much rain, the village didn't get flooded. The other tribe member looks up and tells him that it was all thanks to a certain someone. The two tribe members soon shouted out at Vikir, who stood above them. They thanks him for not getting the village flooded and thought about how great it was for them to have listened to him. Vikir continued to think about how it was a good thing that there were many tall trees within the Balak territory, which made it possible for them to be able to endure the rainy season. Pomerian then pokes her cute little head out of the tent, calling out to Uncle Vikir that she wanted to be with him. So cute. But something soon catches Vikir's attention as he looked down. He yells out to the two tribe members that it was dangerous. As a massive shadow in the water with glowing eyes approached the tribe members who were still waving at Vikir, the massive shadow soon comes out of the water. It was revealed to be a gigantic sea monster. The two tribe members were shocked to see this massive beast coming towards them. They screamed in horror as its massive teeth reached closer to where they were, but somebody else was quick to react as an arrow is being drawn. A powerful blow manages to land itself right onto the gigantic sea monster's body that causes its face to go like, WTF. Ayan had appeared with her bow in hand. Get lost, you damn catfish, said Ayan. Vikir then asks her if that monster was the Mashusu. Ayan explains to him that it was the one known to be the king for dozens of years around this area. She tells him that the tribe calls it Ka. It kind of looks like a mix between Gyarados and Magikarp from Pokemon. Comment below what you think it looks like, but the Ka doesn't retreat even after being hit by Ayan's arrow. It slams its tail into the buildings that the tribe had built. It then sends the two tribe members flying through the air. Vikir immediately leaps down from his home. Thinking about how the Ka was destroying the home that they had struggled to build, he summons Beelzebub as he hand unleashes that good-looking red aura while telling the Ka that he was going to fix that habit of its. Vikir had fully summoned the Beelzebub blade as he lands onto the tree trunk, with a powerful leap forward that smashes the tree trunk into pieces. Vikir lets out the ever-so-powerful sixth technique of the Baskerville clan, 6 lurking ambushes. As he soars across the Ka, he cuts it 6 different ways. The Ka lets out a horrifying roar due to the pain that Vikir caused. He looks back at it to see the damages. The Ka soon retreated back into the swampy waters. Yeah, run like a bitch. You ain't nothing for our boy Vikir. Vikir then lands onto a nearby tree and stared at the Ka as it retreats back into the swampy waters. Even the two tribe members were lucky enough to stop themselves from dropping into the waters as they clung onto the tree trunk with all their might. The other tribe members cheered Vikir on as they witnessed him chasing the Ka away. They couldn't believe the number of times that he had saved them. They continued to call Vikir as the balaks hero, but our boy just felt relieved as he unsummons the Beelzebub sword into his hand. Only the shaman felt annoyed over the heroic feat that Vikir had achieved, but Ahun wore a troubled expression on his face as he thought about something deeply. Ayan, our waifu, was simply starstruck and had fallen even deeper for Vikir's riz as she gave him a thumbs up while thinking that he had passed. She did. All this while her mother was watching her from the side. The scene then changes to a tent that had light and smoke coming from out of it. A plate filled with some delicious-looking food was placed on the carpet. Yummy. Our cutie pie Pomerian takes a bite onto one of the food that was on the plate. Her face along with Ayan's face were both filled with joy over the wonderful flavor that the food had. Pomerian gives her Uncle Vikir a thumbs up and tells him that it was yummy. Ayan tells her that Vikir was good at cooking, but our boy could only stare at them with a troubled look on his face. He then tells Ayan that he couldn't remember inviting her into his house. She tells him that she couldn't just walk past a place where she could smell something yummy. Vikir then tells her that he didn't prepare her share of the food, but Ayan replies back that whatever belongs to the slave, belongs to the master. So what was Vikir's was also hers. Vikir continues to argue with Ayan about her calling him a slave as he had told him many times not to, but Ayan continues to remind him to not pay attention to the fine print. As they argued with one another, Pomerian started to think deeply about something. She looks at both Ayan and Vikir, telling them both that it felt like they were a married couple. Hearing those words made Ayan smile and blush. She then grabs onto Pomerian to hug her while rubbing their faces together. She tells Pomerian that she was so cute. Pomerian felt happy with her embrace and could only smile happily. Vikir looks at them and wonders when they had become so close. But a brief breeze of wind enters his tent, which causes him to turn around. It turns out that there was someone who had opened the curtain to his tent even though it was raining heavily outside. As Ayan held onto Pomerian in her arms, she questions the person who stood at the entrance of their tent about their reason for coming here. It turns out to be a Hun. He could be seen breathing heavily as the rain continued to pour heavily onto his body. He then calls out to Vikir in a low voice which startles Ayan and made Vikir nervous as a sweat drop appears onto his face. Tears flowed heavily from Hun's eyes as he tells Vikir that he came here because he thought that it might be possible if it was him. Since Vikir had saved the village multiple times after all, a Hun then starts to beg Vikir, telling him please, please. The scene then changes to a Hun's little sister who was gasping for air as she laid on the ground. A Hun finally begs Vikir to please save his little sister. It turns out that she had contracted the Red Death as its red markings appeared on her face and neck. Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.